Chapter 868. Female Literature. Woof, woof, woof. It still sounded so adorable. But at this time, Su Yan's heart had already become sharp. He watched the puppy in front of him walk in front of him, and his whole body was trembling. This puppy was really too terrifying. It just stood there quietly, but it seemed to make the world lose its color. Su Yan even saw countless trajectories on its body. Su Yan was no longer unfamiliar with these trajectories, which belonged to the Tao. This hell dog had already condensed Tao marks. In other words, it was very likely to be in existence comparable to the human Tao sovereign level. Among the monsters, this was called a sacred beast. A sacred beast? Su Yan asked directly. Not yet, right? Its appearance was so adorable, but the voice it transmitted through its mind was so old. It's still a little short to become a sacred beast, but I know that you have two powerful monsters, the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger. If you devour these two monsters, then it's about time. Su Yan frowned. This guy was actually targeting the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger. There was no doubt that the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger were very powerful. But the puppy in front of him was even more terrifying. He would never doubt this. It had not reached the level of a sacred beast, but it was already close. This meant that the puppy in front of him was about the same as Xue Xingchuan. Back then, Xue Xingchuan was able to kill a Tao sovereign at this level and defeated Yan Xiao. He had a feeling that this dog was definitely not weaker than Xue Xingchuan. With such strength, even if the double-winged heavenly tiger and the Oriole came at the same time, they would not be his opponent. If his initial target had been these two demonic beasts, then they would have been in grave danger. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted a message to them, telling them to give up and come here. At this time, the dog laughed and said, "Haha, it seems that it's too late to transmit a thought now. Besides, they're your monsters. If you're in danger, then they will definitely come." His thoughts sounded again, and his words were full of mockery. This dog was able to see through Su Yan's thoughts, and there was nothing wrong with what he said. The life of the monster beast and the director were connected. At the very least, that was the relationship between Su Yan and them. This was because his body contained the essence blood of a demonic beast's heart. If Su Yan died, then these two demonic beasts would also die. Therefore, when Su Yan was in danger, as long as the monster sensed it, it would definitely appear. Putting aside other so-called feelings, even if it was only for the sake of their own survival, they would still come. Su Yan frowned, but he soon calmed down. "Evil dog, do you dare to kill me? Since you know that I am the child of destiny, then you should know that there are many experts on me. My path of destiny is not simple. If you dare to attack, then you will definitely regret it." At this time, Su Yan couldn't think of any other reason, so he could only use this to threaten this dog. "Ha ha ha, you human brat is also smart. You actually know how to use such an interface to threaten the dignified hell dog. But as a hell dog, if I can't even see through this little trick, how can I walk the path of a holy beast?" Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard his self-address. How could he not have heard of the hellhound before? This was an extremely powerful and terrifying creature. This creature had an extremely powerful bloodline. In terms of bloodline alone, his level was stronger than the Oriole. Legend has it that the hell dog came from hell. The legend of hell was spread in Su Yan's original world and this world. However, no one knew if this place really existed. But the hell dog had extremely powerful and terrifying strength. It came from the legendary hell. Their fighting ability was extremely terrifying. Very few monsters could be a match for them. Legend has it that even the dragon clan couldn't do anything to them. Back then, an extremely powerful existence had appeared in the hell dog, almost reaching the level of a divine beast. Legend has it that this hell dog wanted to open the gate of hell and let hell come to the human world. This was because the hell dog was the messenger of hell. Back then, there was a holy dragon who tried to stop it, but it was killed by the hell dog. But later, the hell dog still died. It died at the hands of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan didn't know the history of this. But at this time, he could feel that the great demonic dragon's blood in his body was not calm. There seemed to be a kind of killing intent exposed, but because the great demonic dragon's heart was now fused with the others, this riot was not obvious. I don't care about the many fates on you. To be honest, if it weren't for so many fates on you, I wouldn't be interested in looking for you. Well, maybe you've sent your thoughts, so in order not to waste time, it's time to send you on your way. At this point, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on his body. This aura directly wrapped around Su Yan. In the face of this aura, Su Yan didn't even dare to move. This power was so terrifying that it was enough to kill him directly. He knew the Hell Dog's plan. It wouldn't kill him so easily. What it was doing now was just to lure him in. He wanted his two beasts to appear. Su Yan suddenly took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. After he sat down cross-legged, he immediately calmed his heart. The more uneasy he was, the stronger the emotions that the two beasts sensed. At this time, what Su Yan needed to do was to deceive the perception of the two beasts. The Hell Dog was not in a hurry. It walked around Su Yan twice and barked a few times. At this time, the light in its small eyes was spinning. There was still some distance between the Heavenly Lion City and the Golden Horse City. Even if a Venerable One wanted to come here, it would take some time. The Hell Dog did not have the patience to wait for these guys. This group of trash could not do anything, so it directly crossed over. However, it was fortunate that it came directly. If it had to wait for those trash, it would have been too late. Su Yan might have already left. At this time, you still want to keep your state of mind calm. Speaking of which, you're quite amazing. Destiny's Child is indeed different. Unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. Its thoughts were transmitted, and this thought turned into a violent whirlwind that began to attack Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Under the impact of this terrifying power, Su Yan's heart finally began to feel uneasy. In the face of absolute strength, the strength of one's will could not change anything. Even though he wanted to change this, at this moment, the strong sense of danger still stimulated him, causing his heart to begin to waver. In less than a few breaths, two powerful auras came from the horizon. Oriole, Winged Tiger. These two beasts had previously received Su Yan's message. However, later on, Su Yan's message changed and asked them to leave this place. These two beasts were not stupid, so they immediately guessed that Su Yan might have encountered great danger. Just as the Hell Dog had said, after sensing that their director was in danger, they immediately rushed over. Su Yan wanted to stall for time, but they just had to appear here. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, the Hell Dog began to bark. Su Yan could hear the joy contained in this bark. At first, it was just the sound of a cute puppy barking, but after a few times, its bark had turned into the roar of an extremely terrifying beast. This sound was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the roar of the Winged Tiger was much weaker compared to it. At this moment, black flames began to rise around its body. This black flame, who knew what kind of power it had, was simply terrifying to the extreme. Around the place where the puppy was, the soil began to melt. It was not that Su Yan had never seen such powerful flames before. The flame Devil Sovereign King's flame power had already reached the level of Transcendent Saint. Even though it was just a soul at that time, the essence of the flame still shocked Su Yan. However, this hellfire had another terrifying aura. This was an extremely powerful force. Following that, the body of the puppy began to change. Originally, it was just a cute and silly puppy. However, at this time, his body changed and became even bigger than the double-winged celestial tiger. Its entire body was surrounded by the terrifying hellfire. At this moment, it looked at Su Yan triumphantly. Following that, its gaze landed on the Oriole and the Winged Tiger. Kiki, my delicacies, come on. Let me have a taste of you. Its thoughts locked onto the two beasts. Being stared at by the Hell Dog, the Oriole, and the Winged Tiger felt uneasy at the same time. Whether it was the Oriole or the Winged Tiger, they were both beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines. However, this caused them to feel restless under the gaze of the Hell Dog. It could be seen how much pressure the Hell Dog brought to them. Go, don't worry about me. As long as you don't die, I'll be fine. At this moment, the aura that the Hell Dog released was unknown. It was able to isolate Su Yan's thoughts. At this moment, Su Yan simply let out a loud roar. Go! Do you still think you can escape? At this moment, the hell dog leaped high. Even though it did not have wings, its speed was simply too fast. The Oriole's speed was already extremely shocking. When the hell dog pounced, it flapped its wings, and a terrifying whirlwind immediately erupted. However, the hell dog only growled. Facing this terrifying attack, it did not have any intention of escaping. When that powerful force arrived, its body didn't even sway. Chapter 869. Female Literature. The Oriole's attack was actually knocked away by him. His speed was too fast, and his movements were terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, his power flickered, and he was almost invincible. The terrifying whirlwind was directly shattered by him. Hee, little Oriole, you're still not strong enough. In that case, you'll become my food. Almost in the next moment, he was already in front of the Oriole. The Oriole wanted to escape, but it was too late. The hellhound's speed was simply terrifying. The Oriole couldn't react in time and was directly pounced on. The Oriole's wings immediately began to vibrate, trying to break free. However, the hellhound's power was also extremely terrifying. The Oriole was vibrating, but it couldn't break free at all. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger charged towards him. The battle between the two monsters and the hellhound erupted. At this moment, Su Yin couldn't move at all. The hellhound's power had firmly imprisoned him. Now, he was powerless to do anything. The battle between the three demonic beasts was too terrifying. He couldn't help at all. Therefore, Su Yin calmed his mind at this moment. He knew that the double-winged sky tiger and the Oriole were definitely no match for this terrifying hellhound. Therefore, he needed to do something else at this moment. That was summoning. He summoned the blood-winged flying dragon and the sea-splitting demonic snake. When he first felt that he was being spied on, he had already summoned these two monsters. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to be in an extremely strange state of slumber. He had devoured the void beast, so he had already undergone a transformation and advanced. At this moment, the information that the blood-winged flying dragon had received was also somewhat strange. The hellhound was indeed incomparably ferocious. He could tell that the Oriole was relatively weaker between the two monsters, so he was desperately biting and killing the Oriole. If he could get rid of one of the monsters first, then the remaining one wouldn't be much of a threat. As long as he devoured these two monsters, his strength would increase again, and he would directly become a holy beast. The Oriole was constantly struggling. A golden power was protecting him, preventing him from being torn apart for the time being. However, this kind of power could not be maintained for long. As time passed, he would probably still die. The key now was to see if the double-winged sky tiger could avoid the Cerberus during this period of time. At this moment, the winged tiger flapped its wings and pounced onto the Cerberus. His sharp claws continued to tear. However, the hellhound's fur was really tough. The winged tiger's claws could only leave a small mark on its surface. Even the hellfire on the surface of his body could cause additional damage to the winged sky tiger. He was finally enraged. He opened his mouth, and a crimson ray of destruction appeared. The light flickered for a moment, and in an instant, it charged towards the hell dog's head. The scarlet ray of destruction directly exploded at this moment, and that incomparably powerful majesty turned into a terrifying wave of light at this moment. With such a tremendous power, even the heavenly Lion King would die if he were to be struck here. However, the Cerberus did not waver in the slightest. In fact, his aura had become even stronger. So weak, this was the will of the hellhound. Even at this moment, the hellhound turned around and unleashed an extremely powerful beam of destruction. That was the endless power of the hellfire. Initially, the hellhound had already assumed that he would definitely be able to kill the Oriole. Even when he was struck by the winged skytiger's beam of destruction, he did not waver in the slightest. However, at this moment, he actually turned around and launched an attack at the winged sky tiger. Right now, the Oriole was already in a defensive state right from the start, using all of his power on defense. However, the winged sky tiger did not think of defense at all. All he thought of was attacking with all his might. At this moment, after receiving such a terrifying attack, he immediately let out a painful howl. This attack had already caused him great damage. Even a powerful existence like him could no longer withstand it. His entire body even started to tremble. Right now, the hellhound let go of the Oriole and pounced towards him. The winged sky tiger flapped its wings, wanting to stabilize himself. However, it was already too late. The hellhound crashed into his body with blazing hellfire. Under such a violent power, a bloody hole immediately appeared on his huge body. It was said that the hellhound's power was unparalleled, and right now, this was completely reflected. Even though the winged sky tiger still had the ability to fight, it was already greatly reduced. Previously, the two demonic beasts were not a match for the hellhound. At this moment, the winged sky tiger was heavily injured, which meant that it was more likely to die. At this moment, Su Yin immediately stood up. He could no longer stand here with peace of mind. After all, whether it was the Oriole or the winged sky tiger, they were both his demonic pets. When he first subdued them, Su Yin could be heartless. However, right now, he can no longer do so. These two demonic pets had helped him many times in battle. They had even saved his life in the battle with the Heavenly Lion King. No matter what, he could not let any accidents happen to these two demonic beasts. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. The hellhound's power was too great. Even in the state of Ghostface, it was difficult for him to break through. However, Ghostface was definitely not Su Yan's strongest power. It was just that he had never dared to use that strongest power. However, at this moment, he could no longer care about that. If he was still afraid of the slightest thing at this point, then everything would be too late. In the end, he could not bear to let these two demonic beasts of his fall here. At this moment, he took out the Scorching Sun sword. The Scorching Sun sword's crimson sword light dyed the surroundings red. This time, Su Yin did not slash the Scorching Sun sword at the enemy. Instead, it pierced toward himself. The sacred sword had a spirit. At the moment the Scorching Sun sword pierced toward his body, the Scorching Sun sword let out a mournful cry. The Scorching Sun sword was now connected to Su Yin by blood. It was almost as if they were one. It sensed that Su Yin was preparing to harm himself. It immediately let out a mournful cry, wanting to stop Su Yin. Su Yin felt the Scorching Sun sword's will. At this moment, he said, "I have no choice. Moreover, don't worry. I won't die." His voice was very calm. It was because he wanted to convince himself as well as the Scorching Sun sword. Perhaps sensing Su Yan's determination, the Scorching Sun sword finally stopped letting out mournful cries. At this moment, Su Yin sighed and said, "God Punisher, at this moment, I'll need to borrow your power." The Godslayer sword was far too domineering. Right now, the Godslayer sword seemed to be in a state of deep slumber. This was why Su Yin was able to make decisions for his own life. However, he knew very well that he was merely a sword scabbard. A sword scabbard was not much different from sword slave. When the divine swords will appeared, he could only obey and not resist. If possible, Su Yin definitely did not wish to awaken the Godslayer sword. In the previous battle with the Heavenly Lion King, he had merely borrowed some of the Godslayer sword's instincts, allowing his sword cheese to flow out unintentionally. However, such a small amount of sword cheese was able to break through the Heavenly Lion Seal's defense and destroy everything. However, this time around, a small amount of sword cheese was unable to solve the problem. That Cerberus was far too powerful. It was extremely close to becoming a sacred beast. Generally speaking, sacred beasts were stronger than Dao sovereigns. Although this was not a law, it was most likely so. Faced with such a terrifying existence, Su Yin could only go all out. The Scorching Sun sword pierced into his own body. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. This sticky fresh blood flowed down the Scorching Sun sword into his hand. That extremely scalding feeling was indescribable. Right now, Su Yin pierced through his own heart. Among the three great hearts, the great demonic dragon's heart and the demonic god's heart were both acquire hearts. However, the pagoda's heart was not. It was a combination of the power of the pagoda sect's legacy and his own heart. In other words, the true vital point in Su Yan's body was actually this pagoda's heart. Right now, he had really reached the point where he could cut off all means of retreat. Stabbing his own heart with a sharp sword was a path to death. However, it was also a path to survival in the midst of death. Only death could awaken the Godslayer's sword. At this moment, the Cerberus, who was fighting in the sky, also noticed the situation of being stabbed to death. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Even he himself could not figure out why Su Yan would do this. Could it be that this guy had directly committed suicide to let these two demonic beasts leave? But at this point, how could he allow these two demonic beasts to leave? Their fates were already in his hands. It was already too late for them to leave. Or perhaps Su Yan wanted to commit suicide so that these two demonic beasts would die as well. This way, they would be able to escape the pain of being devoured by him. However, this did not make sense at this moment. He was completely puzzled. However, it was at this moment that he was distracted. The moment he was distracted, the double-winged sky tiger immediately shot out a beam of light of destruction. At this moment, the Oriole also shot out a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, the two attacks directly hit the Cerberus's body. Even if it was the Cerberus being hit by these two attacks at the same time, it was still somewhat painful. Damn it! He felt that his dignity as a superior was being challenged. He immediately dismissed the thought from his mind. He did not care about Su Yan. Since he was the child of destiny, he would definitely not die so easily. At this moment, what he needed to pay more attention to were these two demonic beasts. If these two demonic beasts really chose to escape, he would not even have a place to cry. Chapter 870. Female Literature. Blood was flowing, but there was no reaction from the divine melody. At this moment, Su Yan was almost in despair. He did this because he wanted to use the Godslayer sword and then use the Godslayer sword's power to reverse the situation. But at this moment, the Godslayer sword did not move at all. This made him very worried. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Feng Yueshan said to him. He advocated taking risks, taking unconventional swords, and liked to find a way out in despair. Although most of the time, it was because he had no choice, but this personality had been cultivated. Unfortunately, just as Feng Yueshan had said, there was no such thing as an eternal victor in this world. People who gambled would die sooner or later. This was a principle that countless people in the previous world had acknowledged. Could it be that this was the time for him to die? At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness was becoming fainter and fainter. At this moment, the already gloomy sky had become even more cloudy. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness was beginning to dissipate, although he had the heart to persevere and wanted to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was powerless to do so. Gradually, he began to die. At this moment, the two monsters felt that Su Yan's aura was disappearing. At this moment, they were panicking. The Hellhound was also surprised. This brat actually died just like that. This is really hard to guess. While he was suppressing the two monstrous beasts, he was secretly puzzled in his heart. According to his estimation, as the child of destiny, Su Yan should not have died so easily. But now, he could no longer feel Su Yan's aura of life. His aura of life had completely withered. Logically speaking, that was a sign of death. But at this moment, Su Yan's aura of destiny seemed to still be a little bit left. The Hellhound was very sensitive to this kind of indescribable aura of destiny. However, after a few breaths, he threw away this thought. The disappearance of his aura of life meant that he was completely dead. Everything had ceased to exist. How could such a person still be alive? You two idiots. Your master is already dead, so there's no need for you to struggle. He directly transmitted his will to them. But at this moment, he was stunned. That's right. If Su Yan is dead, then why are these two guys still alive? Could it be because the essence blood in his body hasn't completely disappeared? Forget it. Let's kill them first. His purpose for coming here this time was mainly for these two powerful demonic beasts. As for Su Yan, he did not intend to pay attention to him. He just wanted to see what was going on. After all, the child of destiny was actually extremely dangerous because there were many traps on his body. He was a Cerberus, blessed by the heavens, but at this time, he had not yet matured. Moreover, even his ancestor, a super powerful existence who had almost become a divine beast, was killed by the great demonic dragon. Right now, he needed to borrow the strength of the limitless demon sect to buy enough time for himself to grow. As a powerful hellhound, he had his own ambitions. In other words, he had never forgotten his mission. In this world, everything was like floating clouds in his eyes. Even the limitless demon sect that he was relying on was the same. The Cerberus clan came from hell, and from generation to generation, their mission was always in their hearts. What his ancestor could not do, he would do. If he could not, then he would pass on this mission. At this time, Su Yin was already dead, and the two demonic beasts were also heavily injured by him. The Oriole and the Winged Tiger were both high-level demonic beasts with the bloodline of the Desolate Age. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. It was obvious that these two idiots wanted to fight him to the death. But now, did they still have the chance? No, they did not. At this time, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What's laughable is that even though they were lambs, they still did not know it and still tried to resist, thinking that they could fight to the death. His huge claws slammed down. As his claws fell, the world seemed to feel it. That extremely terrifying power kept shaking in the sky, and finally turned into a monstrous giant claw. To be able to manifest his power and finally condense it in such a majestic giant claw, his power had already reached the pinnacle. Tao marks had already gathered in his body. This majesty was already comparable to a Tao sovereign. The Cerberus was unique and had a powerful bloodline. At this moment, it could be seen clearly. As long as this palm fell, whether it was the Oriole or the Winged Tiger, they would die. There was no chance of survival. At this time, the two demonic beasts were both injured. At this time, they had no way to resist at all. It was as if their deaths today were already destined, and this was fate. At this moment, the Cerberus did not have the slightest bit of his previous cuteness. That boundless majesty made him look like a god. This was the divine power of hell. At this moment, Qing Yu quietly arrived. Her gaze did not land on the godlike Cerberus. Instead, it landed on the body of Su Yin, who was pierced by her sword. During the previous exchange, she noticed the heavenly demon aura on Su Yin. This aura was very pure, even when compared to her own. No wonder when the two of them met earlier, there was a special feeling. It turned out that there was such karma. Now, she was a little regretful. If she had known that the Cerberus would come, she would not have blocked his path just now. She would have let him directly enter the spatial teleportation array and leave this place. Although the other side of the spatial teleportation array was also a dangerous place, it was better than encountering the Cerberus. She was a core disciple of the limitless demon sect. Although she was not the son of demon, she had a high status and a noble identity. Therefore, she naturally knew about the Cerberus. This Cerberus had lived in the limitless demon sect for many years. Back then, when the sect master of the limitless demon sect personally came, the entire limitless demon sect respected this Cerberus and even treated it as an elder. Although this Cerberus rarely made a move, the real core figures knew how powerful it was. In the past, the limitless demon sect guarded a star field, and a void beast once descended. Back then, the void behemoth was extremely terrifying. The boundless demon sect thought that a Tao venerable had gone there directly, but he still couldn't defeat it. He was even injured by the void behemoth. Until now, the fifth vice sect leader was still in seclusion. Later, when this Cerberus appeared, he revealed his true form and directly fought with the void beast. In the end, he killed the void beast and even devoured it. This Cerberus usually maintained the appearance of a cute puppy, but if one really thought that it was just a cute puppy, then one would be courting death. He was very resourceful and could find information related to fate. Although it was only scattered information, when it came to fate, it was supreme. Even the sect master of the limitless demon sect did not have this ability. This time, when the Cerberus appeared here, she no longer had any hope for Su Yin. Su Yin was indeed powerful, but that was within a certain realm. It was just that the realm decided everything. Just like now, Even if he had two powerful high-level demonic beasts, he could only use his sword to kill himself. She sighed and was about to leave. But right at this moment, the weather changed. A terrifying lightning pillar fell from the sky. The previous Cerberus was already full of divine might, but under this lightning pillar, his might was instantly swept away. The condensed giant palm also disappeared at this moment. The Cerberus's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Why? Why is the heavenly might changing at this time? As the saying goes, the heavenly might is unpredictable, but why would it change for no reason? He raised his head, wanted to look at the sky. After this, between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds rolled, and high in the sky, a huge eye seemed to appear. This eye was so terrifying that even the Cerberus was already trembling at this moment. In the face of such majesty, even he could only tremble and be subdued. He did not know why the heavenly might appeared, but his intuition told him that the appearance of the heavenly might was most likely related to these two demonic beasts, or to be more precise, Su Yan. This ghost mask brat, he directly used his sword to kill himself. This action was already very strange. According to his intuition, at this time, his best choice was to directly leave this place. But the opportunity to become a sacred beast was right in front of him. Whether it was the Oriole or the double-winged sky tiger, they were both powerful demonic beasts with extremely high bloodlines and had the appearance of a sacred beast. If he missed today, he did not know where to find such powerful demonic beasts. Although the limitless demon sect could provide him with information about other powerful demonic beasts, those that could be found were extremely terrifying super-existences, and even he could not provoke them. The tip of the Cerberus's nose twitched, and then a determined look flashed in his eyes. Forget it. If I miss today's opportunity, then I will completely miss this opportunity. When that time comes, everything will be too late. Under the temptation of becoming a sacred beast, he finally gave up the idea of leaving directly and wanted to pounce on the two demonic beasts. He already had a plan in his heart. As long as he increased his speed to the extreme, then he could directly bite a demonic beast to death in an instant, and then devour it. His first choice was naturally the Oriole. The Oriole's strength was slightly weaker. It would be easier for him to devour it. However, right at this moment, another lightning pillar descended. Even the powerful Cerberus was unable to stop its mind from being captured by this lightning pillar. At this moment, he looked in the direction of the lightning pillar, and only then did he realize that the lightning pillar's target was actually the brat in the closet. Seeing that the lightning pillar was about to reach Su Yan's body, the surface of Su Yan's body suddenly glowed with a faint light. Compared to the powerful lightning pillar, this light was so weak and dim, like the difference between the bright moon and the light of a firefly. Chapter 871. Female Literature. However, the mighty and majestic divine lightning was unable to do anything to the light at all. Su Yan's body was not damaged at all when the lightning struck him. Instead, the light on his body began to become more and more resplendent. Damn it, there's indeed something strange about this ghost-faced brat. At this moment, his heart was palpitating with fear. This extremely terrifying and powerful aura that was comparable to heaven's might made him very uneasy. Damn it, I have to be quick, otherwise it'll be terrible. This ghost-faced brat is indeed the child of destiny. Thinking of this, he directly pounced towards the Oriole. His speed had already reached the pinnacle. However, there was a ray of light that was even faster than him. The moment his body approached the Oriole, the sword light suddenly exploded. The terrifying power turned into a whirlwind that rushed towards him. The Hellhound released a terrifying hellfire, wanting to burn the sword chi. However, the tragic thing was that not only was the hellfire unable to destroy the sword chi, but was also directly sucked into the sword chi. The sword chi did not lose its momentum and directly charged towards the Hellhound. At this moment, he let out a painful roar. He never thought that he would actually be burned by his own hellfire one day. After a long time, the terrifying aura finally passed. He managed to break free from this violent power. At this moment, the enormous hellhound was actually injured. Just how frightening and unimaginable was this? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, Blue Moon was already dumbfounded. She originally wanted to leave, but she happened to be alarmed by the heaven's might, so she stayed here. Therefore, she had seen everything that had happened earlier. After the lightning struck, Su Yin, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly floated up. The scarlet longsword gradually withdrew from his body. The hellhound suddenly attacked the Oriole. At that time, the ghost-faced Brett only lightly waved the scarlet longsword in his hand. It was a casual attack that was like swatting a fly. However, it was this casual attack that shocked Blue Moon to the extreme. At this moment, the sword light materialized and slashed towards the Cerberus. Under this sword light, the powerful hellhound was actually wounded. Blue Moon had witnessed the terrifying strength of the hellhound with her own eyes earlier. In front of the hell dog, the two demonic beasts could be said to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, such a powerful Cerberus had actually been injured by a single sword strike. She had fought with Su Yin before, so she was very familiar with Su Yan's situation. Although Su Yin was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against the hell dog. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for the hell dog, but that he didn't even have the qualifications to fight. However, in reality, Su Yin had directly injured the Cerberus. How'd he do it? She knew that this must have something to do with Su Yan's self-destruction, but she couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. At this moment, the Cerberus was no longer paying attention to the Oriole and the winged sky tiger. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but it couldn't. At this moment, it felt an extremely terrifying gaze land on its body. The moment the gaze landed on it, its hair stood on end. Fear. It knew that it was feeling afraid right now. However, how many years had it been? How many years had it been since it had felt such emotions? However, it actually felt afraid today. Of course, it didn't feel the slightest shame at this moment. In the Cerberus worldview, fear was never a shameful thing because it was only when one was afraid that they could live longer. Back then, that powerful ancestor was ultimately killed because he was fearless. However, it couldn't figure out what had happened. At this moment, it suddenly felt that its actions this time were a little too rash. After so many years of smooth sailing in the limitless demon sect and being worshipped by that group of people, it gave it a kind of blind confidence. It felt that there was nowhere in this world that it couldn't reach. Therefore, he clearly sensed that Grimace had many destinies guiding him. It was very likely that he was the legendary child of destiny, but he still made a move on him. In his subconscious mind, he didn't take this seriously at all. However, at this moment, it was already regretting it. The strength of the child of fate was undoubtedly reflected at this moment. It was certain that this was definitely not Su Yan's own strength. That sword chi made him feel a lingering fear, even though he managed to avoid being strangled by that sword chi. Although it had avoided the sword chi, it still couldn't forget how terrifying the attack just now was. In the face of this sword chi, its hellfire was directly sucked in by the sword chi and turned into a powerful force that killed it. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword chi was released in a hurry and didn't have enough momentum, it even felt that its head would have been separated from its body and it would have died on the spot. Therefore, at this moment, it was truly apprehensive. At this time, drizzle after drizzle fell from the sky. After the heavenly thunder, it was a downpour. For some reason, the rain seemed exceptionally heavy when it fell on its body. As for the Cerberus, it became even more frightened at this moment. At this moment, it noticed that a gaze had fallen on it. It looked at Su Yin, only to find that the ghost-faced kid's body began to become blurry. This made it feel even more uneasy. It was a powerful existence, but at this moment, it couldn't see a person's figure clearly. This could only mean that the other party was more terrifying than it had imagined. At this moment, Su Yin gently raised his hand and landed on the mask. What an ugly mask, but it's interesting. An almost mechanical voice came from Su Yan's throat. It was stiff, but it was also extremely majestic. At this moment, its heart was beating nonstop. You actually woke me up. Looks like it's because of you. The Cerberus clearly heard this voice. The Cerberus had experienced countless battles. It grew from a young monster to its current state, so it was natural that it had fought countless battles. It had even devoured void beasts before. Therefore, its heart had long been incomparably firm. However, at this moment, it began to tremble just by hearing this voice. This was truly a terrifying voice. No, it could even be said to be a demonic voice. At this moment, its pupils suddenly shrank because it found that the ghost-faced kid had already appeared beside it. What kind of terrifying speed was this? He didn't even feel the slightest ripple in space. Since I've awakened, I should at least see some blood. What a pity. But it's not bad. I haven't killed a hell creature for a long time. Although it's just a Cerberus, it's enough. This murmur was like a sleep talk, but when it stopped in the Cerberus's ears, it made it feel extremely painful. Even just by hearing its voice, the Cerberus felt that it was being baptized by an extremely powerful and terrifying sword chi. Previously, the Cerberus was still a hunter, but now it had become a prey. Such a change naturally caused him to be unable to restrain his anger. Without any hesitation, it spoke directly, and then an extremely terrifying aura directly dissipated at this moment. It was the Cerberus's hell ray of extinction. It was a destructive power that was even more powerful than the double-winged celestial tiger's ray of destruction. At this moment, it directly burst out this attack, which was what it did instinctively. That violent power directly impacted Su Yan's body. This kind of power could even kill a powerful monster, and even a down master would be seriously injured if he appeared here. However, at this moment, Su Yan was unscathed. The moment before this ray of light arrived, a faint light directly appeared around his body. It was the appearance of this light that directly blocked that terrifying power. That was sword chi. Although this sword chi didn't directly impact it, the Cerberus could feel the power to destroy heaven and earth from it. At this time, it didn't dare to be careless. It directly howled and then directly flew towards the sky. But at this time, how could Su Yan let it leave so easily? You want to leave now? If that's the case, then it's really too unfair to me. He raised his hand as he spoke. A ray of sword chi flew out in an instant. The powerful and scorching sword chi directly bombarded its body. The Cerberus directly let out a miserable howl. Although this ray of sword chi was not able to penetrate its body, it had already caused it great pain. This was the result of its body being protected by a layer of hell's flame. However, after this attack, its hell's flame had been greatly extinguished. Obviously, if there was another attack, it was uncertain whether it could withstand it. What was worse was that although the sword chi did not pierce its body, the extremely strong power of pain was constantly exploding in its body. The sword chi directly penetrated its body through its skin and flesh. Roar, light of hell's flame. At this time, the Cerberus directly roared at the sky and then spat out the most dazzling ray of light. The surging flames actually transformed into a huge wheel of wind and fire at this moment. The power of this wind-fire wheel was extremely terrifying. He was sure that even a human Dao Master would be severely injured by this wind-fire wheel. However, now he didn't have the luxury of being able to hurt Su Yan at all. His only hope was to escape this place. The Cerberus's intelligence was extraordinary. In a short time, he had already planned an escape route. That was the Space Transmission Formation. Chapter 872. Female Literature. Even the Hellhound could only think of escaping at this moment, not fighting to the death. He cherished his life, after all, even though he would lose the best opportunity if he escaped now. However, as long as he was alive, there would always be opportunities. He had already waited for so long. A little more time wouldn't make a difference. However, he wanted to leave, but Su Yan wouldn't let him. No, it should be said that God Slayer wouldn't let him. God Slayer was a reality, and it had to destroy something. Therefore, the sword chi was even more violent. The huge aura suddenly fell. Everything was constantly being compressed by this sword. The Hellhound was struggling to hold on. At this moment, more and more wounds appeared. The God Slayer's sword's power was too strong, and its destructive power was too terrifying. That kind of boundless power wanted to destroy and drown everything in its path. You can't go all out. Do you really want to kill everyone? The Hellhound's thoughts were directly transmitted. He would say this because he was afraid. Because of fear, he threatened. Ha ha, kill everyone? I like this word. I want to kill everyone now. What can you do to me? You little dog, still struggling at this time? The God-Slayer bloomed with light, attracting endless heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning originally came to kill the God-Slayer's sword, but when it reached the sky above Su Yan, the heavenly lightning directly changed direction and went toward the Hellhound. At this moment, the Hellhound was wailing in his heart. Such a terrifying scene was enough to make him despair. The terrifying heavenly lightning struck his body, and even his body trembled. How could the Hellhound, who hadn't even reached the level of a holy beast, resist the terrifying heavenly might? Ow, ow! The Hellhound roared, and Su Yan laughed wantonly. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have the protection of the ancestral spirit. Heaven can't kill me, and the earth can't bury me. At this moment, a light flashed out from his body. It was just as he said, and also as he said, Heaven can't kill me, and the earth can't bury me. At this moment, a terrifying soul floated out. That was the ancestral spirit, the super hellhound who had once dominated the world, almost becoming a divine beast. The ancestral spirit appeared leisurely, like a withered leaf in the wind. Although they were like withered leaves, the moment the ancestral spirits appeared, the world became desolate. Even this terrifying heavenly thunder was directly bounced away at this moment. It was clearly the divine might of heaven and earth, but at this moment, the violent lightning seemed to be so weak. Blue Moon raised her head, engraving this scene in her mind. This was the strength of a great divine ability expert. They could control the wind and thunder of the heavens and earth, and control the might of the heavens and earth. His every move was like the law of the land. From Su Yan's mouth, that dry and mechanical voice sounded once again. Hellhound, ancestral spirit. That's good, that's good. I've already killed a god, so I don't mind having one more dog. At that moment, Su Yan's body was incomparably dazzling. Vaguely, he seemed to have transformed into a sword. It was the sharpest and most powerful sword in the world. It was the god-slaying sword. The sword was named Godslayer because it had already slain a god. Therefore, this sword was incomparably powerful, possessing heaven-defying divine might. His terrifying power was on full display at this moment. Is it impossible for the heavens to destroy me? Then let me. Sword light flickered, countless times more powerful than that terrifying heavenly might. The terrifying power fell on the ancestral spirit in an instant. At this moment, the Hellhound's heart was desolate. He never thought that this sword would be so powerful. Even the ancestral spirit began to tremble at this moment. He was fearless and even dared to kill void beasts because of the ancestral spirit's protection. As long as the ancestral spirit existed, the soul would be immortal. Although the powerful Hellhound had been killed by the great demonic dragon in the distant past, his ferocious power was still there. As long as the ancestral spirit was not destroyed, there would be a chance for it to be resurrected in the future. When hell descended in the future, the ancestral spirit would be resurrected and sweep everything away. At this moment, heaven and earth were endless. Everything began to be buried and destroyed. However, at this moment, the ancestral spirit began to tremble under this sword. At this point, the Hellhound did not dare to delay at all. Originally, he wanted to rely on the spatial teleportation formation in Golden Horse City to leave directly, but it was too late now. Spatial tear. At this moment, he directly channeled the power of the ancestral spirit and forcibly tore the space. The space shattered and turbulence descended. Endless trees began to sway at the same time. In the end, the trees, which were so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around them, were uprooted in an instant and flew directly into the air. In just a short while, they were swallowed into the spatial turbulence. Even though he was the Hellhound, he was not a sacred beast, so he could not accurately locate the space. This time, although the space was torn, he did not know where the other side would be. Perhaps the other side of the space would be green mountains and rivers, which would be the best. However, it might not be a lava volcano, which was extremely terrifying. However, the Hellhound now knew that if he did not enter the space, he would be directly killed by this ghost face. Therefore, there was no need to choose at all. He directly crashed into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Suyin was still laughing wildly. "Little dog, are you trying to escape? Dream on." He slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying crimson crescent directly shattered everything. Even the spatial turbulence was directly shattered by this sword. This kind of power was truly lawless. The moment the Hellhound had just entered the spatial turbulence, the terrifying sword intent had already passed through it. The spatial turbulence gradually closed, but one could vaguely hear the Hellhound's painful howls. Obviously, this sword was enough to leave an extremely deep impression on him. When the spatial turbulence finally disappeared, Suyin stood in the sky. Of course, the one controlling this body was not Suyin, but Godslayer. Oriole and double-winged sky tiger were also trembling at this moment. At this moment, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Godslayer had reappeared. Back then, they were subdued by Suyin like this. Thinking back, the Godslayer sword had directly killed the evil eye tyrant, which was comparable to a sacred beast, and suppressed the blood-winged flying dragon, double-winged sky tiger, oriole, and sea-splitting demonic snake. After a while, Suyin spoke. "The two of you are not bad." He pointed two fingers, and two rays of sword chi flew directly toward Oriole and double-winged sky tiger at an unimaginable speed. The speed of the sword chi was simply unbelievable. Oriole and double-winged sky tiger did not even have time to react before the powerful sword chi had already entered their bodies. At this moment, the two giant beasts were somewhat uneasy. However, in the next moment, this uneasiness turned into surprise. This was because after the two rays of sword chi entered their bodies, it did not cause any harm to them. Instead, it began to repair their bodies. When fighting with the Hellhound, the extremely powerful and terrifying Hell Chi had entered their bodies. Why was the Hellhound's combat power so terrifying? Most of the reason was because of the terrifying Hell Chi. The Hell Chi was not tolerated by this world and was repelled by the laws. However, it was precisely because of this that its lethality was incomparably terrifying. Even these two demonic beasts would suffer unspeakably under the impact of the Chi of Hell. Even if they could get rid of it in the end, they would definitely suffer greatly. Fortunately, under the sword Chi, the Hell Chi was completely neutralized. Although the Chi of Hell was powerful, the god-slaying sword had killed even the gods, let alone a mere Chi of Hell. After the sword Chi neutralized the Hell Chi, the powerful sword Chi began to strengthen their bodies. How terrifying was the Godslayer's sword, and the two rays of sword Chi were the result of his meticulous planning. At this moment, it was naturally even more terrifying. When the power began to spread out from the two monsters' bodies, the two monsters were pleasantly surprised. This was not just a short-term benefit, but an incomparably long-term effect. The two rays of sword Chi each turned into a seed that was deeply buried in the two monsters' bodies. At every moment, the powerful sword Chi would temper them, causing them to become even more terrifying. In just a few moments, everything was over. At this moment, Suyin directly jumped onto double-winged sky tiger's back. "Since you've already awakened, take a good look at this world," Suyin said softly. Of course, this was not Suyin's will, but God Punisher's. To God Punisher, Suyin was just a scabbard. If he was in a deep sleep, then the scabbard would naturally move around as it pleased, and God Punisher would not care. However, at this moment, since he had already awakened, then everything had to be done according to his will. As the scabbard, Suyin had no right to speak. "It seems that a guy actually betrayed me. How interesting. Let's go, big tiger. Let's go take a look." The Godslayer's sword chuckled. Previously, in the Sea of Consciousness, Suyin was trapped in the formation. Then he began to call for the blood-winged flying dragon and the sea-rending demonic snake. Because the sea-rending demonic snake had devoured the void beast, it had begun to transform. He sank into the deep sea and had completely fallen into a deep sleep. It was like a human cultivator's closed-door cultivation. If he succeeded, then his strength and bloodline would increase, and he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he failed, then he would be stuffed to death by the terrifying void beast's power and completely disappear. Therefore, he could not feel Su Yan's call. However, on the other side, it was interesting. He had clearly received Su Yan's call, but he had chosen to reject it. As a demonic beast, the blood-winged flying dragon had actually rejected Su Yan's call. No matter what, this was betrayal. Logically speaking, he had already given his heart's essence blood to Su Yan, so he could not betray him. This was because Su Yan only needed a thought to kill him directly. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were always exceptions. The blood-winged flying dragon dared to do this because it had obtained an opportunity to sever the connection with the heart's essence blood. When the Godslayer sword's power erupted, the blood-winged flying dragon was the first to choose to submit. He even helped Su Yan suppress the double-winged sky tiger, forcing the double-winged sky tiger to submit to Su Yan. However, at this time, the blood-winged flying dragon was also the first to choose to betray him. If the owner of this body was still Su Yan, then he might have just let it go. Firstly, the blood-winged flying dragon was too powerful. It would not be easy to defeat him. After all, he dared to betray him, which meant that he was not afraid of the suppression of the heart's essence blood. Chapter 873. Female Literature. Secondly, Su Yan was completely focused on a limitless demon sex, demon sacrifice. He had no time to care about it. However, things were different now. The one controlling this body was not Su Yan, but the Godslayer's sword. The Godslayer's sword was such a proud existence. How could it allow betrayal? How could it accept betrayal? To it, Su Yan's matter was nothing. If it was in a good mood, it would naturally help Su Yan. However, it was a pity that at this moment, it was not in a good mood. The winged tiger could feel its master's anger. Therefore, it did not dare to be negligent at this moment. At this moment, he let out a low roar and flew off into the distance. Godslayer had already sent a sliver of his will into his mind, so he knew exactly where he should go. Of course, he could feel God Punisher's wrath, so he didn't dare to resist. Moreover, God Punisher had sent the sword chi into its body, which benefited it greatly. Therefore, it was completely convinced by God Punisher. It was extremely fast. Countless scenes were constantly changing as it flapped its wings. At this moment, the Oriole followed closely behind. These two monsters were actually very powerful. If it was not for the fact that the hellhound they encountered today was even more powerful, they would not have been in such a sorry state. Half a day later, they had already flown beyond the sea. Above the sea, isolated islands were scattered all over. It was a free scenery. However, God Punisher was not here to enjoy the scenery. To him, all the scenery in this world was nothing. He was too powerful. Because he was powerful, he was high and mighty. It was impossible for a high and mighty person to put such a scene in his eyes. This was not an ordinary group of islands because there was an extremely tyrannical aura on each island. It was because of the existence of this aura that everything in the surroundings was so different. Obviously, the blood-winged dragon lived in this group of islands. "Come out, traitor." At this moment, Su Yan's cold voice spread out. There was no hysteria. Instead, it was a kind of mocking joy. His voice was not loud, but it spread across the entire group of islands like thunder. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roars continued. At this moment, even the Oriole and the winged tiger felt a little uneasy. Those roars were the roars of giant dragons. If it was just one or two giant dragons, then with their combat strength and bloodline, they would not be afraid. However, with so many roars at the same time, it was enough to make people afraid. Obviously, this was the place where the giant dragons gathered. In other words, this was Dragon Island. The Dragon Clan. These two words were synonymous with power. There was even the word dragon transformation in the realm of human cultivation. If they were to be surrounded by so many dragons, Even the oriole and the winged tiger would fall. What's more, in this place, there would definitely be a powerhouse of the dragon clan. That was definitely a sacred beast or an even stronger existence. Right now, they hadn't grown up yet, so they couldn't possibly be a match for the holy beast. However, their master's existence. After a short while, the dragon's roars were still ringing out incessantly. At this moment, God Punisher was so angry that he laughed. You don't want to come out? Fine, then I'll destroy the islands one by one. Anyway, I'm already disgusted with these roars. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword chi immediately descended. This sword chi was incomparably majestic, comparable to thunder. Even if it was a small island, if it was hit by this sword chi, it would definitely be destroyed. There was no luck to speak of. It was at this moment that an extremely strong roar suddenly rang out. It was an angry roar. Then a powerful force burst out. It was an extremely terrifying blood-red light. The blood-red light came across the sky as if it could destroy everything. The powerful blood-red light directly collided with the sword chi. Then an extremely dazzling and resplendent explosion immediately occurred. The blood-red light offset a part of the sword chi. However, it was still not enough. The sword chi was too powerful. When the sword chi fell on the island began to collapse. Although it was not a big island, it was destroyed just like that. The power of this sword was a little too strong. The blood-red light showed its shape. It was the blood-winged dragon. God Punisher looked at the blood-winged dragon calmly. Then, he suddenly laughed. Not bad, not bad. You've already reached this level. You're not far from that hellhound. You've also obtained the dragon clan's secret technique. No wonder you dare to betray me. God Punisher's voice sounded in the sky above Dragon Island. The blood-winged dragon looked at the human who was laughing. Its heart was still filled with fear. Of course, there was also incomparable anger. Of course, it remembered this aura. At that time, under such a terrifying aura, it had no choice but to submit. However, it was still a dragon after all. Even if it was not a pure-blooded dragon, it still had the blood of the dragon race in its body. The dragon race had always been arrogant. How could it be willing to be the slave of someone else? The blood-winged dragon was very ambitious. In order to escape from Su Yan's control, it came directly to Dragon Island. Fortunately, Su Yan did not dare to summon it because of the conflict between blood essences. This gave the blood-winged dragon more opportunities. After it came to Dragon Island, it went through a lot of hardships and finally met the powerful leader of the dragon race. After many pleas, that lord was finally willing to help it. With that lord's help, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, that great one even directly took action, severing his essence blood hand. Of course, severing the blood essences was a difficult process. It cannot be done so easily. However, it was enough for the blood-winged dragon. Just like this time, it directly rejected Su Yan's summons. Moreover, if Su Yan died, it would not be too much of an impact. However, it did not expect that this person would come directly to Dragon Island. I'm the arrogant blood-winged dragon. I will never submit. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon directly transmitted its thoughts. God Punisher sneered. Arrogant? I don't see the slightest bit of arrogance in you. But forget it. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Since you betrayed me, then die. The Godslayer sword was extremely domineering. It could even kill gods. Why would he care about a blood-winged dragon? Since this evil dragon was courting death, he would fulfill its wish. Things were that simple. At this moment, he slashed out with his sword. The sword chi immediately became the only thing in this world. Everything fell silent at this moment. Such power was simply earth-shattering. Even though the blood-winged dragon's strength increased rapidly, there was still a limit. Right now, its strength was still not comparable to the Hell Dog. However, even the Hell Dog was in such a sorry state in front of God Punisher. How could it fight against God Punisher's sword chi? It roared in anger, wanting to use its own energy to block the attack. However, before its attack could gather, the sword chi had already arrived beside it. The terrifying sword chi was simply too terrifying. In just an instant, It had already slashed its way onto its body. Ignorant fool. The deity slaying sword slayed the heavens and killed the gods. Its murderous intent was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. Suyin didn't care about touching the sword at all. He knew very well that if he touched the sword, he would be tainted by the murderous intent. But now, the sword was already independent. There was no way he could control it. So what if it was the Bloodwing dragon? In front of the Godslayer's sword, there was no room for him to struggle. When the sword slashed its way onto its wing, it immediately caused excruciating pain. Half of its wing had already been torn off. Such a sword chi was simply godly. Its power was frightening. It still won't do. The scabbard is still too weak. If it was just a little stronger, your entire wing would be gone. God Punisher's face was filled with murderous intent as he stared at the Bloodwing dragon. But it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of one more or one less. His longsword moved again. Immediately, an even more powerful sword chi burst forth. At this moment, the Bloodwing dragon already knew how powerful it was. At this moment, it no longer had the guts to block Su Yan's sword chi. It screamed out in the dragon language, "Grand Elder, save me!" It clearly knew how powerful God Punisher was. On Dragon Island, there were a few powerful dragons. Some of them were even more powerful than itself. But at this moment, the only one who could hope to fight against this Godslayer was the Grand Elder who was sleeping on Dragon Island. It was also because of that old ancestor that he was able to tear his contract apart. At this moment, under the pressure of death, it had no choice but to ask for help from the Grand Elder. At this moment, there were already hundreds of dragons flying into the sky. With hundreds of dragons flying in the sky, its might was absolutely unimaginable. Dragon Island was indeed one of the most dangerous places in this world. But of course, that was only for the other races. If one were to barge in here and be hunted down by hundreds of dragons, they would definitely die. But at this moment, the Bloodwing dragon once again spoke in the dragon language, "Go, disperse." It knew how terrifying God Punisher was. It was even more fearful of God Punisher's strength. At this moment, it didn't dare to let the hundreds of dragons near it. Against God Punisher, numbers were meaningless. Other than increasing the number of casualties on Dragon Island, it wouldn't be of any use at all. At this moment, a few powerful dragons began to roar, causing the other dragons to retreat. These dragons were the most powerful existences. They flew directly to the side of the Bloodwing dragon. "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous on Dragon Island?" The next black dragon roared at Su Yan. God Punisher, who had taken control of Su Yan's body, sneered, "You don't deserve to know my identity. I'm here today to kill the traitor. Of course, if you're willing to let me bathe Dragon Island in blood, I have no objections." Chapter 874. Female Literature. That was how God Punisher was. He pressed forward step by step, leaving no chance for others. At this moment, his power was terrifying. He took a step forward, and a layer of ripples appeared in the sky beneath his feet. The ripples spread out, and the Black Dragon King was immediately shocked when he saw this. He did not have time to think and directly spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. He could feel the terror of the ripples. Those were spatial ripples. If he was not careful, even the powerful body of a dragon would be directly cut in half. At this moment, his expression had become extremely ugly. "Damn it! Do you really think the dragon race is easy to bully?" Of course, the dragon race was not easy to bully. In any era, giant dragons were mythical existences. They were mysterious and powerful, and had all kinds of terrifying innate abilities. However, in the eyes of God Punisher, that was the case. What a joke, what a pity. He had no interest in listening to the wails of the weak. His rule was very simple, and that was one word: kill. If one felt that it was unfair, then one could come and kill him. Of course, if one wanted to kill him, one had to have enough ability. Since you want to interfere, then you can only die. His sword chi spread out again. This sword chi flew in the air, and in a moment it had changed, and in the end, it became an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed like thunder and lightning were rolling, and it also seemed like endless light was falling. Within the sword chi, there were thousands of phenomena. If it was not for the fact that he was relying on Su Yan's body and could not unleash his own power to the extreme, the power of this sword chi would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the sight before them had already caused those few powerful dragons to be completely flabbergasted. When the blood-winged dragon arrived, they knew that this guy had probably caused trouble. However, they did not expect that this killing intent would be so terrifying. This kind of power was really enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared from the void. The flames surged into the sky and rolled over, directly blocking the terrifying sword chi. At this moment, everything was constantly rolling. Ancestor! At this moment, all the giant dragons exclaimed. They all knew that the ancestor had finally made his move. There was no need to say much about the ancestor's strength. His power was terrifying, comparable to that of a god. All the dragon clan worshipped this ancestor from the bottom of their hearts. Terrifying flames and sword energy continued to surge, causing everything around them to tremble. It could be seen that there was already an irregular hole where the two of them had clashed. Such power was simply heaven-defying. At that moment, the power of the flames suddenly surged, and even the god Punisher was forced to take half a step back. What incredible power! Old dragon, why don't you come out and show me what you've got? Otherwise, I'll slaughter all of your descendants. God Punisher was used to being overbearing. This old thing actually dared to interfere at this moment. In that case, he would directly kill this old thing. It was at this moment that boundless dark clouds appeared in the sky. It was as if day and night had been reversed in an instant. Such a terrifying change in weather was simply too shocking. It was hard to imagine that such a change would occur at this time. However, when he looked up, he realized that it wasn't dark clouds that covered the scorching sun. Instead, it was a huge shadow. Dragon. Only those who saw the shadow would know how terrifying the scene was at that moment. The boundless shadow vividly displayed the majesty of the giant dragon. The oriole and the winged celestial tiger were already large enough. The blood-winged wyvern and the black dragon's bodies were even larger. Unfortunately, compared to the dragon clan in the sky, they were simply small ants. You're not in your complete state. You shouldn't be so presumptuous at this time. The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that directly impacted the Godslayer's sword. At this moment, the Godslayer's sword's heart was also in turmoil. You old dragon, you actually know of my existence. At this moment, he was also shocked. For this old dragon to be able to say such words, it was obvious that he knew of him. However, the Godslayer's sword's existence could be traced back tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if the Dragon Clan had a long lifespan, they definitely wouldn't have lived for so long. At this moment, the boundless shadow dissipated, and day and night turned into day. At this moment, the huge dragon shadow disappeared, and an old man in gray clothes appeared in the sky. God Punisher raised his head. He wasn't surprised by the old man's change. The evil sword Cold Jade had already taken human form, so it could do the same if it wanted to. Not to mention the Dragon Clan, who had become the spirit of all living things. However, to be able to do this, the old dragon's cultivation base could be imagined. Of course, I know the name of the Godslayer sword. However, I can't let you do what you want to do today. If you want to kill the dragon's descendants, then come at me if you have the ability. If this old man isn't strong enough, it's meaningless to be killed by you. This time, the old dragon was determined to protect the blood-winged wyvern, although he was not a pure-blooded dragon. However, the blood-winged wyvern's bloodline rank was also extremely high. When it matured, it could become a holy beast. Just this point alone was enough to surpass the majority of the dragon clan. Naturally, he would want to protect a member of the dragon race. If he couldn't protect them, then it wasn't his ability. At this moment, Godslayer's expression was solemn. What the old dragon said was right. After all, he was not at his peak. If he was at his peak, killing a dragon like this would not be a big deal at all. Of course, if he really wanted to kill this old dragon, He could just release himself from Su Yan's body and use all the power he had accumulated to complete the kill. However, that was the problem. He couldn't do that. This old dragon had obviously expected this. The Godslayer sword used Su Yan's body as its scabbard because it wanted to find a way to transcend from Su Yan's body. If it couldn't transcend, then no matter how strong it would still be a sword. Even if it was a divine sword, it would still be a sword. If it chose to give up now, then all of its previous efforts would be for naught. Godslayer sword, if you leave today, then the Dragon Clan will do you a favor. However, if you insist on doing so, then you and I can fight it out. This Dragon King seemed to have already defeated the Godslayer sword. He was certain that the Godslayer sword would not dare to fight him head-on. You old dragon. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you could defeat me? Today, I'll let you know what true power is. The Dragon King was certain that after his words, the Godslayer sword would definitely leave. After all, no matter how one looked at it, if the Godslayer sword chose to fight to the death at this time, there would be no benefit. Moreover, it would be the kind of fight that would only cause harm. However, at this time, the Godslayer sword chose to make a move. Using Su Yan's body, the Godslayer sword slashed out, God-slaying sun and moon. When this sword appeared, the originally bright sky became even brighter and more dazzling at this moment. At this moment, the extremely intense light fell directly at this moment, as if it wanted to devour everything. The endless light was born and extinguished. It was simply indescribably powerful. After seeing this sword, the old man that the Dragon King had transformed into trembled. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the Godslayer sword's domineering power. However, since he dared to say that before, he naturally had the confidence to back it up. At this moment, he directly clawed and condensed. At this moment, a huge dragon claw immediately appeared in front of him. The power of the dragon claw was boundless, as if it had walked to the end of the mountains and rivers at this moment. The light was so bright that it was incomparably dazzling. The power that had reached its peak turned into a terrifying aura that could shatter mountains and rivers, directly slashing at the god-slaying sun and moon sword. It was also a manifestation of energy. The Hellhound was already very powerful, but the Dragon King was even more terrifying. The dragon claw was covered with dense scales, as if it wanted to devour everything. Godslayer sword, I've already said that right now. You're just a broken sword, so I'm not afraid of you. This old Dragon King was also a domineering master, and at this moment, he did not care about the Godslayer sword at all. Clearly, he wanted to rely on his terrifying cultivation to forcibly suppress the Godslayer sword. The terrifying power of the two sides met directly, and suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. Under such power, all light began to be born and extinguished. This boundless power could be said to be the limit of heaven and earth. As the power fluctuations spread out, the scattered dragon islands began to tremble at this moment. This kind of terrifying sign frightened the dragons living on the dragon island. The dragons were indeed the most powerful existence in this world, but unfortunately, not every dragon was a powerhouse that defied the heavens. Haha, old dragon, if that's how you are, then don't blame me for killing your dragon descendants. At this moment, Godslayer's arrogant figure burst out again. This cold mask did not have the slightest bit of power, because how could the powerful Godslayer's sword use Su Yan's own power? This was a kind of arrogance. Therefore, at this moment, everything about Su Yan had been suppressed by him. At this moment, the power of the Godslayer's sword continued to skyrocket. Since you want to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. At this moment, Su Yan's right hand began to transform. In the end, his right hand turned into a sword, and this sword was directly connected to the scorching sun sword. The holy sword had a spirit and was very powerful in itself, but in the end, it was still unable to bear the full power of the Godslayer's sword. The gap between the holy sword and the holy sword was unimaginable. However, at this moment, he forcibly connected Su Yan's body to the holy sword, so that the scorching sun sword could bear more of the Godslayer sword's power. This is more or less enough. At this moment, his sword aura suddenly exploded, and a violent power twisted, and countless sword rain directly rushed toward the Dragon Islands. Just as he had said, he was going to slaughter the descendants of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 875. Female Literature. The power of such a strike was earth-shattering. The scattered rain of swords was even more powerful than the Taiyang ninefold sword formation back in the Taiyang sword faction. For a powerful existence like the blood-winged wyvern, such a strike was naturally nothing. However, even on Dragon Island, how many dragons could reach his level of strength? And how many dragons could survive the onslaught of the rain of swords? The black dragon and the blood-winged wyvern roared at the same time, wanting to stop the rain of swords. However, they were powerless. They could protect Dragon Island behind them, but the rain of swords was spreading in all directions. On Dragon Island, the dragons all felt fear. The threat of death was like a long needle stabbing at them fiercely. At this moment, they all understood that the situation they were in was extremely dangerous. If they were really pierced by these terrifying things, they would definitely die. Not all dragons were fearless of death. Just like that day, when the blood-winged wyvern faced the powerful Godslayer's sword, it could only bow its head. If the Dragon King had not made a move and forcefully severed its contract, it would still be Su Yan's slave. Therefore, in an instant, the dragons roared together. At this moment, the Dragon King was truly enraged. He did not expect the Godslayer's sword to be so daring as to directly attack his dragon descendants. Because of this, he was immediately enraged to the extreme. Of course, he also knew that the most important thing at this moment was to save his dragon descendants. Therefore, at this moment, he directly made a move, and a terrifying flame dragon's breath appeared. The flame split into countless small dragons in the sky, and all of them charged towards the rain of swords. However, at this moment, the Godslayer's sword's chi flashed again. "Old thing, I like to see which reptile you can save." At this moment, he once again slashed out with his power. That terrifying power constantly trembled at this moment. A huge sword ray suddenly appeared, and then directly pierced towards the Dragon King. At this time, if the Dragon King chose to save the dragon's descendants, he would have to bear the brunt of the sword. At this moment, he had used almost all of his strength in this attack. The power contained within was even more terrifying. When such power flew out, it was as if it could destroy everything. Even if it was the Dragon King, he would most likely lose half of his life if he were to receive this blow. One must know that the Dragon King's strength was already incomparably powerful at this point. In such a state, he would either not be injured, but once he was injured, it would be extremely troublesome. If he really only had half a life left, then so be it. He was afraid that in the end, he would lose his life. At this moment, Su Yan's radiance was trembling nonstop. Of course, that wasn't Su Yan's own power, but the terrifying destructive power of the Godslayer's sword. Just as the Dragon King was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice suddenly rang out. "Fire Dragon King, how can you be distracted while fighting the gods? Take this blow well, and leave the rest to me." Before this voice had even died down, endless waves suddenly surged in the boundless sea. In less than a breath's time, the terrifying waves were already thousands of feet high. At this moment, the waves directly turned into a huge curtain. The appearance of the curtain meant that it would devour everything. In the end, the sword chi of the Godslayer's sword was unable to do anything. The huge waves directly blocked the sword chi. At this moment, Godslayer was also surprised. There's actually a second Dragon King. In the Dragon Clan, those who could be called Dragon King were all-powerful existences above the sacred beasts. The sacred beasts were the human Dao sovereigns. The Dragon Clan's strength was indeed terrifying. At this moment, a second Dragon King had appeared. The Dragon King that Godslayer was fighting was a powerful fire dragon. His flames were ever-changing and filled with endless mysteries. The flame demon from the Inferno world was blessed with the ability to control fire. However, he might not be able to compare to this Dragon King. From this, it could be seen that the Dragon Clan was truly a clan blessed by the heavens. At this moment, the water dragon appeared. The water dragon king's strength was able to block the attack of the Godslayer's sword at the same time. It could be seen that it was also an extraordinary being. Such a powerful existence was really too terrifying. Even Godslayer frowned at this moment. Facing a dragon king, he was not afraid. He could even kill it directly. However, two dragon kings were already different. At this moment, he was still in Su Yan's body. Unless he wanted to give up Su Yan's scabbard. Otherwise, he could only escape at this moment. The two of you leave now. At this moment, he directly transmitted his will to the Oriole and the winged tiger. In such a dragon island, these two demonic beasts were no longer of any use. In front of the powerful dragon clan, they could not gain any advantage at all. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan directly asked these two monsters to leave. As for himself, he had to face the most powerful challenge. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King had also seen through Godslayer's intention. How dare you offend the Dragon Island? All of you must die. Following his angry roar, a bright power directly rushed into the sky. It was a terrifying flame power. The flame split into two and rushed towards the two demonic beasts at the same time. The speed of this power was fast and urgent. If this flame caught up with the two monsters at this moment, they would probably die at this moment. At this moment, the Godslayer's sword's chi moved again. The boundless sea water was directly summoned by it, and then turned into an extremely sharp longsword. The longsword moved, killing the heavens and earth. Under such a powerful force, everything was directly suppressed. Damn thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The Godslayer's sword chi finally destroyed the fire dragon directly, and the winged tiger and Oriole had already left. At this moment, a huge water column directly rushed into the sky, and then a person directly appeared. It was also an old man, and seemed to be no different from the Fire Dragon King. However, at this moment, Godslayer knew that it was also a dragon clan, and it was a powerhouse on the same level as the Fire Dragon King Dragon King. Godslayer's sword, since you've come here today, there's no need for you to leave. Our dragon clan just happens to need a powerful divine weapon to suppress the heavens and earth. This was his will. This Water Dragon King was really bold. At this moment, not only did he want to block the Godslayer's sword, but he also wanted to suppress the Godslayer's sword directly and then refine it into a treasure of the Dragon Clan. With such thoughts in mind, even if the Fire Dragon King had stopped, he would still be terrified. At this moment, Godslayer suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, this is really interesting. You two old dragons are really in a hurry. You actually want to suppress and refine me. Today, I'll tell you that you're the ones who should be suppressed and refined. Today, I'm going to slay a dragon. The Godslayer's sword chi became even sharper. At this moment, Su Yan's skin began to change a little. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to be more like a sword. We said that he wanted to slay a dragon. He definitely wasn't just saying it. If he didn't care about anything, he indeed had the ability to kill a dragon king directly. At this moment, the Water Dragon King chuckled, and then said, "It's not easy for the two of us to refine you, but what if all 7 dragon kings come out?" At this moment, he directly sneered. At this moment, Godslayer's face also darkened. All 7 dragon kings came out. What a terrifying lineup it was. It was the strength of 7 Tao masters. At this moment, the Godslayer's sword was in a terrible state. If he wasn't careful, he could really be refined directly. Su Yan's pupils had completely changed. In the deepest part of his pupils, there was no light at all. Instead, it looked like a long sword. That was the sword spirit of the Godslayer's sword. The Godslayer's sword was able to reach this level today. It was simply legendary. He had already weathered countless storms and waves. Back then, he had accompanied his master on expeditions everywhere. What kind of enemy had he not seen? Not to mention 2 mere dragon kings. He had encountered even more terrifying existences. However, it was different now, because at this moment, he was not his original body. Moreover, he was still residing in the scabbard. He had to make a decision for the scabbard. If he forced a battle at this time, there would only be one outcome. Su Yan would be directly killed by the 2 dragon kings. Moreover, if the 7 Dragon Kings really came here directly, he was afraid that he would really be in danger. After all, the so-called Dragon Kings were all above holy beasts. When they first became holy beasts, they were on par with human Tao masters. However, at the peak of holy beasts, they could fight with venerable sovereigns. Moreover, their chances of winning were much higher. The 2 Dragon Kings in front of him had only just become venerable sovereigns. However, if an even more powerful one appeared, then it would be even more difficult for him. If he continued to fight like this, Su Yan's body would collapse. 7 Dragon Kings? Sooner or later, I'll slaughter your Dragon Island. At this moment, he slashed out 2 more times in a row. The powerful sword Qi caused the wind and clouds to change color. However, this terrifying power was all blocked by the 2 Dragon Kings. Roar, to be able to suppress the God-Slayer sword and become the sword of the Dragon Clan? I'm so excited. The 2 Dragon Kings roared. At this moment, in a distant place, another powerful aura appeared. It was the aura of a giant dragon. The Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King felt this at the same time. The Water Dragon King raised its head, and at this moment, a violent power surged out. Endless light immediately rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, Godslayer also understood that he could no longer stay. Otherwise, he would be in danger of dying. Today's the end. However, Dragon Island, I will remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rushed into the sky. However, at this moment, suddenly a violent dragon breath appeared in the sky. Why are you in such a hurry? Accompanied by a rolling voice, the dragon breath suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body. Chapter 876. Girls' Literature. Dragon's Breath Rolled Over. The terrifying dragon's breath was neither flames nor water droplets. It was an extremely frightening energy. The flames were already extremely frightening, but the dragon's breath was even more powerful. At this moment, the dragon's breath suddenly arrived, as if it directly tore a hole in the edge of the sky. The power of the explosion rolled down, directly attacking Su Yan. Godslayer Sword, what harm is there in staying here today? Our clan's Lord Dragon God is about to awaken. As the Dragon God Sword, you will have supreme glory. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King directly spat out dragon's breath. At this moment, the 3 dragons' breaths hit Su Yan's body at the same time. Even if an extremely frightening energy fluctuation directly appeared around the Godslayer's body, forming a protective shield, it made his body constantly tremble. The power of the 3 dragons' breaths bombarded his body at the same time. No matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand it at this time. Rumor has it that the Godslayer sword can destroy everything. Who would have thought that it would waste time for 2 monsters? How interesting. This was the voice of the 3rd Dragon King. They could all see that if the Godslayer sword wanted to leave, there was no way they could stop it. However, if it had left at that time, then the double-winged tiger and Oriole would not have been able to escape. That was why it deliberately stayed at that time and then continued to attack. At this time, the 3 Dragon Kings arrived. Although they could not win, it was enough to delay the Godslayer sword. After all, at this time, the Godslayer sword was not in its original form. It had entered Su Yan's body. In the sky, the thick dark clouds became even gloomier. It was as if the sky had been covered by a thick fishing net. Godslayer sword, today you will be suppressed here. Why don't you reveal your original form and have a good fight? If the Godslayer sword revealed its original form, then its power would definitely become stronger. However, the Dragon Clan had other means. The reason why the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan helped the Blood-Winged Wyvern was not just because of his outstanding talent, but because of karma. There was an expert in the Dragon Clan who understood karma and directly plotted against the Godslayer sword. This clan was really powerful. For so many years, it had always been a legend. The Dragon Clan was so powerful. How could they be willing to remain silent? However, the Dragon Clan had a super powerful dragon god strategizing. It was just that the dragon god's fate was full of misfortune. Back then, a great war broke out in this world, and the Dragon Clan played an extremely important role in that war. Unfortunately, at that time, the great devil dragon had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful great devil dragon had actually seriously injured the dragon god. This time, no one knew if the undying divine dragon was the one who had started the plot. The only thing that was certain was that God Slayer was in big trouble. At this time, Su Yin directly sank into Su Yan's sea of consciousness. "Brat, wake up!" Su Yin had used the sword to kill himself earlier to awaken God Slayer. Although God Slayer had awakened, it still made Su Yin suffer a lot. Su Yan's self-consciousness fell into a deep sleep. The God Slayer sword naturally had its own intentions. It had been difficult to wake up, and it was a good thing for it. It had suffered a heavy blow in the ancient times. At this time, it had to recover. Therefore, it needed more time to move around. However, it did not expect that it would be the Dragon Clan scheme to kill the blood-winged wyvern that had betrayed it. The God Slayer's sword had a spirit, and its intelligence was also unparalleled. He immediately figured out everything. This was definitely the Dragon Clan scheme. These Dragon Clan members had put in a lot of effort. In order to prevent the God Slayer's sword from sensing their auras from the very beginning, these Dragon Kings had spread out. The Fire Dragon King was overseeing Dragon Island, while the Water Dragon King was hidden deep under the sea. The other Dragon Kings had rushed over when they received the news. With the God Slayer's sword's remarkable ability, it definitely had the intuition to avoid danger. But this time, he actually didn't feel anything. It was obvious that someone had blocked the mysterious trajectory. However, it was fine to be schemed against by others. At his level, he was open-minded. Hatred was naturally engraved in his heart. The most important thing now was to find a way to break it. "Wake up!" he shouted again. This time, the God Slayer sword directly used its self-consciousness. Su Yan's consciousness was immediately awakened. When Su Yan woke up, he discovered that there was a dusky figure in front of him. However, as soon as Su Yan woke up, he knew that it was the God Slayer's sword. The God Slayer's sword. Su Yan was shocked at first. When the God Slayer sword was in control of this body, he knew nothing about the outside world. At this time, the God Slayer sword directly said to Su Yan, "All right, Su Yan, let's not waste time talking nonsense. You just need to know that you and I are in an extremely dangerous situation." He directly pointed his finger, and everything flashed through Su Yan's mind like flowing water. "What do I need to do?" Su Yan asked directly. He was not an idiot. Since the God Slayer's sword had awakened him at this time, then there must be something he could help with. "Very smart. Right now, I really do need you and me to work together. These old dragons are working together to scheme against me. If we're not careful, you and I will be doomed eternally. It's fine if it's me. I've been through countless deaths, and I still have the power to protect myself. But you're different, so I don't need to say more about the seriousness of the situation." Su Yan immediately nodded. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had the heart of the great demon dragon in his body meant that these dragons would definitely not let him go. "Let's not waste time talking nonsense," Su Yan said again. He did not know what this guy was thinking. Even at this time, he still had so much nonsense to say. The God Slayer sword did not care about Su Yan's attitude. "Sword soul. There's a sword soul in your body. I need its power." The God Slayer sword's words made Su Yan's heart sink. Long ago, he had suspected that the God Slayer sword entering his body was probably related to the regal sword soul. However, at that time, he did not understand at all. The God Slayer sword was so powerful, and although the regal sword soul was unparalleled compared to the God Slayer sword, it did not seem to be much. "Your regal sword soul contains the rules of heaven and earth that I have never seen before, so it's extremely precious to me. Let's work together. For now, let me temporarily control the regal sword soul and merge with this sword soul. This will let my understanding of the rules of heaven and earth rise to another level." The God Slayer sword could release at this time was not very powerful. At least, this kind of power was not enough to let him escape from the attacks of the 3 Dragon Kings. If he did not escape at this time, when the 7 Dragon Kings arrived, he would really have no chance at all. Hearing this, Su Yan frowned at first. The regal sword soul was his foundation. It had almost merged with his soul. If he let him control the regal sword soul, It was equivalent to letting him control his own soul. This was a very dangerous thing to do. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I will teach you the Godslayer sword technique. I know that you have many powerful techniques, and they're all first-class things. Moreover, you seem to have obtained a powerful sword technique from the Sword Soul, but this is far from enough. If you can merge my Godslayer sword technique with the sword technique in the Sword Soul, then you will definitely be able to walk a new path. At this point, Su Yin was already a little tempted. Just as he said, if he could completely master this sword technique and then integrate it, then he could create a new and different domain. However, he still had concerns in his heart, which was the previous point. At this time, the Godslayer sword immediately understood his concerns, so it said, I know you are worried, but you don't need to worry. I can't take over your soul. Do you know why the red sword box was able to seal me back then? When the Godslayer sword said this, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. He immediately knew that what the Godslayer sword was going to say next was the secret of the Godslayer sword. The material that the red sword box was made of was a fragment of me back then. My sword body, even at my level, still has flaws. That is, it is limited by the body. In the battle back then, my whole body was shattered, leaving only the sword will, but I never thought that there would still be fragments. This fragment was collected by the people of the Stupa sect and forged into the red sword box to suppress my will. So, as long as the red sword box exists, then I can't have an independent soul, and I can't attack the red sword box. At this time, the Godslayer sword told Su Yin its Achilles heel. However, Su Yin was also shocked. The Godslayer sword was so powerful, but during the ancient war, it was still beaten to pieces. One could only imagine how fierce the war back then was. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, the war back then is not something you can understand now. Make a decision quickly. I can't hold on for much longer. If you hesitate, then we will all be in trouble. Okay, I promise you. In fact, at this time, Su Yin had no choice but to gamble. Also, when I start to use my power, do your best to stimulate the great demonic dragon's heart. The great demonic dragon's power has the ability to suppress these insects. Also, you don't have to worry. After this, I will use the regal sword soul to suppress the great demonic dragon's will. I won't let the great demonic dragons will dominate your body. After the Godslayer sword finished speaking, it directly went to Su Yan's regal sword soul. At this time, Su Yan directly urged the regal power and began to fuse it with the Godslayer sword. Su Yan and the Godslayer sword communicated for a few breaths of time. During these few breaths of time, the Godslayer sword was in even more danger. Its protective light could not last much longer. More importantly, in a distant place, the aura of the fourth Dragon King could be felt. Chapter 877. Girl Literature. If the fourth Dragon King arrived, the Godslayer sword and Su Yan would have no chance at all. This made the three Dragon Kings feel a lot more at ease. But at this moment, a divine light bloomed in Su Yan's eyes. This radiance was even more terrifying than before. The dragon breaths of the three Dragon Kings were instantly blown away. Damn it! How can he still have such power? Although the three Dragon Kings were comparable to Dao Masters, they were still the strongest among Dao Masters. Anyone the Dragon Kings could be compared to Xue Xingchuan. But at this moment, their combined attack was directly blown away. Good chance, Su Yan, quick! The Godslayer sword borrowed the power of the revered sword soul to elevate its power to another level, finally breaking through the suppression in an instant. At this moment, it could already leave. But with the Godslayer sword's personality, how could it accept being schemed against like this? At this moment, it let Su Yan activate the power of the great demonic dragon for this very reason. Su Yan, today you and I will work together to kill the Dragon King. His speed reached the maximum in an instant, and he directly rushed toward the Fire Dragon King. The Godslayer sword was extremely domineering, and as soon as he had the chance, he immediately launched a counterattack. The Fire Dragon King was the most arrogant of all the Dragon Kings, so he would directly kill the Fire Dragon King. Su Yan received the Godslayer sword's thoughts and immediately began to use the great demonic dragon's aura. At this moment, the great demonic dragon's heart beat violently. After Su Yin broke through the dragon breaths of the three dragon kings, he directly rushed toward the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King was not surprised but delighted. Being able to break through the seal of their dragon breaths had already surprised them. If the body controlled by the God-Slayer sword chose to flee, it would not be good for them. After all, they were not confident that they could catch up to it. But now he actually wanted to kill him. If it was any other time, he would still be a little afraid. But now that the Dragon King was here, he just had to endure for a while, and there would be no danger at all. With his strength, it was still possible for him to get through the beginning. After all, although he was at a disadvantage when fighting the God-Slayer sword, he didn't lose in the end. Quick, surround and kill him. At this moment, his will leaked out. But it was at this moment that Su Yin, who was wearing a ghost face, had already reached his depth. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King spewed out terrifying flames. At this moment, the endless flames directly transformed into a strange dragon shield. I'd like to see how your outdated divine sword is going to unleash my raging flame, revolving dragon shield. This item had taken him countless years to finally condense. Although it was a shield, it was actually more like armor. It could be changed according to his will. It took him so many years to condense countless precious materials, so it was naturally no small matter. It would not be much of a problem to block the God-Slayer sword attack. But just as he was full of confidence, a powerful black aura suddenly appeared. That aura was very strange and very terrifying. The moment it appeared, it broke through the aura of the raging flame, revolving dragon shield. This was something he did not expect at all. How is this possible? What kind of aura is this? That powerful force kept rolling at this moment. Under his horrified gaze, the raging flame, revolving dragon shield was gradually broken. At this moment, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand turned into an extremely terrifying stream of light. Old dragon, you're courting death. Don't blame me. That powerful force kept rolling at this moment. At this moment, the shadow in the sky settled down, and that terrifying light kept changing. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King could not believe it at all, because the God-Slayer sword had already pierced into his body. This is the Great Demonic Dragon. The Great Demonic Dragon's aura. At this moment, he finally felt it. Although he had never seen the Great Demonic Dragon in his life, there were memories of it in their bloodline. At least you have some knowledge. But it's a pity that you still have to die. God Punisher's voice was so cold. That Fire Dragon King still could not believe it at this moment. How could he die? His body was so tyrannical, so strong and sturdy. But under such a sword, his life force was fading away. You dare to plot against me, so you naturally have to pay a price. The sword aura rushed into the Dragon King's body. Even the Dragon King began to collapse under the terrifying power of the God-Slayer sword. At this moment, Su Yan's hand directly pierced into the Dragon King's body. I'll take your dragon heart. The God-Slayer sword was indeed bold. At this moment, it actually dug out the Fire Dragon King's heart. After doing all this, he immediately left. In just a short while, those Dragon Kings had already arrived, and terrifying dragon auras directly rushed over. Although Su Yan's body had already left, at this moment, he still felt some impact. But in the end, these Dragon Kings did not leave the God-Slayer sword behind. The terrifying sword aura of the God-Slayer sword flashed and directly broke through space, then directly entered it. Before leaving, the God-Slayer sword's voice directly sounded. Those who betray me will be killed by me. Those who plot against me will definitely regret it. Its voice was even a little arrogant, but this time it escaped in the end. The Dragon Clan, a powerful clan, had finally failed to keep the deity slaying sword after all their painstaking calculations. Moreover, although God Punisher did not kill the blood-winged wyvern this time, it killed the Fire Dragon King. Compared to the Fire Dragon King, what was the blood-winged wyvern? Countless giant dragons roared continuously, feeling sad because their Dragon King had fallen. But unfortunately, their sadness had no meaning, and their anger could not be vented. At this moment, Su Yan finally left quietly. At this moment, in Su Yan's consciousness, the Godslayer's sword appeared in front of him again. But this time, it was even more gloomy. I've already said that I'll impart the Godslayer's sword technique to you, so I'll definitely do it. The Godslayer's sword suddenly flashed and then directly transmitted a thought. When this thought appeared, Su Yin suddenly felt a terrifying sword intent directly suppress him. At this moment, he almost thought that the Godslayer's sword wanted to kill him directly. But he quickly calmed himself down, because at this moment, he already knew that this was not the Godslayer's sword that wanted to kill him, but it wanted to manifest its sword intent. The so-called Godslayer sword technique was not a fixed method at all, but a sword intent. If Su Yin could really master this sword intent that could slay a deity, then his cultivation of the Tao of swords would definitely reach a new peak. Of course, he also knew very well that this sword intent was really too terrifying. He wanted to fully interpret this sword intent and even turn it into his own, who knew how much effort he would have to put in. Of course, at this moment, he was also fearless. After experiencing so many dangers and so many deaths, if he did not even dare to face this difficulty, then there was no need to talk about controlling his own fate. This time, although I escaped and killed the Dragon King this time, it didn't do me any good. Instead, it wasted too much power, so at this time I've become very weak. And I have to tell you that it's not just me, but you too. In order to be able to use more power, I forcibly changed the structure of your body with the Supreme Sword Chi. Although this can allow you to erupt with incomparable power in battle, after the Sword Chi dissipates, it has already caused a lot of damage. At this moment, he directly told Su Yin the truth. In fact, even if he did not say it, Su Yin could already feel it. At this moment, the injuries he suffered were too severe. Such a power attack almost took away Su Yan's life. No matter how powerful Su Yan's body was, it was definitely unable to withstand such a monstrous distortion. However, he also knew that at that time, he did not have the right to choose. The Godslayer sword was extremely domineering, so at this moment, he naturally would not do something like admitting his mistake. He said, "I know that you have 3 hearts in your body, and each of them was set up by a big shot, so such a heavy injury will not cause you to die. And this time, I've also given you compensation, which is this Fire Dragon King's heart. Before you fall asleep, I'll seal the power of this Fire Dragon King's heart directly into your body and let you slowly absorb it. Before you can completely digest this energy, your strength will definitely increase rapidly." Su Yan's cultivation had already increased very quickly, but if he had this Fire Dragon King's heart, then the increase would definitely be even faster. At this moment, Su Yan's situation was not good, so what he needed the most was a realm. At this point, the Godslayer swords will have begun to gradually weaken. This was also a blow to him. He did not expect that after so many years of reincarnation, he would be schemed against by a few Dragon Kings. He was a powerful existence that had killed a true god. Back then, the sword's body was directly melted by the divine blood because he had killed a true god, and in the end, only a small fragment was left in the Scarlet Sword case. But it was also because of this that his sword intent became even more ferocious. If the sword intent recovered to its peak and completely healed the damage caused by the divine blood curse, then it would definitely become extremely powerful. However, at this moment, he still had not recovered. So, today's battle had already caused him to accumulate and consume so much. At this moment, he had no choice but to continue to fall into a deep sleep. Of course, this was also a brand new opportunity for him, because this time, he temporarily controlled the revered sword soul. Naturally, he would not tell Su Yin that the Godslayer sword saw a brand new path from the revered sword soul. Chapter 878. Female Literature. Su Yan's current state was definitely unprecedentedly bad. Just as the Godslayer sword said to him, when the sword Qi left his body, he was almost crippled. His body and physique had been distorted. Of course, his strength was still very strong. Even at this point, he had already turned the situation around. But at this time, if he wanted to recover, it would take a long time. More importantly, he was still in the middle of the spatial turbulence. The spatial turbulence was constantly surging. The power of the Fire Dragon King's heart was sealed into his body by the Godslayer's sword. Even for Su Yan at this time, the power of the Fire Dragon King was enormous, like a huge treasure trove. If it weren't for the power of the Fire Dragon King constantly nourishing Su Yan's body, Su Yan would be in an even more miserable state. In just an instant, the sound of space shattering was heard again. Obviously, this time, Su Yan was out of danger again. At this time, the will of the Godslayer's sword had completely dissipated, and Su Yan's body was once again under his control. But at this moment, it wasn't exactly true to say that he was in control, because he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. If there was a word to describe Su Yan at this time, it would be dispirited. Su Yan didn't know where he was at this time. He could only feel the waves gently licking his body, and a bone-chilling power was seeping into his body. This coldness came from the seawater. But even if his body was extremely weak at this time, even if he had almost lost all his strength, no matter how weak Su Yan was, the essence of his body was far beyond that of ordinary people. So at this moment, it was impossible for him to feel cold. But at this time, he felt like this, which could only mean that there was something strange about the seawater. At this moment, all the scenes once again appeared in his mind. Under the dominating power of the Godslayer's sword, he and the Dragon King began their battle. The powerful dragon aura was so terrifying. Even though the Godslayer's sword was an extremely terrifying existence, compared to the Dragon King, the difference was too great. This difference was not in terms of combat power, but in terms of physique. The reason why the Godslayer's sword was having such a hard time in this battle, and needed to use the revered sword soul in the end, was because Su Yan's body was not strong enough. If Su Yan's body was strong enough, the Godslayer's sword wouldn't have to worry about him. Neither he nor the Godslayer's sword would be in such a miserable state. Su Yan knew that he absolutely could not lie in the sea forever. Otherwise, the cold air would directly penetrate into his body. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter much if the cold air entered the body. But at this time, it was different. At this moment, he was injured, and his body could not be stimulated too much. Su Yan took 2 deep breaths, and then used all the strength in his body to make his body squirm. Indeed, at this time, he was already extremely pitiful. His body could only be described as squirming. Usually, he would never have thought that he would be so miserable. However, Su Yan had never been a person who liked to complain. Instead, he had the mentality of since he was already here, now that he had reached this point, there was no way to complain. Since complaining was useless, he would work hard to move forward. In the face of survival, people could always explode with great potential. Moreover, this person was Su Yan, who often struggled on the edge of life and death. It took Su Yan half an hour to cover the short distance of 20 meters. It was only when he was really far away from the sea that he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the situation at this time was still very dangerous. After all, the current situation was much better than before. At this moment, light footsteps were heard. Su Yan really wanted to know if the person who appeared was an enemy. Unfortunately, moving his body previously consumed too much of his energy. He had already woken up from a seriously injured state, and now his condition was even worse. Therefore, he completely lost his consciousness and directly fainted. At this moment, darkness replaced everything. There were a few women who came to Su Yan's side. They wore the same uniform and were obviously disciples of the same sect. Moreover, these 5 women were all very extraordinary. Not to mention their beauty, just the unique aura that was emitted from their bodies made people know that they were definitely not weak in terms of cultivation. Among them, the leader was an expert in Dragon Realm Level 7. Senior sister, this person is still alive. What should we do? At this moment, the most petite woman walked to Su Yan's side. She stretched out her hand to check Su Yan's breathing and felt his pulse. Immediately, she knew that Su Yan was still alive. Therefore, she directly asked her senior sister. Her senior sister pondered for a moment, then said, "Since he's still alive, let's bring him back. The Heartless Sea can't just leave him in the lurch. However, you must also pay attention to this person. If he wakes up, You must not let him do anything. Once his injuries have recovered, immediately send him away from the sea of despair. The heartless sea. If Su Yan was still conscious at this moment, when he heard this, he would definitely be very excited. Back then, when he was on the Demon Island, he asked the woman called Xiao Qian for information about the love goddess. At that time, Xiao Qian told him that it was in the Heartless Sea. The Heartless Sea was a very mysterious place. Su Yan did not know where it was. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up in this place. Yes, since their senior sister had given the order, they would naturally do as she said. They directly carried Su Yan and walked towards the inner part of the island. In the depths of the Heartless Sea, a beautiful woman was dancing with a sword in her hand. Her sword technique could not be considered exquisite, it was only ordinary. However, when she waved the sword in her hand, every move was filled with an indescribable rhythm. It was an indescribable principle. The women from before were also very beautiful fairies, and each had their own unique characteristics. In terms of appearance, this woman might not necessarily be better than them. However, there was a unique rhythm on her body. It was a type of aura. No one knew how to describe it, but if one saw it, they would be attracted to it. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. Junior Sister Ling Er, your cultivation has improved rapidly. I'm afraid you'll catch up to me soon. Hearing this voice, Chu Linger stopped cultivating. This beautiful woman was Chu Linger. Back then, she was the palace master of the Monster Palace, a beautiful woman who was later taken away by the goddess of love. Back in 5 counties, she was a very outstanding person. Among the younger generation, she was definitely a top figure. However, later on, she disappeared, making Su Yan unable to pursue her. One of the reasons why Su Yan came to the 9 provinces was to find Chu Linger. After all, Chu Linger was already his wife. However, Su Yan had stayed here for such a long time, but he did not know how to find Chu Linger. He would never have thought that he would be so close to Chu Linger at this time. Senior sister, you must be joking. Your cultivation has already reached the level of a 2 essences venerable, and I'm not even a venerable. How can I catch up to you? Chu Linger chuckled. Although her senior sister's exaggeration made her happy, she was not someone who would be paralyzed by joy. She clearly knew how big the gap between her and her senior sister was. Her cultivation path was still very far away. At this time, the beautiful senior sister said, "That's because junior sister's background is not good. If you grew up in the passionless sea, then your cultivation would definitely surpass mine. Master's Book of the Unruffled Emotions is a top secret technique in this world, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. However, you were able to cultivate it to such a level in 1 or 2 days. If I'm not wrong, you should be able to reach the venerable realm in 1 or 2 days, right?" In the 9 provinces, the goddess of love's name was actually not known by many people. However, many experts knew another name, and that was the passionless fairy. These 4 words were extremely heavy for many experts, even Tao sovereigns. This was because the passionless fairy's cultivation was truly too profound. Moreover, her bloodline was passed down from generation to generation, and there would not be many conflicts with this senior sister. Generation after generation, the strength of the passionless sea became even more terrifying. Even the 10 great sects would not easily provoke them. Of course, even if they wanted to, it would be very difficult. This was because the passionless sea was simply too mysterious. It had always been hidden and did not interact with the outside world. After Chu Linger came to the passionless sea, she began to cultivate diligently. She did not know if it was because of fate or because her cultivation talent was simply too strong. In the sea of consciousness where she cultivated this cultivation method, she was able to do it in one go. In just a few years, she had already pushed her cultivation to this point. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before her cultivation would rise to an even higher level. Just as the senior sister said, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, she would be able to start her tribulation to reach the venerable realm. The venerable realm was very important, as it was a true high-end battle force. Unless it was a heaven-defying existence like Su Yan, what was a dragon realm expert in front of a venerable? At this time, the senior sister was suddenly stunned. Chu Linger asked, "Senior sister, what happened?" The sister Fu smiled and said, "It's nothing. When Xiao Dai and the others were patrolling, they found a man by the sea and brought him back. Xiao Dai's heart is too soft. She clearly knows that Master does not like men, but she still brought him back." Chapter 879. Female Literature. To this senior sister, being kind was not a good thing. To this senior sister, everyone could be a man-eating tiger. At this time, if one couldn't find their position, they would only put themselves in danger. This was the endless azure sea, so of course there was no problem. No one could be presumptuous in the endless azure sea, but if Xiao Dai was still like this outside, it would be dangerous. Junior sister, you should comprehend well first. Becoming a venerable isn't a small matter. This step is very important. The quality of the foundation is very important. I will take a look first to see if there's a spy. Sister Fu was still worried. She wanted to go take a look herself. Compared to those inexperienced junior sisters, her eyes were much sharper. She could quickly see through the man's intentions. If he was just an ordinary person in trouble, then the endless azure sea would not be so heartless. They would definitely let him go after settling him down. However, if this guy was someone with bad intentions, then don't blame her for being heartless. Xiao Dai couldn't bear to kill, but she couldn't go. At this time, Chu Linger suddenly said, "Senior sister, I'll go with you. Coincidentally, there are some small problems with my cultivation, so I need to relax." Hearing Chu Linger's words, she smiled and said, Okay, you're right. Sometimes when it comes to cultivation, more haste, less speed. Anyway, you're already a venerable. No matter what, the door is here and it won't run away. Then come with me. I know you came from the 5 counties and used to be a princess. I'm sure your vision isn't bad. Come with me. After Sister Fu finished speaking, she grabbed Chu Linger's hand and walked towards the outer island. Su Yin was moved to the bed, and the girls began to take care of him. But gradually, these women suddenly discovered that they were actually unable to get close to Su Yin. "Senior sister, what's going on? Why can't I touch his body?" The woman with the weaker cultivation immediately asked. At this time, the woman named Xiao Dai said, "That's spirit qi. This man's cultivation is not bad." At this time, his spirit qi began to circulate on its own and heal his injuries. This man is also very powerful. When I checked his body earlier, I found that his injuries were unimaginably serious. I don't know how many bones in his body were displaced, and some were even broken. But in just a short while, these injuries began to heal directly. At this moment, Xiao Dai was really surprised. She had never thought that a person's recovery ability could be so strong. It had only been a short while since they had discovered him, but his injuries had already healed by about 10%. This kind of self-healing speed was incomparably terrifying. However, this was also a good thing. Since she had already saved him, she naturally didn't want this young man to die just like that. At this time, there were other junior sisters outside the door who helped her bring in the medicine and some healing tools. "Senior sister Xiao Dai, so this man's cultivation should be very powerful?" the woman from before asked. Xiao Dai nodded and said, "Of course he's powerful. If he wasn't powerful, even if his injuries were only half healed, he would have died." This was something that didn't need to be said. At this time, the woman still didn't fully understand, but since her senior sister said that he was powerful, then he must be really powerful. However, was it really a good thing to wake up such a powerful man? What if this man wasn't a good person? What if he had evil intentions in his heart? At this moment, the young and pessimistic woman's imagination began to run wild, imagining all the possible things that could happen. At this time, Xiao Dai didn't pay attention to her junior sister's nagging anymore. Of course, what this junior sister said could happen, but she forgot that this was the Heartless Sea after all. There are many senior sisters with powerful cultivations here. Even though the master wasn't here these days, there were still many martial uncles. Although martial uncles, Xi's cultivation wasn't invincible. Not everyone could be impudent in front of them. Therefore, at this time, she decided to save Su Yin. Thus, she began to quietly apply the needles. She was such a quiet person. When she began to calm down, it seemed that this senior sister also began to quiet down. time passed little by little, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her delicate forehead. This time, it was extremely difficult to apply the needles because Su Yan's body was protected by a layer of spiritual qi. This spiritual qi was naturally a good thing in normal times. Even now, it was still so. However, if she relied on Su Yan's own qi to recover, she was afraid that it would take a lot of time. More importantly, if she relied on instinctive recovery, many things wouldn't be very easy to solve, and it would even leave a lot of sequelae. Xiao Dai was a woman from a medical family. As the saying goes, doctors have a benevolent heart. This beautiful woman had a beautiful and kind heart. She couldn't bear to see someone suffer like this. Therefore, at this time, she made up her mind to treat Su Yan. In order to let the golden needles smoothly enter Su Yan's body, she had to suppress Su Yan's spiritual qi. Fortunately, the spiritual qi at this time was only shallow. If Su Yan's spiritual qi exploded at full force, this woman definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Unknowingly, time passed. Under Xiao Dai's unremitting efforts, Su Yan's true qi became more and more flowing. In the beginning, the flow of true qi was simply dry. However, at this time, it had become a smooth stream. However, this made a problem even more urgent. Su Yan's spiritual qi became more and more vigorous. Xiao Dai's spiritual qi was already somewhat unable to withstand it. This wasn't just a confrontation. She also had to spend time and effort to control the precision of the silver needles. This kind of treatment was the most exhausting. Suddenly, she frowned. At this time, a strong aura suddenly exploded. She only had time to scream before her whole body flew backward like a butterfly. It turned out that she couldn't withstand the strong force and was sent flying. How dare you hurt a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood? At this time, a cold and angry voice was heard. Then, a strong qi directly passed through the door and bombarded Su Yan, who was lying on the bed. It turned out that Sister Fu had arrived at this time. It was also a coincidence that she came just in time to see Xiao Dai fly out. At this time, no matter who it was, they would think that Xiao Dai was injured, which was why she was sent flying at this time. Sister Fu had a high status among the many disciples. Moreover, her cultivation was profound. In the absence of the master and the secluded cultivation of the martial uncle, she was half the palace master. At this time, she naturally didn't show any mercy. She directly hit Su Yan with her palm. This palm strike of hers was extremely powerful. Her cultivation was high to begin with. She was a venerable expert and a two essences venerable. Moreover, she had a preconceived notion that her junior sister was being bullied. Therefore, she didn't show any mercy when she attacked. However, at this time, two voices sounded at the same time. "Senior sister, please show mercy." One was Xiao Dai's voice, while the other was Chu Linger's voice. However, the palm had already struck out, and their cries were already too late. Sister Fu saw that Su Yan was still lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She immediately knew that she had misunderstood. However, she had already struck out with her palm, and it was impossible for her to retract her palm power. She secretly scolded herself for being reckless. However, at this time, she had no other choice. Just when she thought that her palm would kill Su Yan, or at the very least, severely injure Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the unconscious Su Yan strangely turned around and dodged her attack. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were still closed. However, he actually dodged Sister Fu's attack. Seeing this scene, Senior Sister Fu was also bewildered. To be honest, she still didn't believe that this was real. This was because she was certain that Su Yan was still unconscious at this moment. However, the bed under Su Yan's body that had already turned into powder reminded her that she had indeed attacked. However, this young man had relied on his instincts to dodge her attack. Such an ability was simply unfathomable. She was extremely shocked. At this time, her expression turned ugly again. Of course, she didn't feel embarrassed because her attack was dodged. Instead, it was because of Su Yan. Even if he was unconscious, he could rely on his instincts to dodge her attack. Then, how strong was this man's battle awareness? People like this were all people who had experienced countless battles. After going through so many battles, there was no need to say anything to know that he was definitely a fugitive. While she was deep in thought, a figure had already walked to Su Yan's side. After dodging that blow, Su Yan was already lying straight on the ground. At this time, he was still unconscious. The woman who walked to his side wasn't Xiao Dai, but Chu Linger. At this time, Chu Linger's expression was strange. There was joy, nostalgia, and worry. In short, all kinds of emotions appeared on her face at the same time. However, the higher the cultivation of the women in the Palace of Cold Blood, the more they shouldn't be like this. At this time, Sister Fu's expression was ugly. This man was Chu Linger's old acquaintance, and Chu Linger had feelings for him. When Master brought Chu Linger over, she vaguely knew some things about Chu Linger. However, when one cultivated the Jade Maiden's unruffled emotions, they would cast aside their feelings. However, looking at Chu Linger now, she didn't look like she had cast aside her feelings. At this time, the only thing she wanted to do was to kill Su Yan. Chu Ling was currently at the most critical moment of her breakthrough. If Su Yan were to affect her state of mind, then her cultivation would most likely be delayed. Chapter 880. Female Literature. Sister Fu's murderous intent rose, but Su Yan was still oblivious to it. Although he had instinctively avoided the previous attack, it was undeniable that his injuries had become more serious. Of course, if he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. Unfortunately, what he lacked the most was time. Sister Fu would not give him time. Sister Fu was a decisive person. Such a person was extremely confident in her judgment. In just a short period of time, he could already tell that his junior sister was deeply in love with the disciple in front of him. If she was just an ordinary person, this would not be a big deal. It could even become a story of an infatuated man and woman reuniting after a long separation. Unfortunately, this was the Sea of Cold Blood. In the Palace of Cold Blood, there was absolutely no room for romantic feelings. The Enchantress of Love was just another person's acne. Her real name was the Fairy of Cold Blood. Using Heartless as his name, it could be seen how much this person hated the current situation. In her opinion, this matter could not be known by her master. Sister Fu took great care of Chu Linger. Firstly, Chu Linger was extremely talented. These few days, she was about to reach the venerable level. As long as she succeeded, the Palace of Cold Blood strength would increase again. After all, it was not easy to reach the venerable level. Although there were many venerables in the Limitless Demon sect, they were all from different backgrounds. There were not many who were truly from the 3 great halls of the Limitless Demon sect. As for the other 10 great sects, they strictly followed their own traditions. At most, they would have some venerables. Moreover, Chu Linger's potential was extremely shocking. To her, becoming a one-origin venerable was not the end. Instead, it was just a starting point. As long as she was given time, she would definitely improve even more. Previously, the Fairy of Cold Blood had vaguely revealed that this junior sister had the potential to become a Dao Venerable. If the Palace of Cold Blood produced a Dao Venerable, then its strength would be unparalleled. Therefore, no matter what, she would not allow this man to mess with her heart. Furthermore, the Palace of the Cold-Blooded had a very heavy punishment for those who acted on their own desires. Although the Heartless Fairy was usually kind, she would never forgive anyone who crossed her bottom line. Even Chu Linger would not be accommodated. Chu Linger was usually very pleasing to her, so she naturally didn't want to see this happen. Instead of letting his junior sister suffer, he might as well kill the source of the cholera. This was her way of dealing with people. Even if little junior sister would hate her for this, she believed that little junior sister would understand her painstaking efforts. Moreover, as long as little junior sister could become a Dao Master, so what if she hated him? Since she had already made her decision, she would not hesitate. At this moment, she directly attacked. A gust of wind flashed past, and a cold light shot towards Su Yan's body. Even if this guy's battle prowess was shocking, she did not believe that he could dodge her cold star finger under such circumstances. Her attack was so sudden that Chu Linger couldn't react in time. By the time she realized it, it was already too late to stop her. However, at this moment, Xiao Dai unexpectedly made her move. At this moment, a small spirit disk of willpower appeared. The spirit disk seemed to flutter lightly, but in reality, its speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with the streak of starlight. With a crisp sound, the spirit disk immediately dissipated. However, the spirit disk had finally done its job. The moment the spirit disk dissipated, the streak of cold light also slowed down and weakened. At this moment, Chu Linger suddenly attacked again, finally blocking the light. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" The two girls asked at almost the same time. Sister Fu naturally would not reveal her plan. She only said, "This man's origin is unknown, and he is clearly not an ordinary person. Perhaps he has ulterior motives towards our heartless sea. This kind of person should be killed." Her voice was cold. Previously, Xiao Dai had blocked her attack, but she did not have the slightest intention of stopping. She shouted, "Xiao Dai, don't attack anymore. I know that you have a kind heart, but in this world there are not many kind people, especially this kind of man. So, you can't attack anymore." She understood Xiao Dai's temperament very well. She knew that this junior sister of hers was a kind person. Her previous attack was definitely not because she wanted to go against her, but because she could not bear to see her kill people. However, she was too kind. There were many things that did not go as she wished. At this moment, Chu Linger said, "Senior sister, please be merciful. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Since I've already followed Master here, I've completely severed my past. It's just that he's an old friend of mine, so I was momentarily emotional." In the end, Chu Linger was a smart person. In just a moment, she had already guessed her senior sister's thoughts. She felt helpless in her heart. Of course, she couldn't hate her. She knew that this senior sister of hers was doing this for her own good. Of course, she also knew her own situation. Although the Heartless Fairy liked her a lot and wanted to pass on her legacy, there were some things that she would not back down on. Chu Linger glanced at Su Yan and sighed in her heart. Originally, she thought that she would never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. Who would have thought that they would meet again at this time? This was truly a sin. However, perhaps it was fate that made fools of people. At this time, it was better to reminisce than to meet. It was not that he no longer existed in her heart, but that things were different now. She was no longer the palace master of the Monster Palace, and Su Yin was no longer the young powerhouse who rose to prominence in the Monster Palace. In the world of the 9 provinces, Chu Linger's vision was far too long-term. When she was in the Monster Palace, her mother was still there. At that time, the Monster Palace already had many hidden dangers. However, she always felt that the sky would not fall. Her mother's cultivation was already at the top of the Monster Palace. Even the 5 counties, there were not many who could defeat her. Unfortunately, the people of the Limitless Demon Sect came and took away Lu Lan from her mother's hands. Her mother was also seriously injured and died. At that time, she already knew that she had been too shallow in the past. In this world, danger was everywhere. What did her cultivation count for? After arriving in the world of the 9 provinces, the shock was even stronger, to the point that it made her despair. Chu Linger still had many fantasies about the past. However, in the face of reality, she finally gave up on the hope in the bottom of her heart. From then on, she began to cultivate with all her might. At that time, she threw away all the thoughts in her heart, leaving only the one and only in her heart. It was also because of this that her cultivation speed was very fast. Because at that time, her thoughts were too similar to those of the Palace of Cold Blood. In addition, her talent was very strong. When people who were obsessed with doing things with all their might, they would bravely move forward without any scruples. However, she never would have thought that at this time, Su Yin would appear in front of her again. Many times, if there was really no hope, then perhaps everything in the past would be forgotten. However, when that person appeared in front of you again, then not only would everything not be dull, but it would also become more intense. This was longing. Originally, Chu Linger thought that she had completely given up on it, but the moment she saw Su Yin, she realized that it was just to numb her. However, at this time, she also realized one thing. That was at this moment, she absolutely could not reveal these emotions. What she needed to do was to deceive herself and, at the same time, deceive her own senior sister. Otherwise, her senior sister would kill Su Yin. She could make herself sad and cry, but she did not want Su Yin to be hurt because of this. I no longer have the same longing for him as before, so please don't kill him. Chu Linger said very calmly, but with great determination. Sister Fu looked at Chu Linger. To be honest, at this time, she did not want Su Yin to continue living, to be able to become a venerable. How could one be soft-hearted? Perhaps this was very unfair to this young man, called Su Yin. But so what? Living in such a world, there was no such thing as fairness. She could only blame his bad luck for appearing in front of her. Unfortunately, now was the best time to kill Su Yin. If not for Xiao Dai's obstruction, Su Yin might have already died. But now, Chu Linger was looking at her like this. She wanted to continue attacking, but it was not good. Ling, you must remember your words. No matter what, you are a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood. You must know the rules of the Palace of Cold Blood. Sister Fu looked at Chu Linger and said. Chu Linger nodded and then said with a smile, Senior sister, don't worry. I naturally understand. I will not let down Master's expectations. Just now, after seeing Su Yin, my state of mind had a breakthrough, so later, I will go into seclusion to break through to the venerable realm. Hearing this, Sister Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, she knew that this was her junior sister's promise to her. The Jade Maiden Unruffled Love Manual was the top mental cultivation method of the Palace of Cold Blood. After mastering it, its power was immense. Similarly, unless a one-origin venerable had a special background, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a venerable who cultivated the Jade Maiden Unruffled Love Manual. There was naturally a special reason why this cultivation method could make a cultivator so powerful. The most important point was the Unruffled Love Manual. Those who cultivated this cultivation method would see their own feelings more and more lightly. When they reached the venerable realm, this effect would become more obvious. Chapter 881. Female Literature. As long as Chu Linger really reached this level, then no matter how unwilling she was, she would not have any more thoughts. With such a declaration, she finally gave up on the idea of killing Su Yin. She was a smart person. How could she not know that if she insisted on killing Su Yin, it would only produce the opposite of the result? She had already missed the best opportunity, so there was no point in being stubborn. In the end, all she wanted was for her junior sister to cultivate peacefully. As for Su Yan's life or death, it really did not have much to do with her. At this point, she let out a long sigh and said directly, All right, since that's the case, I won't do anything. But you have to remember your own words. You can't let down Master's painstaking efforts. Naturally, it's easy to ask for help from me, but Master won't do the same. After saying this, her gaze fell on Xiao Dai, and then she said, Xiao Dai, I know you have a pure nature, so I don't blame you. But you have to remember, when this man wakes up, let him leave immediately. Remember, don't tell her about Ling. Sister Fu looked at Xiao Dai very seriously. Xiao Dai said, Sister Fu, don't worry, I won't. She just did not want to see Su Yin get killed like this. As for the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yin, she really did not want to care about it. After Xiao Dai agreed, the other girls also nodded. Chu Linger looked at Su Yin before finally leaving. The night was finally over. The next day, dawn finally arrived. Xiao Dai went to Su Yan's room very early. Because Su Yan's condition was not good yesterday, she did not want to save Su Yin and let him die. So she came early in the morning to check on Su Yan's condition. Did you save me? Xiao Dai had just opened the door when a gentle voice entered her ears. She raised her head and found that Su Yin was sitting by the bed. Su Yan's expression was a bit tired, even a bit haggard. This was normal. After all, he had suffered such a serious injury. In fact, at this time, Su Yin woke up, which made Xiao Dai very surprised. Yesterday, she had already checked Su Yan's body and went to treat him. According to her most conservative estimate, it would take at least 5 days for Su Yin to wake up. However, in fact, it was only the second day that Su Yin woke up, which really surprised her. Since you have already woken up, You should know that your condition is very bad. Continuing to lie down is better for your body." Although he had woken up, it did not mean that his body had gotten better. If he directly got up at this time, it was very likely that it would affect his injury and make his condition worse. However, Su Yin smiled gently and said, "Miss, don't worry, my injury is no longer a big problem." As soon as Su Yin finished speaking, Xiao Dai immediately glared at him. "Nonsense! What do you mean by no big problem? Yesterday, your meridians were very messy. It is already a miracle that you can wake up today. How can there be no big problem?" She was proficient in medical skills and was very proficient in medical skills. She was extremely confident in her diagnosis. At this time, Su Yan's words were tantamount to denying her judgment. "Impossible. You don't know how serious your injury is. How can you recover from such an injury in such a short time? Hurry up and lie down." When she said this, her tone was full of toughness. At this time, Su Yan could only smile helplessly at this time. He knew that the other party had good intentions. So, in the end, he obediently lay down. Xiao Dai came to his side, then pressed on Su Yan's meridians and began to check Su Yan's body. However, this check really surprised her. Su Yan's pulse was beating very steadily, and his breath did not have any turbulence. If she hadn't seen with her own eyes that Su Yan was indeed unconscious yesterday, she wouldn't have believed that Su Yan was seriously injured before. At this time, Su Yan's body was a little weak, but there was no discomfort at all. "Miss, I have already said that I am fine." In any case, Xiao Dai's persistence and seriousness left a good impression on Su Yan. "But how is this possible? Yesterday, your injury was so serious that you almost collapsed." Even now, Xiao Dai was still unwilling to believe that there was actually such a strong person in this world. At the beginning, his injury had been very serious, but it had recovered in just 1 or 2 days. Su Yin smiled and said, "Although this is indeed a little unbelievable, my body has always been stronger than other people's." Su Yin was naturally aware of his own body's condition. Although the appearance of the Godslayer sword had caused his body to suffer a lot of damage, there was no construction without destruction. His body was already very strong, so if he continued to strengthen step by step, there would be a limit. But this time, the injury his body suffered was so serious that it could almost be described as tragic. However, the Godslayer sword directly killed the Fire Dragon King at the last moment, took out his heart, and directly refined the strong vitality of the heart into Su Yan's body. A Fire Dragon King was more powerful and terrifying than an ordinary Dao Master. The vitality of his heart was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. Even now, the consumption of this vitality was not even 1/10 of it. Su Yan's body was already abnormally strong. When he was injured, his 3 hearts would beat at the same time and then continuously send power into Su Yan's body. This made his recovery even more abnormal, and it was getting faster and faster. When Xiao Dai used the silver needle to guide Su Yan's recovery that day, she was already shocked by Su Yan's recovery power. But she didn't know that after she left, this recovery power became even more terrifying. Therefore, after only 1 night, Su Yan had already recovered. Of course, now he only recovered his body. He could stand up and walk, and even run, but it was impossible for him to directly start a fight. If at this time, Su Yan was surrounded by enemies, then Su Yan's situation would be even worse. Fortunately, the woman in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards him, and even saved him. But Su Yan himself didn't know that yesterday he had already wandered around the gates of hell. If Xiao Dai hadn't stopped him, even if he didn't immediately die under Sister Fu's palm, his injuries would definitely be more serious. At this time, Su Yan immediately discovered that Xiao Dai's aura seemed to be somewhat weak. This definitely wasn't because she didn't rest well, but rather because she was injured. He immediately said with a serious expression, "What's wrong, miss? You're actually injured? Can you tell me who injured you? Although I, Su Yan, am currently weak, once I recover, I will still have some fighting strength. If possible, I will help you end it." Su Yan didn't want to owe her a favor, but of course, this was only one of the reasons. Moreover, This woman was able to bring back a complete stranger like him, so she was truly a kind person. To be able to make a move on such a person, she obviously wasn't a good person. At this time, Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "Half of my injuries are due to you. If you can kill yourself, then I won't have any objections." Hearing her words, Su Yin could only bitterly smile. Although he didn't know what had happened, this woman wouldn't lie to him. Since she said so, then it was most likely the truth. Since when had he become so impulsive, wanting to fight and kill without even understanding the situation? At this moment, he began to warn himself that no matter what, he couldn't be so arrogant. However, after a while, he came back to his senses. After talking with this woman for so long, he didn't even know her name. This was simply too much. As such, Su Yin directly asked, "May I ask for Mrs. Name?" "That's right, I have a few spirit-returning pills, which are holy medicines for healing injuries." The spirit-returning pills were from the Taihang sword faction, and although they couldn't compare to the Huanjin pill, they were still extremely precious medicines. Of course, Su Yin didn't need them. He had the Dragon King's life energy in his body, which was more useful than any medicinal pill. "Just call me Xiao Dai. Your spirit-returning pills are indeed quite useful. Since that's the case, I'll accept them." Xiao Dai's mind was clear, and she wasn't affected by many of the rules and regulations of the secular world. She loved medicine and yearned for the way of alchemy, so when Su Yin took out the pills, she was delighted and accepted them. However, if Su Yin had only taken out ordinary gold and silver, she definitely wouldn't have accepted them. "So it's Miss Xiao Dai. Many thanks for saving my life." Su Yin once again expressed his gratitude, and these words came from the bottom of his heart. However, Xiao Dai didn't have any reaction. She only said, "That's not necessary. If possible, can you give me a drop of your blood?" Su Yin was stunned. He had never heard of someone asking for his own blood when asking for a thank you gift. It had to be known that this world was filled with extremely powerful forces. Many strange methods could be used. After obtaining Su Yan's blood, she could even directly use all kinds of strange curse techniques. At that time, perhaps Su Yan wouldn't even know how he died one day. However, after being stunned for a while, Su Yan still cut his fingertip and let the blood flow directly. Su Yan's blood didn't look special, except that the color was a little red. There was nothing special. However, at this time, Xiao Dai's expression was incomparably dignified. Chapter 882. Female Literature. She had seen a lot of blood, including the blood of many powerful monsters. When she saw Su Yan's blood, her breathing became a little chaotic. It's really hard to imagine that your body actually contains such a powerful and terrifying power. No wonder you can recover so quickly. At this moment, she gently stretched out her hand, and her power gently floated. Su Yan's blood also began to change little by little. But at this moment, Su Yan's blood suddenly began to burn. At this moment, she was really surprised. The blood had clearly left Su Yan's body, but it still seemed to have its own life. When she was about to permeate her spiritual power, the blood actually began to flow naturally. It was also the first time that Su Yin discovered such a change in his blood. At this moment, Su Yin said, "Miss Xiao Dai, do you still need some?" At this moment, Xiao Dai had already recovered. Her gaze fell on Su Yan's face, and an extremely hot light flashed in her eyes. But in the next moment, this light had already dimmed. Then she said, "No need. Many things can't be forced." Su Yin was a little confused by her. He couldn't understand why she was suddenly so depressed when she was fine before. But it was always a good thing that she didn't need his blood. He also didn't want to be treated like an animal and taken for blood experiments. At this moment, Xiao Dai said, "I originally thought that you wouldn't wake up today, but since you've already woken up, I will prepare food for you. But you have to remember, in this place, don't ask too much and don't say too much. After your injuries are healed, quickly leave." After Xiao Dai finished speaking, she directly turned and left. But at this moment, Su Yan's expression was a little strange. Why does Miss Xiao Dai's expression always give me a strange feeling? Also, when I was unconscious, I seemed to have heard a familiar voice. Su Yin felt that the voice he heard when he was unconscious was probably an illusion. However, such an illusion was a little too realistic. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't tell who the owner of the voice was. Finally, Su Yin sighed. Since he couldn't remember, he would just put it aside for the time being. Right now, he needed to rest well and recover his strength as soon as possible. It was a pity that Xiao Dai came and left so suddenly that Su Yin couldn't get any information from her. He didn't know how long it had been since the last battle, or whether he was in a place of life now. However, from Xiao Dai's words, Su Yin could tell that this place did not welcome outsiders. Although he did not know why, Su Yin had not reached the point where he had to pry into other people's secrets. Once his injuries were better, he would leave. After all, the trouble he had caused was not small. Not to mention whether the people from the Limitless Demon Sect would continue to pursue him. The threat of the Dragon Clan was already giving him a headache. Although he did not personally experience the battle, he already knew the strength of the Dragon King for the Godslayer sword. The strength of those Dragon Kings was too terrifying, especially when there were actually 7 Dragon Kings of such a level. Even if the Godslayer sword had already killed one, there were still 6 Dragon Kings left. Moreover, from what they said, it seemed that there was an existence even more powerful than the Dragon King in the Dragon Clan. If those powerful Dragon Clan members were to pursue him at this time, Su Yin would definitely die. After all, in the last battle, the Godslayer sword had already exhausted a lot of its power, and the sword spirit had directly fallen into a state of deep sleep. Although the Godslayer sword directly tore through space in the end, he could not guarantee that those Dragon Kings would not be able to track him here. For this reason, leaving as soon as possible was a good choice. Not long after, a woman came in to deliver food for Su Yin. Su Yin wolfed down everything, directly swallowing all the food. The woman did not speak. She would deliver as much as Su Yin needed. Of course, Su Yin's powerful digestive ability and huge appetite had already shocked her. Su Yin could see that this woman was looking at him as if she was looking at a monster. Of course, Su Yin did not care about this at all. 2 days later, Su Yin finally saw Xiao Dai. Miss Xiao Dai, long time no see. Seeing Xiao Dai, Su Yin was not exactly happy, but his heart finally relaxed a little. Xiao Dai was not in a hurry to speak. She just walked around Su Yin, then said, "You're really amazing. There's no longer any decadent aura in your body. I don't know how you did it, but since you've recovered, it's time to prepare to leave." Although he was already mentally prepared, Su Yin was still a little surprised that the other party directly asked him to leave. Of course, it was just a surprise. He stood up, then said with a smile, "Miss Xiao Dai, don't worry. I, Su Yin, am naturally not a scoundrel who won't leave, but in the end, there is no way to repay the kindness of saving my life." Although the other party had accepted his spirit-returning pill, Su Yin definitely did not think that it was enough. However, before he finished speaking, Xiao Dai had already said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. We only saved him in passing, and we definitely didn't think about asking for anything in return." At this moment, Su Yin really did not know what to say. After holding in for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, I understand. In that case, I'll leave now." During these 2 days, Su Yin's spiritual qi had recovered a lot. Although it could not be compared to when he was at his peak, it was at least 50%. As long as he was not unlucky enough to meet a venerable one, he believed that there would not be too much of a problem. Under Xiao Dai's lead, Su Yin quickly arrived at the seaside. When he arrived, Su Yin immediately realized that this place was not ordinary. At this moment, the terrifying coldness that he felt when he was unconscious once again appeared in his mind. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly asked, "Miss Xiao Dai, is this the Heartless Sea? There's no Bingshan nearby at all, but it's so cold." If this place was surrounded by Bingshan, then it was natural for it to be so cold. However, when Su Yin looked around, there was nothing but the vast sea. Not to mention Bingshan, there was not even a small ice pile. As such, he immediately thought of a place, and that was the Heartless Sea. Su Yin had once spent a lot of effort to inquire about this place. Although he did not know the location of this place, he finally found some clues about some of the characteristics of the Heartless Sea. He had been staying in the house for the past few days, so he did not think much about it. However, when he was about to leave the sea of consciousness, he suddenly thought of something. If this place was the Heartless Sea, then it seemed that the familiar voice from before was not an illusion. At this moment, Xiao Dai sighed and said, "What does it matter if this place is the Heartless Sea or not? Su Yan, you're just a passerby here. You came here by accident, and now that your injuries have recovered, you'll leave by accident. That's all." Xiao Dai's voice was still so calm, but the more it was so, the more Su Yan was sure of one thing. Chu Linger, Miss Xiao Dai. May I ask if you know a woman named Chu Linger? Su Yan looked at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. At this time, Xiao Dai finally said, "So what if I know her? Since you know about the Heartless Sea, then you must know my master's name as well. If you don't want to die, if you want Junior Sister Ling to live a better life, then you should leave." At this moment, a small boat quietly arrived. Seeing the boat in front of him, Su Yan's heart could not calm down. Leave just like that? How could this be? How could this be? It wasn't easy for him to reach the Heartless Sea and hear her voice, but he didn't even see her and left. How could Su Yan be willing to accept this? At this moment, Su Yan directly turned around with an extremely firm gaze. "Miss Xiao Dai." He did not say anything else, but Xiao Dai already knew what he wanted to say. At this moment, the woman behind Xiao Dai had already unsheathed her sword. "Su Yan, leave. I don't know what happened between you two in the past, but since Chu Linger has become a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood, then she will have nothing to do with you in the future." These words were ruthless, but how could Su Yan accept them? "Miss Xiao Dai, Su Yan must see Linger today. If you insist on stopping me, then I can only offend Su Yan." As he spoke, his powerful aura surged. At this moment, although Su Yan could only use 50% of his strength, his aura was very strong. Moreover, after the battle with the Dragon King, although his realm did not change, his accumulation had increased again, and his terrifying aura had increased by a lot. In order to see Chu Linger, Su Yan directly released his aura. In an instant, all of the women retreated backwards. Although their cultivations were not bad, they could not be compared to Su Yan. Under the pressure of Su Yan's aura, the women immediately retreated. At this moment, Su Yan was also helpless. This was because he really did not know what to do at this moment. If he attacked, the women were naturally not his match. However, did he really have the nerve to attack these women? Thinking of this, he finally sighed and said, "Forget it. Even if I ask you, you won't tell me. I'm also embarrassed to attack." In that case, Chapter 883, Female Literature. Su Yan took a deep breath, then suddenly shouted, "Linger, I am Su Yan. Linger, I am Su Yan. I am here to find you." Xiao Dai didn't expect Su Yan to do something like this. Her expression had already changed. This was the Palace of Cold Blood. Although they hadn't spent much time together, at least she didn't hate Su Yan. In addition, she already knew about the possible relationship between Su Yan and Chu Linger, so she hoped that Su Yan would leave as soon as possible. But she didn't expect that Su Yan would guess that this was the Palace of Cold Blood. Su Yan didn't hurt them, but he didn't give up either. At this moment, he actually went all out and started to circulate his spiritual energy, then started to roar. Su Yan's spiritual energy was incomparably powerful, and at this time, when he opened his throat, the rumbling sound was simply like the sound of thunder. The violent sound of thunder continued to reverberate, and his voice traveled far and wide. This time, the entire Palace of Cold Blood could hear Su Yan's voice. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "How dare you shout like this in the Palace of Cold Blood? You're courting death." That cold voice directly interrupted Su Yan's roar. At this moment, Xiao Dai's expression changed. That was Sister Fu's voice. Su Yan's actions had angered Sister Fu. Sister Fu had wanted to kill Su Yan back then. In her eyes, this man was just a detestable person who would ruin her junior sister's cultivation. If it weren't for Xiao Dai disrupting her plan and Chu Linger taking care of her, she would have killed Su Yan long ago. It was also because of Chu Linger's attitude that she finally agreed to let Su Yan treat his injuries first and leave. But now, Su Yan's actions made her want to kill him even more. Su Yan's actions clearly showed that he wanted to pester Chu Linger to the end. At this moment, Chu Linger had already started to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the next realm. If she was interrupted by this roar, then all her efforts would be for naught. Therefore, she didn't have any other thoughts at this moment. Her only thought was to cut the Gordian knot and kill Su Yan. The graceful sister Fu appeared in front of Su Yan. After she appeared, an extremely powerful aura. This aura immediately suppressed Su Yan's roar. Senior Sister Fu. At this time, when these women saw Senior Sister Fu arrive, they revealed a joyful expression. At this moment, Sister Fu looked straight at Su Yan and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Immediately leave the passionless sea and don't bother Junior Sister again. If you don't listen, then I'll kill you." Su Yan looked at this woman and felt the suppressed murderous intent from her body. Su Yan was very clear that this woman wasn't as kind as Xiao Dai. Since she said that she wanted to kill him, then she would definitely do it. But so what? Finding Chu Linger could be said to be one of Su Yan's obsessions. The so-called obsessions were the thoughts of never giving up. Of course, according to his original plan, he would first think of a way to save Lu Lan. After all, he didn't know about the situation at the Passionless Sea, but Lu Lan was imminent. However, he didn't expect that before he could see Lu Lan, he would already be at the Passionless Sea. At this moment, he was very sure that the dreamy voice from that day was Chu Linger's. After being separated for such a long time, he was bitterly searching for her. However, yesterday, Chu Linger was right next to him, but he fell into a coma. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he fall into a coma? However, this matter was already in the past. The current Su Yan naturally didn't have the ability to go back in time. The key was to grasp the present, so he had to see Chu Linger. It would have been fine if he didn't know where Chu Linger was, but now, he was certain that Chu Linger was here, so he wouldn't back down no matter what. Even if he was facing a venerable one, he wouldn't back down in the slightest. Senior, Su Yan went through untold hardships to get here. I don't have any other requests. I just want to see Linger once. Please help me. Even in the face of such a powerhouse, Su Yan still had no intention of backing down. However, at this moment, Fu Qinyu definitely wouldn't let Su Yan do as he wished. Her expression became even colder. Junior Chu is doing very well now, and I know that she doesn't want to see you now, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. I've already been very patient today, so I'll let you stand here and talk. The boat has already been prepared for you. As long as you get on the boat, you can leave the Passionless Sea directly. If you really want her best, then I advise you not to disturb her again. Fu Qinyu knew about the relationship between Su Yan and Chu Linger, and Chu Linger's previous behavior had already shown her attitude. Therefore, if possible, she didn't want to kill Su Yan. At the very least, she couldn't kill Su Yan in front of everyone. At this moment, she was already persuading him with kind words. However, if Su Yan really insisted on going his own way, then she would have no choice but to be a complete villain. At this moment, she saw Su Yan's eyes and knew that he wouldn't back down no matter what. Forget it. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Since you don't want to leave, then die here. She gently raised her hand, and countless forces gathered towards her palm. Although it was only for an instant, the aura gathered in her hand was extremely powerful. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He had already fought with many venerables, so he could distinguish the female senior's cultivation level. A two essences venerate. Of course, what shocked Su Yan wasn't this, but her strength. Although she was only a two essences venerate, her battle prowess was absolutely terrifying. The Celestial Wolf King and the Sky Eagle King that he had killed couldn't be compared to her. In Su Yan's eyes, this woman was unfathomable. He even felt that she had already fought a great battle with the Sky Lion King that he had fought before. The Sky Lion King was a four essences venerate. This person's strength had actually reached such a level. This was truly unimaginable to him. However, he soon calmed down from his killing spree. This was the Heartless Sea. He had learned about it from the Divine Demon Island and knew that the Heartless Fairy's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the island master of the Divine Demon Island had a very high opinion of the heartless fairy. How could the disciple of such a senior be weak? Su Yin had been fighting all this time and had defeated many strong opponents despite being the weaker party. However, he had to admit that the reason he could defeat strong opponents was because he was strong enough. At the same time, it was also because his opponents weren't strong. Su Yin didn't have any confidence facing this woman. Moreover, Su Yan's battle prowess had only recovered to about 50%. How could he be a match for this woman in such a state? However, so what if he wasn't a match for her? Su Yan took a deep breath. He knew what he wanted. What he needed was not to defeat this senior martial sister and then kill her. What he needed was to barge in. At this moment, he activated the dragon transformation aura and the demonic dragon armor appeared. When the demonic dragon armor appeared, his powerful aura suddenly increased by a lot. At this moment, his aura was so fierce that it was unparalleled. Fu Qinyu looked at Su Yan's change and sneered. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you're a genius. To have such a cultivation at such a young age is already shocking enough. It's a pity that you came to a place you shouldn't have. Su Yin came to a place he shouldn't have and tried to do something he shouldn't have. This was his biggest mistake. So what if he was a young genius? She wouldn't be merciful because of this. At this moment, Xiao Dai said, Su Yin, why do you have to do this? It's impossible for your strength to compare to Senior Sister Fu. Not to mention, your injuries haven't healed yet. I'm afraid that your battle strength is only around 50%. How can you be a match for Senior Sister Fu? Sister Fu has always been merciful. If you give up and leave, then Senior Sister will definitely let you go. However, if you insist on doing so, then only death awaits you. When Su Yin heard this, he only smiled. He understood that Xiao Dai was a kind person. She said this for his own good. However, could he really just walk away like that? No, it was absolutely impossible. Because Chu Linger was here. No matter what, Su Yin couldn't give up on Chu Linger. Even if Chu Linger didn't want to see him, then Su Yin had to hear it from her personally. If he couldn't do it, then Su Yin definitely wouldn't give up. At the very least, he had to see for himself whether she was living well, whether she was safe, whether she was suffering. When an obsession was born, there was no need for too many reasons. Since it was an obsession, then there was no need to care about all the reasons or whether it was worth it. All he needed to do was to work hard. At this time, Fu Qinyu said, forget it, Xiao Dai. There's no need to plead for this child anymore. It's not good for such an obstinate person to live in this world. Die. With such a simple word, the qi in her hand directly exploded. That qi followed a very simple trajectory and directly crashed toward Su Yin. An extremely powerful force kept rolling. The terrifying qi waves kept rising wave after wave. Su Yan's eyebrows suddenly knitted. At this time, he had become incomparably dignified. Powerful. This casual attack actually had such a terrifying power. The terrifying aura that rolled over made people unable to open their eyes. Su Yin no longer relied on his eyes. The moment he felt the qi burst out, he had already urged his own strength and then began to move forward with all his strength. The devil dragon wings and the regal sword teleportation were activated at the same time. In just an instant, he had already flown a great distance. Since he didn't want to defeat the woman in front of him, then he would just go around her. Chapter 884. Female Literature. Fu Qinyu chuckled. You want to leave just like that? You're thinking too much. With a slight thought from her, the powerful cyclone immediately changed its direction and chased after Su Yin. At that moment, Su Yin directly used the revered sword teleportation technique to its maximum speed. Although his combat strength was not enough, his speed was still unimaginable. However, this cyclone was actually able to catch up to him. The strength of a two essences supremacy was indeed powerful, and her strength was the best among two essences supremacies. At that moment, his body was constantly flashing. He tried his best to avoid it, but the cyclone followed him like a shadow. If Su Yan's speed was slightly slower, the cyclone would be able to catch up. At that moment, Fu Qinyu sneered again. You're not bad, but do you think you're qualified to break through my hands with just this? A ray of light directly fell, and the powerful aura continued to rise. Another cyclone had appeared. The first cyclone had already forced Su Yin into a corner, and the appearance of the second aura made him feel even more overwhelmed. If this continued, he would be killed. No, if this continues, let alone entering the island, it's not even certain if I can survive. No matter what, I can only take a gamble. He made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, and the powerful aura immediately condensed. At that moment, his heart began to beat. The power of the three hearts directly condensed at that moment. At that moment, Su Yan's blood was constantly pulsating. At that moment, his aura became even more terrifying, and the terrifying ripples in the air continued to pulsate. At that moment, the endless cyclone directly fell, and the power of the two cyclones had reached a resonance. One of the auras was already very terrifying, and after the two cyclones reached a resonance, the power became even more terrifying. Your aura has become so powerful. Seeing that the two cyclones were about to hit Su Yan, Fu Qinyu did not have any emotional fluctuations. Her attention had always been on Su Yan. At this moment, when Su Yan's power changed, the aura was truly terrifying. His aura was so powerful that it almost changed the ripples in the surroundings. At this moment, the tricolored mask gradually appeared on Su Yan's face. As soon as the powerful ghost face appeared, Su Yan's aura immediately became even more powerful. This kind of power was not just a little bit, but a terrifyingly powerful one. In fact, Su Yan's aura had reached the edge of that of a venerable one. So, you'll be able to withstand my power? Fu Qinyu was not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to see what kind of terrifying power Su Yan could unleash in such a state. Su Yan did not disappoint her. In the next moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed out. Scorching Sun Sword. At this time, Su Yan slashed out without holding back. A terrifying aura continued to surge at this time. The Scorching Sun Sword and the two cyclones collided directly. The Sacred Sword Peak was unstoppable. The two auras were directly cut apart by Su Yan's sword. Even Fu Qinyu did not expect Su Yan to be able to do this. However, the more this was so, the stronger the killing intent in her heart. This kind of person could not be left alive. Thinking of this, her body suddenly turned into a ray of light and directly charged towards Su Yan. The aura of a two essences venerable one directly suppressed Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had just destroyed the two cyclones. Even with the support of the three great hearts, it was already very difficult. At this time, Fu Qinyu directly made her move. Su Yan did not hesitate. He directly waved the Scorching Sun Sword and stabbed towards Fu Qinyu. He knew that he would definitely not be able to block Fu Qinyu's attack. But so what? Since he could not block it, then he would fight with his life. In any case, he was a gambler. He did not know when he would lose his life, but as long as he was not dead, as long as he did not see Chu linger, he would continue to gamble. Many things were perhaps already destined from the very beginning. It was as if he would be reborn in this world, as if he would walk on this path. This was also known as fate. Su Yan could not go against fate, but since he cannot, then he would work hard to do it. Fu Qinyu's expression changed. How dare you? Su Yan's actions angered her. This damn guy, why did he have to do this? Wouldn't it be better if he did not appear here? Wouldn't it be better if he just left? But he just had to see Chu linger. She directly struck out with her palm. Her palm was as gentle as jade, and her skin was even more delicate. However, Su Yan knew that it was not that her palm was weak, but that her strength was too strong. Even if it was the sharpness of the holy sword, she did not care. When her palm landed, it was as if she wanted to seal off all of Su Yan's chances of survival. At this time, the only thing Su Yan could do was to fight this woman head-on. Escape? Su Yan had no way out. Then he could only fight head-on. This way, Su Yan was already very passive. However, since he was passive, then he could only seek survival in this passive situation. Sun-shattering strike. The supreme sun-shattering strike appeared. A terrifying arc secretly appeared in the sky, and such power was constantly surging. At this moment, the confrontation between the two had reached an unprecedented level. However, her strength was still too strong in the end. Even though Su Yin had already used the sun-shattering strike, he was still at a disadvantage in this battle. In such a battle, the consequence of being at a disadvantage was death. At this time, Su Yin could be said to be surrounded by enemies. And it was also at this time that the price of his injuries was directly reflected. It was also at this time that his strength began to dry up. As expected, it is only the activation of a secret technique. At this point, you can't support it. In the end, you can't last long. Since that is the case, you should just die. Fu Qinyu's expression became calm. That palm had already landed on Su Yan's scorching sun sword. Even with the scorching sun sword's sharpness and toughness, it began to tremble at this time. An extremely powerful force directly invaded Su Yan. It was a kind of cold despair that was terrifying. He felt Fu Qinyu's strong, killing intent towards him. At this time, Xiao Dai saw that Su Yan was about to die. She could not bear to see him die and was about to intervene. However, at this time, Fu Qinyu directly shouted, "Xiao Dai, you're not allowed to interfere." Sister Fu had already seen through Xiao Dai's thoughts. She naturally could not fall in love with Su Yin, but she could not bear to see a life fall in front of her, especially when this person was saved by her with her own hands. If it was someone else, Sister Fu would not have cared. However, this man was different. He had the ability to disrupt Chu Linger's thoughts. Therefore, no matter what, he must die. Heartless finger. A light shadow quickly pointed towards Su Yan. At this moment, that heartless finger had become the only thing in the world, so everything else was overshadowed by it. The light of despair had already locked onto Su Yan at this time. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any way to escape. At this time, Su Yan also somewhat understood. Even under the siege of several Dragon King, he still managed to escape with his life. However, he was going to fall here. However, when death really came, his heart was not filled with regret. Instead, it was filled with boundless regret. He still did not get to see Chu Linger even once. At this moment, in the sky, a lightning suddenly descended. This lightning fell directly towards Fu Qinyu. Fu Qinyu's finger was almost about to fall. Heartless Finger was one of the unique skills of the Palace of Cold Blood. Its power was boundless. Once hit, the terrifying power of Heartless would immediately begin to devour the person's life force. Heartless, even more so, to kill. However, at this time, a lightning suddenly descended and directly attacked her. This is Heartless Lightning. Junior Chu, what are you trying to do? With Fu Qinyu's eyesight, she immediately saw the origin of this lightning. Heartless Lightning was also a unique skill of the Palace of Cold Blood. In terms of power, it was even better than Heartless Finger. However, the conditions to cultivate it were also more stringent. Even she, Fu Qinyu, had not succeeded in her cultivation. Today, in the entire Cold Blood Sea, among the younger generation, there was only one person who had succeeded in cultivating it, and that was Chu Linger. This was also the reason why Fu Qinyu thought so highly of Chu Linger. At this time, there was no need to say anything. At this moment, this heartless lightning was Chu Linger's power. Sister Fu, you already promised me that you would not make a move against him. A spirited voice floated over. Su Yan and Fu Qinyu were both alarmed. Chu Linger, she had finally come. Su Yan was a little excited, but Fu Qinyu was not reconciled. She could have killed Su Yan immediately, but at this time, Chu Linger made a move. Junior Sister Ling, weren't you in seclusion to break through to the venerable realm? You shouldn't have come here. You should know that your appearance here will only make me more determined to kill him. Fu Qinyu said directly. At this time, Chu Linger's figure finally appeared. She floated over from the horizon like a beautiful fairy. Linger. Su Yan looked at her and did not know what to say at this time. Su Yan, long time no see. Chu Linger's gaze also fell on Su Yan, but at this time, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. Chu Linger's gaze was too calm. This gaze was as if she was looking at an unrelated passerby. Su Yan's heart shook violently. He did not understand why Linger would look at him with such a gaze. Su Yan, you are very good, very good. I'm also very good, so you should leave. Our fate has come to an end. Chu Linger's voice was so ethereal and calm, but it was like a heavy hammer that fell on his heart. Chapter 885. Female Literature. Senior Sister, you don't have to worry, because I've already said that Ling Er's heart is already dead. When one's heart was dead, one would be heartless. Only a heartless heart could cultivate the jade, maiden, unruffled love manual to the extreme. At this moment, she didn't say anything else. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura spread out from her body. Such an aura rolled and rolled continuously in the sky. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. Even compared to Fu Qinyu's power, it didn't seem to be too far away. What was even more frightening was that the powerful aura was still growing at this time. A Venerable One. Chu Linger was actually going to directly break through to the Venerable One realm at this time. This was an unimaginable thing. Su Yan's eyes were stunned. Of course, it wasn't because of her profound realm that he was stunned, but because at this time, she was so unfamiliar. It was still the same face, and everything about her was so familiar, but she was no longer her because her heart had changed. Su Yan, leave this place. I'm no longer myself. From today onwards, I am the true disciple of the Heartless Fairy, not the princess of a monster palace, and definitely not your wife, Su Yan. So, leave this place. Her voice was still calm, like water. At this time, she suddenly moved lightly, but not toward the front, but toward the sky. In the sky, countless dark clouds began to condense. That was the lightning tribulation. To become a Venerable One, one would encounter the heavenly tribulation. A true Venerable One had to be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. Only then could one become the most powerful existence. Without stopping, a bolt of heavenly tribulation directly fell from the sky. That bolt of lightning came so quickly, and it was really gone in a flash. The bolt of lightning came in front of Chu Linger, but it only swayed slightly before dissipating. Such a bolt of lightning didn't cause her any trouble at all. Junior Sister Ling she really did it? Even Fu Qinyu didn't expect Chu Linger to be able to do this. In her opinion, Chu Linger's heart was already worried, and at this time, Su Yan's appearance would only make her calm heart more and more chaotic. It was precisely because of this that she wanted to kill Su Yan and not let Su Yan have the slightest influence on her junior sister. However, at this time, Su Yan was still alive and well, and her junior sister and Su Yan met in the end. Everything developed in the direction she wanted to see. But now, it seemed that in the end, she was still wrong. Because at this time, Chu Linger's development was beyond her expectations. Such a change to her to such a pleasant surprise. Now, her only worry was that Chu Linger couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. Senior sister, don't worry. Since I've already said it, I naturally won't go back on my words. I'm a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood, and I have no other identity. Chu Linger's words were drowned out by the boundless lightning in the sky at this time. The rumbling thunder was simply about to destroy everything. At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that he couldn't do anything now. The terrifying power was constantly being baptized, and Chu Linger's aura was also constantly changing. You've seen it too, Linger no longer has you in her heart, so you'd better leave. There's no need to add to your troubles here. Fu Qinyu's gaze fell on Su Yan. Previously, she wanted to kill Su Yan because she was afraid that Su Yan would affect Chu Linger. But at this time, Chu Linger had already begun to pass the heavenly tribulation. As long as she passed the heavenly tribulation, her cultivation of the jade, maiden unruffled love manual, would reach the small success stage. After that, the heartless heart would become unbreakable. So, although Su Yan had been around for a long time and there would be some hidden dangers, it was no longer a fundamental problem. Since that was the case, she didn't want to be contaminated by this karma, so she let Su Yan leave. At this time, Su Yan was silent. He only raised his head and looked at Chu Linger. Had Linger really forgotten about him? This was something he absolutely didn't expect, and his heart ached. But he, Su Yan, was not the kind of person who would easily seek death. In just a moment, His heart had already calmed down. Since some things couldn't be changed, then he could only accept his fate. This was Su Yan's thought. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze gradually calmed down. He no longer thought about it, nor did he ask for more. Now his only hope was that Chu Linger could be safe. Through Chu Linger's aura, he naturally knew. At this time, Chu Linger was much, much stronger than before. Her realm was even higher than his. Su Yan's cultivation was already extremely fast. Even some geniuses from large sects could not catch up to him. For example, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Both of them had a higher realm than him back then, but he had completely surpassed them in just 2 years after coming to the 9 provinces continent. However, Chu Linger's realm was actually faster than his. Such a cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan was impressed by. From this, it could be seen that her master was a world-shaking person. Even so, Su Yan was still not very relieved. This was because people with a powerful cultivation could not pass the heavenly tribulation. The so-called heavenly tribulation was a tribulation bestowed by heaven and earth. It was a tribulation, but it was also an opportunity. If one could pass the heavenly tribulation, one would be baptized and even understand the fragments of the laws. One's power would be endless. However, how could the opportunities of heaven and earth be obtained so easily? The more powerful one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Su Yan knew Chu Linger very well. At this time, Chu Linger was too calm. She was like a stranger to him. There was no sadness or joy. She only had calm emotions. But was that really the case? Could she really let go of everything? No, she couldn't let go. Her current calmness was just her directly suppressing her longing and various emotions. It was impossible for her to be emotionless. In such a state, no matter how powerful she was, it was very dangerous. The heavenly tribulation did not only baptize one's body, but also one's soul. If there was a flaw in her soul, she would be threatened with death. Therefore, he was not at ease. The speed of the first and second thunderbolts was much faster than he had expected, and Chu Linger seemed to be able to resolve them easily. Witnessing such a scene, Fu Qinyu became more and more satisfied. It seemed that Chu Linger had really let go of her emotions at this time. Only by letting go could one become so powerful. In this way, the two of them witnessed the terrifying thunderbolts. In an instant, they had already reached the 10th thunderbolt. No, it won't work in the end. At this time, Su Yan was more and more certain of the certainty in his heart. At this moment, the 11th thunderbolt finally fell. When this thunderbolt fell, Su Yan's eyes immediately revealed an extremely frightened expression. Without any hesitation, he directly flew up and immediately flew towards the sky. At this time, Fu Qinyu did not expect that Su Yan would suddenly make such a decision. However, no matter what, she had to ensure that her junior sister could safely pass through the tribulation. In her opinion, Su Yan was still unwilling to give up and wanted to disrupt her junior sister's tribulation. "Bastard, you're courting death." Her voice surged like thunder. Then the heartless finger burst out at this moment. She was a two essences supremacy expert. Her cultivation was so terrifying that it was far beyond Su Yan's. No matter how powerful Su Yan was and how brilliant his methods were, he was still injured at this time. How could he be a match for Fu Qinyu? "Senior, Ling is in danger. I have to save her," Su Yan said as he directly flew towards the sky. However, how could Fu Qinyu believe him at this time? "If I insist on quibbling, would I harm junior sister Ling? You're still so stubborn. Even if I have to offend junior sister, I will kill you today." At this moment, she had completely made up her mind. She definitely could not let Su Yan continue to live. The power of the heartless finger seemed to want to penetrate the sky, and the terrifying aura directly went towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes burst out with infinite brilliance. This was a matter of life and death. If he retreated at this time, he had a 70% chance of avoiding this attack. However, Su Yan did not want to leave at this time. This was because he knew very well that if he left at this time, the next heavenly lightning might take Chu Linger's life. The heartless finger directly hit Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan to tremble continuously. Even with his strong body, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood at this time. At this moment, his eyes flickered with light. It was a determined light. Linger, stop the tribulation. If she stopped, it would mean that she had failed to become a supremacy this time. Hearing this, Fu Qinyu was even more furious. The previous attack was launched in a hurry, but it already contained an extremely terrifying power. Even a one-origin venerable would not have ended up well if he had been hit by it. However, she never expected that Su Yan would be able to withstand this attack and not die. Nevertheless, it did not matter if he did not die. If the first attack did not kill him, then she would attack again. For the sake of her junior sister, it was worth it even if she had to spend more effort. Therefore, she planned to use the second finger attack at this time. According to Su Yan's current situation, once the second finger attack was launched, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and an enormous majesty directly appeared at this time. The appearance of that terrifying majesty made even Fu Qinyu feel shocked. At this moment, her heart could no longer calm down. For a moment, even the heartless finger that was ready to be launched stopped. It was the heavenly might. Such a terrifying heavenly might was more than several times more terrifying than before. Not to mention Chu Linger. Even Fu Qinyu would not be able to survive such a powerful heavenly tribulation. At this moment, she was truly stunned. No matter what, she could not understand why the heavenly might would change like this. Fu Qinyu was stunned, but Su Yan was not. At this moment, Su Yan had directly rushed into the sky. Chu Linger did not listen to her in the end, so the powerful heavenly tribulation began to directly descend. This was the heart-piercing thunder. Chapter 886. Female Literature. Heart-slaying heavenly thunder. At this point, the senior sister finally recognized the name of this heavenly lightning. It was the heart-slaying heavenly lightning, an extremely terrifying existence within the lightning tribulation. Countless young geniuses had been turned into ashes by this lightning tribulation. This heavenly thunder could not only destroy a cultivator's body, but also directly destroy one's soul. However, such a heavenly thunder would not appear randomly. Back then, when he became a supremacy, it did not reach such a level. However, today, when Chu Linger was undergoing the lightning tribulation, the heart-slaying heavenly thunder actually appeared directly. He did not understand what the reason was. No matter what, he could not figure it out. Because she was too shocked, she actually forgot to move. At this moment, Su Yan had already rushed into the sky. At this moment, Chu Linger was standing in the sky. Her face was somewhat pale. The terrifying power of the lightning tribulation had caused her to suffer unimaginable damage. Even if the heart-slaying heavenly thunder was still brewing, it was already like this. The reason why the heart-slaying heavenly thunder was so powerful was because it could destroy one's soul. The lightning tribulation had not yet descended, but the power of the heart-slaying heavenly thunder had already begun to spread. The power produced by the lightning tribulation would bring about endless illusions in one's soul. In such a terrifying illusion, very few people could walk out. In the end, everything would disappear in exchange for complete annihilation. This was the terror of the heart-slaying heavenly thunder. Su Yan arrived in front of Chu Linger. At this moment, Chu Linger was already pale and in a trance. She did not even notice that Su Yan was in front of her. At this moment, it was as if she had lost her soul. Seeing her like this, Su Yan's heart really hurt. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure. Heavenly tribulation. Heavenly might was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Su Yan was in front of Chu Linger. In the eyes of the heavenly tribulation, he was looking down on heavenly might. Therefore, the terrifying might enveloped Su Yan. At this time, Fu Qinyu looked up at the two people in the sky. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The moment she saw the heart extermination heavenly lightning, she also wanted to stop Chu Linger. However, she knew that it was already too late. At this moment, she finally felt a sense of remorse. But it was too late now. Since the immortal slaying heavenly thunder had already started, there was no stopping it. Under the immortal slaying heavenly thunder, there was only life and death. At this moment, Su Yin had already entered, and he was also locked onto by the exterminating heavenly thunder. She knew clearly that both of them would die under the heart-punishing thunder. And now, she could only watch the two of them die. Sometimes, the real pain wasn't waiting for death, but watching the people you care about die, but not being able to do anything about it. She could naturally ignore Su Yan's life and death, but Chu Linger couldn't. Putting aside the fact that she was her master, she was also very fond of Chu Linger. In the sky, the terrifying power continued to condense. That kind of pressure had become even more terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's vision gradually became distorted. When her vision became clear again, Chu Linger was still in front of her. When she saw Chu Linger, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, her expression immediately changed. Because at this moment, Chu Linger's face slowly began to change. On her face, scales began to grow little by little. Demon transformation. At this moment, Chu Linger was actually beginning to demon transformation. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky. The raindrops were exceptionally cold, as if they were going to freeze one's soul. Su Yan. At this moment, a weak voice was heard. Su Yan immediately lowered her head. Linger. Su Yan's heart became so touched. She wanted to stop Chu Linger from demon transformation. The so-called demon transformation was being contaminated by an unknown power, and then gradually changing. In the end, it would become a demon. The demon was a foreign race that was not tolerated by humans. This process was somewhat similar to the Limitless Demon Sect's demon transformation plan. Unexpectedly, before Su Yan saw Lu Lan's demon transformation, he was the first to witness Chu Linger's transformation. At this moment, Su Yan immediately wanted to urge his power to stop this process. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that he could not use his power. As long as he began to mobilize his power, even if it was just a thought, he would immediately feel an incomparable stabbing pain. His power was actually sealed at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt so weak and powerless, so helpless and without anyone to rely on. At this moment, a bright moon suddenly shook in his sea of consciousness. Bright moon green lotus. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled. The bright moon green lotus was acting strangely, which meant that his sea of consciousness was being threatened. Heart-piercing heavenly thunder. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered his own situation. He was being enveloped by the heart-piercing heavenly thunder. Heart-piercing heavenly thunder, killing people's hearts. Could this change be caused by the heart-piercing heavenly thunder? Thinking of this, Su Yan almost let go of his hand. However, at this moment his hand suddenly stopped, because at this moment he saw tears. Chu Linger's tears. Su Yan, are you going to abandon me, just like before? At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly affected. This was simply a terrible torture. At this moment, Chu Linger's demon transformation became more and more obvious. No, I have to save her. Even if I know it's an illusion, I have to save her. At this moment, Su Yan's heart became incomparably firm. Even if it was an illusion, so what? Chu Linger was the person he loved. He would never run away. Thinking of this, Su Yan directly threw away all his worries. At this moment, he directly began to mobilize his strength. Almost at this moment, a terrible pain directly appeared. This kind of pain was simply incomparably terrifying. Su Yan's perseverance was so strong, but at this moment, he still could not bear it. Such pain was almost comparable to directly peeling off Su Yan's skin. How can mere pain stop my will? The pain was supported by the heart-piercing heavenly thunder. It was incomparably real. No, it should be said that it was real. However, Su Yan would not shrink back. In the face of pain, not shrinking back, but moving forward courageously. This was the way to progress. Su Yan's spiritual energy directly spread out from his body. It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling. Because of the pain, he gave up on using spiritual energy. This was his unwillingness. However, at this moment, Su Yin did not have any scruples and directly mobilized his spirit. At this moment, a powerful force appeared like a fog that began to envelop. Under the suppression of the spiritual energy, the demonization finally stopped. At this moment, she was full of pain, and her body was constantly trembling. Su Yin, I'm very scared. I'm so scared that I'll lose you. Don't leave me, don't leave me. She whispered softly and trembled slightly. This was really pitiful. Su Yin endured the intense pain. He reached out his hand and caressed her face. Don't be afraid, Lin. I won't leave you. I will never leave you. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Su Yin was full of self-blame. If he was not strong enough, Chu Linger would not be like this. Therefore, even if he already knew that he was facing an illusion, he was still unwilling to see her get hurt. Under Su Yan's comfort, Chu Linger finally calmed down a little. Her palm stroked Su Yan's chest, and then she muttered to herself, Su Yan, I'm so scared. Really, she seemed to be about to fall asleep. However, at this moment, her palm shone with a dark light. At this moment, her palm seemed to have turned into a sharp blade and directly pierced Su Yan's chest. Su Yan, I'm about to die, but I don't want to lose you. So, die with me. Her voice still sounded like she was sleep-talking. However, her palm had already pierced Su Yan's body. This was really too contradictory. Su Yan lowered his head and looked at Chu Linger. The half-demonized Chu Linger also looked at him in the same way. It was clearly a moment of life and death, but the two of them were so gentle. Su Yan. Chu Linger's tears were sparkling. Su Yan sighed and said, Linger, don't worry. I will accompany you from afar forever. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was also bitter. He knew that this was not real. It was like a dream, but now he was deeply immersed in this dream. Heart-piercing heavenly thunder. It really pierces the heart before killing. Su Yan sighed and then raised his head. At this moment, he could feel his life force constantly flowing away. Of course, if he wanted to live now, it was actually very simple. That was to directly kill Chu Linger. However, even if it was an illusion, he would not do this. Everyone had their own weaknesses. For Su Yin, Chu Linger in front of him was one of them. However, at this moment, Su Yin continued, I know that Ling doesn't want me to die. She doesn't want to see me die. Of course, I won't let Linger die either. As he spoke, the aura on Su Yan's body surged. That was the aura of lightning. He did not want to die, because he knew clearly that Chu Linger would definitely not want to die here. No matter how realistic the woman in his arms was, she was ultimately just a fake existence. Of course, Su Yin could not kill her. Then, he would destroy this world. All of this was the influence of the immortal, slaying heavenly thunder. The woman in his arms was fake, and so was this world. Su Yan's heavenly thunder continued to erupt at this moment. That terrifying aura continued to surge at this moment. Boundless power fell. This terrifying radiance seemed to want to devour the entire world. At this moment, countless thunderbolts erupted from Su Yan's body. Su Yan's goal was very simple. That was to use the boundless thunderbolts. The terrifying power continued to explode at this moment. At this moment, space was constantly shaking. Under such power, space began to collapse bit by bit. Chapter 887. Female Literature. The world collapsed, and Su Yin finally woke up. The heart-punishing heavenly thunder was really powerful. It had unknowingly trapped Su Yin in it. This was because Su Yin was only brought in by the power of the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. In that case, Chu Linger, who was facing this power head-on, would be in great danger. At this moment, Su Yin didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't know if Chu Linger could survive this, so he decided to take the initiative. Thunder Roar, Heavenly Dragon, Thunder Heart. At this moment, Su Yin directly operated the Heavenly Thunder Art. Su Yin cultivated the thunder technique, so he could control the heavenly thunder. Even so, his actions at this time were considered crazy. Su Yin had already felt the power of the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. The reason he could break free was because of the green lotus and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness. Because of the existence of these strange phenomena, Su Yin could realize that this was just an illusion. But if it wasn't for this, then what would have happened? This was something that no one could imagine. Perhaps he would have died in the illusion. He didn't want Chu Linger to take the risk. In that case, he would bear the risk himself. Su Yan's aura became stronger, and he directly stroked Chu Linger's face. "Girl, live well." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire body soared into the sky. Fu Qinyu saw this from below and exclaimed, "Is this kid crazy?" Yes, in her eyes, Su Yan was crazy. At this time, Su Yan actually rushed directly into the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. Even ordinary heavenly tribulation thunder was extremely terrifying, let alone the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. Fu Qinyu was very clear about how strong Su Yan was. At the very least, when they fought before, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually dared to rush into the boundless thunderclouds. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her junior sister liked this Su Yan so much. In this world, there were very few people who could do this for the woman they loved. Even if you're truly infatuated and have no regrets, you'll still be buried in the lightning tribulation in the end. Since ancient times, excessive love leads to regret, so why bother? She had never thought about it, and felt that between a man and a woman, romance was the greatest suffering. Since this was the greatest suffering in this world, why did these people have to be like this? Even if he had to give up his life, he had to let the other party live. She was definitely not a fool. At this time, she could already tell that the reason why Chu Linger chose to undergo the tribulation was not because she did not have Su Yan in her heart, but because she cared too much about him, so she forcibly suppressed this year. She didn't know how Chu Linger did it, but she knew very well that by doing so, Chu Linger was going against the heavens. The Jade Maiden's unruffled love manual was against the heavens. After all, the love between a man and a woman was one of the fundamental laws of this world. The Palace of Cold Blood's incantation forcefully twisted her heart, and then used this incomparably strong spirit to obtain extremely powerful strength. This unruffled love manual was originally against the heavens. At this time, Chu Linger used some unknown method to directly hypnotize herself that she didn't like Su Yan. This method indeed deceived herself and even Su Yan. However, when undergoing the tribulation, she couldn't deceive the heavens. Deceiving the heavens caused the heavens to be angry. It was because of this that the heart-punishing thunder tribulation descended. Chu Linger could actually go to this extent for Su Yan. Su Yan was also incomparably crazy for Chu Linger, and at this time, he actually directly rushed into the boundless thunderclouds. The rolling thunder was really terrifying to the extreme. Even a two essences supremacy like Fu Qinyu felt incomparably fearful in the face of such a lightning tribulation and didn't dare to act rashly in the slightest, lest she attract the attention of the lightning tribulation. However, at this time, Su Yan rushed into the thunderclouds. The terrifying power of the Thunder Fiend was constantly vibrating, and that boundless power was rolling. That kind of powerful heavenly might was really terrifying. Su Yan's Zhejiang River flowed into it, and such a terrifying power suppressed him to the point of suffocation. No matter how strong his body was, in the face of such a terrifying heavenly might, he was still weak. However, even if he was so weak, Su Yan wouldn't forget his purpose of coming here this time, and that was to disperse the heavenly tribulation. This idea could be said to be extremely daring. The heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavens, and Su Yan actually wanted to disperse it with his own strength. However, Su Yan didn't have a choice. The heart-punishing heavenly thunder was still brewing, and the longer it brewed, the more terrifying it would be. Chu Linger had suppressed herself too much. If the heart-punishing heavenly thunder fell, she would really vanish into thin air. For Chu Linger, Su Yan was going to fight against the heavens. The violent power condensed directly at this time, and endless brilliance appeared. True heavenly thunder art, devour. Su Yan actually started to devour the heavenly thunder chi directly. Such an action was really crazy, but Su Yan couldn't care less. Of course, Su Yan's purpose was to get to the core of the thunderclouds. Only by dispersing the thunderclouds could she be safe. The lightning was very violent to begin with. At this time, it was attracted by Su Yan's true heavenly thunder art and immediately rushed towards Su Yan's body. The moment the lightning struck Su Yan's body, Su Yan's entire body became numb. However, he didn't have any thoughts of giving up at all. He activated the thunder technique bit by bit. The thunder technique from the Sound of Thunder sect had long been useless. After all, although the Sound of Thunder sect cultivated the thunder technique, it definitely couldn't reach the spiritual level. At this moment, everything was slowly accumulating in his spirit. At this time, the power finally showed its majesty. In a short span of a dozen breaths, Su Yan's body was filled with lightning. Lightning entering the body was tantamount to courting death. For ordinary people, even if they were touched by a tiny bolt of lightning, they would die. Even if it was a cultivator, it wouldn't be good for them to encounter lightning. And now, Su Yan was facing an endless thunder tribulation. The terrifying lightning continued to condense at this time, and a layer of dead skin appeared on Su Yan's body. Devour. The tribulation cloud had a heart, also known as the Heart of Heaven. The existence of the Heart of Heaven was very mysterious, and it was not something that ordinary people could understand. However, at this time, Su Yan actually directly devoured the Heart of Heaven. At this moment, the power of the Taishang in Su Yan's body began to operate continuously. During this process, the power of the Taishang played a huge role. At this time, the power of the Taishang was constantly fluctuating, guiding the lightning in all directions of his body. At this time, Su Yan had no choice. He could either live or die. The power of the heavenly thunder refined the real body. At this time, Su Yan had no other choice. At this time, if he couldn't digest this terrifying power, then there was only one outcome, and that was death. However, he didn't want to die. There were still too many things that he didn't do wrong. He really wanted to hear Chu Linger's words again. Therefore, at this time, he actually began to accept the power of the heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder was refining the body. This was the stupid method that he thought of at this moment. At this time, his aura was constantly rising, and in just a short while it had reached the limit. His body contained a huge amount of energy, but this energy was all dormant. However, at this time, this energy was directly awakened. Breakthrough. Seeing that the power of his body was about to reach the limit, Su Yan could only think of a way to break through. His body wasn't strong enough, so it couldn't accommodate more power. If there was no other way, Su Yan would only have a dead end. Therefore, at this time, he had to find a vent for this energy, which was to break through and break through to a new level. This was the only way he could think of. At this moment, his power continued to condense, and his body swelled up by his size. At this time, his qi and blood were already somewhat exhausted due to his heavy injuries. However, at this time, the power of the lightning directly rushed in, and this power directly stimulated his body. His body naturally wanted to survive. Therefore, at this moment, his body had already unleashed all of its potential. That terrifying power was constantly rampaging at this time. That violent aura was very terrifying at this time. However, Su Yan knew very well that his qi and blood were not real at this time. It was because it was stimulated at this time of crisis. This state was only temporary. If he was slightly careless, he would directly die under his own power. Therefore, at this time, what he needed the most was to control it well. If he didn't control it well, he would directly die. However, at this time, Su Yan's power was constantly changing at this time. He was forcibly urging his power. He was originally in the 8 Dragons realm. Such a realm was already the limit. At this time, the light in the sky became incomparably intense at this time. The power of the lightning had already begun to shake at this time. Su Yan's behavior had completely angered the heavenly tribulation, and the power of the heavenly tribulation directly attacked Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was not shocked but happy because this was what he wanted. As long as the heavenly tribulation's attention fell on him, Chu Linger would be safe. Come, 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 Su Yan said 3 times in a row. At this time, The violent aura had already directly surrounded him, and at this time, he was directly in a sea of lightning. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars directly exploded. At this time, Su Yan's aura condensed, and his spiritual energy actually condensed into the shape of a dragon at this time. Ordinary powerhouses in the dragon realm would make their bodies extremely strong, comparable to the legendary dragon race. However, it was a pity that there were not many people who could truly achieve this. The dragon race was blessed by the heavens, and their strength was simply too strong. No matter how strong a dragon realm powerhouse's body was, after all, it was not a dragon. However, at this time, Su Yan was different. His body was truly strong. His strength was truly terrifying. Chapter 888. Girls' Literature. His body had even produced a true dragon's aura. That was the true majesty of distance because he had dragon blood in his body, and it was the blood of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, under the threat of the heavenly tribulation, the dragon's aura erupted. Originally, this was a battle between the heavenly tribulation and Chu Linger. In other words, this was Chu Linger's death tribulation. But now, this was a battle between Su Yan and the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation wanted to destroy Su Yan, while Su Yan wanted to devour the power of the heavenly tribulation. The battle between the two became extremely intense. At this time, Chu Linger was also undergoing her tribulation. However, because of Su Yan, Chu Linger's tribulation was only a small part of the beginning. Of course, even if it was just a small portion, it was still extremely difficult. It was because this was a mental attack. Su Yan, on the other hand, was directly challenging the heavenly tribulation. The violent thunder was constantly baptizing his body, and his aura was still skyrocketing at this time. Fu Qinyu saw this from below and felt that she had gone crazy. She never thought that there would be such a crazy person in this world. Such power was constantly surging at this time. 9 dragons, condense for me. At this time, the dragon's roar became even more intense, and a terrifying aura appeared in his body. The 9 dragons realm. At this time, Su Yan had already broken through to the 9 dragons realm. With such speed, even Fu Qinyu was shocked. During the previous fight, Su Yan was clearly injured, but at this time, he was directly challenging the heavenly tribulation. He was simply courting death. At this time, an extremely thick thunderbolt suddenly appeared and directly fell on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan directly spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, his bravery was only temporary. His body was indeed strong, but there was still a limit. In the end, he can't do it. How can a human fight against the heavens? Fu Qinyu sighed. At this time, she suddenly felt that she didn't want Su Yan to die like this. At least, Su Yan was willing to sacrifice himself for Chu Linger. However, the heavenly tribulation was merciless. Those who were destined to die were destined to die. Amidst the boundless heavenly lightning, Su Yan was smiling. It was an arrogant smile, a smile that refused to yield. Heaven, do you want to kill me? But I, Su Yan, will never yield. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly went berserk under the heavenly thunder. He was originally a dead person, but he was reborn in this world. He did not know if this was the will of the heavens. If this was the will of the heavens, he should thank the heavens for giving him another chance at life. However, the heavens had given him a chance to be reborn, but they had made him suffer such pain. His close female friends, other than Su Yan, were all in pain. Chu Linger was like this, Lu Lan was like this, and Lin Hualu was even more so. Therefore, fate was unfair. Therefore, he, Su Yan, would never accept the will of the heavens. As if sensing Su Yan's will, the lightning became even more berserk. The lightning swept across like a storm. The lightning directly landed on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was already lacerated. The power of the lightning had already broken through his invincible golden body and went straight for his body. The power of the lightning constantly attacked and washed his body. The lightning wanted to enter Su Yan's body and destroy Su Yan completely. However, at this moment, Su Yan would definitely not give in. At this moment, the three hearts burst out with power at the same time. Streaks of terrifying radiance rose into the air at this moment. Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying at this moment. Even if he had broken through to the Nine Dragons realm, he should not have such an aura. The power of the lightning was constantly stimulated, and Su Yan's regal sword chi had already been activated to the extreme. The regal sword chi was refining the power of the lightning. Good, as expected of the regal sword codex. It's really powerful. Since that's the case, I might as well do it in one go. At this moment, Su Yan was simply crazy. When he realized that the regal sword codex could devour the power of the lightning, Su Yan chose to break through to the Nine Dragons realm. This was a bold idea. One had to know that even if the regal sword codex could refine the power of the lightning, there was a prerequisite, and that was Su Yan's own body could withstand it. If bathing in lightning was so simple, there would not be such a powerful genius who died under lightning since ancient times. Lightning was the most domineering power in this world. In just a short while, Su Yan's skin and flesh had almost disappeared, and his bones were directly exposed. At this moment, if he wanted to live, the best way was to escape. However, he did not want to escape. If he did, what would happen to Schulinger? Moreover, at this moment he felt uneasy. Since that was the case, he might as well break through to a higher realm. For him, this was a rare opportunity. Su Yan had experienced life and death, and every life and death was a gamble. Fan Yueshan had said that a person could not always win. However, if he did not even have the courage to gamble, then he would not even have a chance to win. Regal Thunder Devouring. At this moment, the Regal Sword Codex was activated, and a powerful force rushed into the sky. At this moment, Su Yan's body expanded again. He stretched out his hand and caught the lightning that was about to destroy him. Su Yan suddenly roared like a madman. In the end, he grabbed the ball of lightning and stuffed it into his mouth. Devouring lightning. This was devouring lightning in the truest sense. Fortunately, at this moment, because of the violent lightning, senior sister Fu Qinyu could not see the scene. Otherwise, just this point alone would have scared her to death. The lightning was so violent that Su Yan's invincible golden body could not withstand it. However, at this moment, he directly swallowed the lightning into his body. It was an act of suicide. However, Su Yan was crazy to the point of directly devouring the lightning. When the lightning entered his body, Su Yan's body almost exploded. However, at this moment, a layer of golden light appeared and enveloped the power of the lightning. It was the Buddha's light. At this moment, the powerful spell of the Buddha's gate exploded with endless majesty. After the Buddha's light appeared, the heart of the demon god and the blood of the great demonic dragon exploded with majesty one after another, directly colliding with the power of the lightning. At this moment, Su Yan's body was a battlefield. I knew you guys couldn't sit still. He laughed coldly. At this moment, even if he was enduring endless pain, he did not care. He had heard the words Destiny's Child several times. However, he definitely did not like these words. This was because it meant that his fate was controlled by others. The great demonic dragon, the great heavenly demon god, and the Buddha's lord. Which one of them was not an earth-shattering figure, although it was rumored that all of them had fallen. However, would such great figures really not jump out of the long river of history? No, this was absolutely impossible. At the very least, Su Yan did not believe it. He knew that each of these great figures was extremely powerful. Since these people had set up a trap on Su Yan's body, it meant that perhaps one day they would defy the heavens in return. However, Su Yan did not like the feeling of not being in control of his own fate. It was precisely because he did not like it that he wanted to get rid of it. This is why he was so crazy at this moment. At this moment, the 9 streams of dragon chi were constantly fluctuating at this moment. The powerful force condensed, and gradually, a spot of lightning appeared next to Su Yan. In the endless sea of lightning, this spot of lightning was nothing at all because it was too inconspicuous. However, when Su Yan saw this lightning, he laughed out loud. This was because this lightning was not the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. It was Su Yan's lightning. It had another name, which was the lightning seed. The lightning seed. Once the lightning seed was formed, it meant that Su Yan's lightning technique had truly reached a higher level and reached a whole new level. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted to do was nurture the lightning seed and nurture this lightning seed. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted, "Transform into a dragon, lightning seed." Previously, when he had broken through to the Nine Dragons realm, he had already condensed a lightning dragon. At this moment, he actually wanted to transform this lightning seed into a dragon again. 9 is the limit. This is simply bullsh asterisk T. Back then, Su Yan was able to break this limit, so I will naturally break it again today. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted was not to break through to the Supreme Realm, but to reach the 10 Dragons realm. Back when Su Yan had just started cultivating, Su Yan had reached the 10th level of the Blood Ignition realm. Su Yan's cultivation was to create miracles along the way. Therefore, this time, he wanted to do the same. At this moment, the lightning seed rushed directly into Su Yan's body and fused closely with Su Yan's body. Su Yan wanted to nurture this 10th dragon in his body. Moreover, it was different from other dragons, which were formed by spirit chi. However, this one was different. It would become a real existence. Su Yan's aura became stronger and stronger. Although his body had already started to crack and he was dripping with blood, Su Yan still did not care. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder continued to sound. Countless thunder clouds gathered and finally formed a thunder arrow. The people of Heartless Island below were extremely terrifying. They had never experienced such heavenly might before. Even Fu Qinyu was stunned. Such power was enough to kill a 4 essences supremacy or even a 5 essences supremacy, let alone Su Yan. But that brat called Su Yan, how could he still be alive under such a powerful attack? She could not understand. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Chu Linger had opened her eyes. Chu Linger had overcome her inner demon tribulation. Junior sister Linger. When Fu Qinyu realized this, she immediately rushed into the sky. Based on the situation just now, these two were clearly going through life and death together. Chapter 889. Girls' Literature. If Su Yan could directly rush into the clouds for Chu Ling, and directly face the lightning tribulation, why couldn't Chu Ling do the same? When she woke up from the inner demon tribulation, she would definitely discover the current situation. Therefore, Fu Qinyu believed that she would definitely do something stupid. And as her senior sister, what Fu Qinyu had to do was to stop her. Su Yan was indeed very good. He was willing to sacrifice his life for Chu Linger. But so what? He was a man after all. His existence was Chu Linger's inner demon. If Su Yan was really dead, Chu Linger might not have made such a choice this time. Therefore, Su Yan could die, but nothing could happen to Chu Linger. Junior sister Ling, congratulations on overcoming the inner demon tribulation. You are now considered a venerable. Fu Qinyu arrived in front of Chu Linger and said directly. Although the heavenly tribulation did not really fall on Chu Linger, at this time, there were already laws condensing in her body. She had clearly become a venerable. If the heart-punishing heavenly thunder really fell on Chu Linger, and Chu Linger could overcome it, then she might become even stronger. However, Fu Qinyu knew that if it were not for Su Yan, then Chu Linger would be dead. Now, not only did she survive, but she also survived the tribulation. That was the best thing. As for Su Yan, although it was a pity, this was his own choice. Senior sister, move aside. Su Yan did this for me. I don't want him to face this alone. As Fu Qinyu expected, Chu Linger's first choice after overcoming the tribulation was Su Yan. Linger, that was Su Yan's own choice. He used his life in exchange for this breakthrough, so don't let his good intentions go to waste. Fu Qinyu would not let Chu Linger die. Senior sister, he's not dead yet, Chu Linger said firmly. Fu Qinyu gritted her teeth and said, but no matter what, he's dead for sure, isn't he? If that's the case, why do you have to sacrifice yourself? Isn't it better to live well? She had already made her attitude clear. No matter what, She would not let Chu Linger die. Senior sister, you're a two essences supremacy, but I'd like to experience it. Fu Qinyu's expression changed when she heard this. Of course, she understood what Chu Linger meant. She was actually going to fight her for the sake of the past. I'll have to be the bad guy in the end. Since that's the case, I'll let senior sister see what kind of abilities you have after becoming a venerable one. Fu Qinyu pointed her finger at him. It was the heartless finger. This time, she did not hold back at all against Chu Linger. She actually used the heartless finger. This was because she knew very well that Chu Linger was no longer the same person as before. After becoming a supremacy, Chu Linger was even stronger than before. Fu Qinyu wanted to stop Chu Linger from throwing her life away, so she naturally had to be merciless. At this moment, Chu Linger pointed her finger at the same time. The heartless finger. It was also the heartless finger. Two rays of light bloomed at the same time. Before they met, an extremely powerful aura had already erupted. However, in the next moment, Chu Linger's chi energy was actually directly scattered. Her realm was not as high as Fu Qinyu's, so it was very normal for her chi to be dispersed. However, at that moment, Chu Linger was frowning. No, it shouldn't be like this. Why is my chi so weak? She asked herself. At this moment, Fu Qinyu said, Junior sister, you're no match for me, so give up. No, senior sister, you're wrong. Chu Linger said. At this moment, Chu Linger raised her head again. Then she smiled and said, let's do it again. She directly pointed her finger. An extremely terrifying force immediately shot toward the sky. It was another finger. Fu Qinyu shook her head. Junior sister, why are you so stubborn? Fu Qinyu could clearly see that this was the heartless finger, the same heartless finger as before. With the same power and the same move, she could not defeat him last time. Naturally, she could not defeat him this time. Her junior sister was too stubborn. Since that was the case, she should let her know the difference between them. That way, she would give up. At this moment, she pointed her finger like before. Two fingertips instantly shone with endless light. The power condensed, and the winner was decided in an instant. However, unlike the previous time, Chu Linger won this time. Until the moment Chu Linger won, Fu Qinyu was still in a daze. She lost. It was clearly the same method and the same power. However, she actually lost this time. Why? At this moment, Chu Linger did not stop. She was already flying towards the sky. Senior sister, this is not the heartless finger. After saying this, she did not explain any further. Yes, this was no longer the heartless finger. The heartless finger cut off the emotions and desires in one's heart. That was why it became so powerful. However, Chu Linger could not cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires in her heart. Therefore, she could not unleash the power of the heartless finger at this moment. That was how she had failed the first time. Compared to Fu Qinyu, the power of her heartless finger was too weak. That was why she lost in an instant. However, in the next moment, Chu Linger had already come to her senses. Therefore, she did not use the heartless finger again. Regardless of whether it was the starting move or the method of operation, it was the same as the heartless finger. However, her heart had changed. Therefore, the heartless finger was no longer the heartless finger. Instead, it became the Wen Qing finger. What is love in this world? When she used it according to her heart, the power of this move was unprecedentedly strong. It was definitely not a coincidence that Chu Linger was chosen by the Heartless Fairy. She was a genius, a true genius. When she was in the 5 counties continent, due to the conditions, she could not unleash her talent. In fact, there were many geniuses in the 5 counties continent. However, because the spiritual energy in the 5 counties continent was exhausted, no true experts could be born. At this moment, Chu Linger's powerful talent was displayed once again. She actually understood the mystery of the heartless finger in an instant and turned it into the Wen Qing finger. Moreover, the power of the Wen Qing finger was actually able to defeat Fu Qinyu. Fu Qinyu raised her head. However, she could only sigh helplessly. She was very clear. At this moment, it was too late to stop her junior sister. Her junior sister's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, Su Yan was bathing in the baptism of thunder and fire. At this moment, his body was gradually losing control of itself. There were too many powerful forces in his body. The moment this powerful force was stimulated, one thing naturally happened. That was to fight for control of his body. These powerful existences began to continuously attack Su Yan's body. They wanted to force Su Yan directly and then take this power for their own use. At this moment, the battle had begun to change. It was no longer a battle between Su Yan and the lightning. Instead, it was a battle between Su Yan's own will and those experts who had left means in his body. This battle was incomparably dangerous. This was because if something went wrong, Su Yan would immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation and would never be able to wake up again. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was not at the venerable realm. However, his strength was even more terrifying than a venerable realm expert. This was because he was at the Ten Dragons realm. The Ten Dragons realm, which had broken the shackles of heaven and earth, was so powerful that it was almost unparalleled. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by thunderbolts. From afar, he simply looked like a thunder god. However, at this moment, his aura was definitely not right. This was because the aura on his body was too chaotic. However, every aura that appeared on his body was so terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's willpower was weakened in the battle against the thunderbolts. At this moment, the powerful thunderbolt's energy became the best tonic for these things. The demon god's heart, the great demon dragon's heart, and the heavenly demon fingerbone all began to absorb the power of the heavenly thunderbolts. They were clearly extremely violent thunderbolts, but at this moment, they became great tonics for these things. Of course, the most violent thing that was absorbed was the Godslayer's sword spirit. Su Yan, wake up! Chu Linger finally broke into the thunderbolts. She could clearly feel the power and terror of the thunderbolts. Even in her current state, she was extremely frightened in front of such thunderbolts. At this moment, Su Yan could no longer hold on. He was almost letting his consciousness dissipate. At this moment, Chu Linger's voice immediately became the motivation for him to wake up. Linger is still alive. Su Yan had gone through so much trouble. Wasn't it all for Chu Linger? If Chu Linger died, how sad would he be? However, at this moment, Chu Linger directly appeared in front of him. This awakened his willpower that was about to dissipate. Exalted will, immortal will, my willpower is the only one. Suppress it for me. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted, and a force began to flow through his body. That was the power of his own willpower. Under the infusion of such a powerful force, the willpower began to gradually dissipate. This body is my body. Even if you were all great figures in the past, since you're already dead, why do you need to resurrect yourself? Dissipate, dissipate, dissipate. At this moment, Su Yan shouted 3 times in a row. His willpower reached the peak directly, and the willpower dissipated at this moment. He finally regained control of his body. The moment Su Yan's willpower returned, the thunderbolts gradually began to dissipate. The thunderbolts were originally born because of Chu Linger, but Su Yan forcefully disrupted them and even became his tonic. At this moment, all of this finally disappeared. Chapter 890. Female Literature. Su Yan, are you okay? When the lightning dissipated, there were only 2 people left in the sky, Su Yan and Chu Linger. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The 2 of them didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Chu Linger who broke the silence. Su Yan slowly floated to Chu Linger's side. At this time, his heart was too shaken. After such a long time, Linger finally came to his side. The days of separation were extremely painful for Su Yan. That faint thought would always wander in his heart, as if there was a voice calling out to Su Yan, and Su Yan could only choose to restrain this voice. And this time, they finally met. At least at this moment, there was no force that could stop them. Su Yan only had Chu Linger in his eyes, and Chu Linger's eyes were the same. At this time, the 2 of them could be said to have returned after experiencing death. This kind of reunion became even more precious. At this time, the 2 of them hugged each other, enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. At this moment, even Fu Qinyu couldn't bear to disturb them. After a long time, Chu Linger suddenly said, "Su Yin, leave me." Chu Linger's voice was very soft, like a whisper in a dream, but she still said this sentence in the end. "Leave me." What? It was such a clear sentence, but Su Yin would rather that he didn't hear it clearly. She asked him to leave. But why? They were finally able to meet and hug each other after so much difficulty. Why do they have to part now? Su Yin said softly, "Linger, why is this? I beg you, can you tell me?" Chu Linger turned her head and gently pushed Su Yin away. "Su Yin, I'm already very satisfied to be able to see you again. I will always remember that we were once in love. I love you, and I will always love you. But now, we can only choose to part ways." Linger. Su Yin was speechless. The two of them had the same heart, but Chu Linger wanted him to leave. Su Yin knew that Linger wanted to protect him. This was the Heartless Sea, the territory of the Heartless Fairy. Here, the Heartless Fairy was the sky. He already knew that the Heartless Fairy cultivated the Heartless Tao, so she would never allow her disciple to fall in love with someone else. This was how the world worked. No matter what you did, you had to pay the price. Back then, Chu Linger was saved by the Heartless Fairy, so she was the Heartless Fairy's disciple. Since she was the Heartless Fairy's disciple, she would not be allowed to betray her. The moment Su Yin appeared, Fu Qinyu wanted to kill Su Yin, because Fu Qinyu was the Heartless Island's disciple. Fu Qinyu was already very powerful. As a two essences venerable, she was much stronger than the average two essences venerable. Just one Fu Qinyu was already difficult for Su Yin to deal with. Even if he had broken through to the Tendragon realm and broken the record, it was still not very useful. If he wanted to defeat Fu Qinyu, he would still have to put in a lot of effort, or even pay a price. But so what if he defeated Fu Qinyu? Fu Qinyu was only one of the Heartless Fairy's disciples. How many experts were there on the Heartless Island? Su Yin did not know. The Heartless Island was definitely an extremely powerful place. Otherwise, the island master of the Divine Devil Island would not be a little afraid of this place. Su Yin had personally witnessed the strength of that expert. That kind of ability to turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, that kind of power that could overturn heaven and earth, was simply terrifying. And if such a big figure was a little afraid, then it was even more terrifying. So what if Su Yin was strong? In front of such a big figure, death was the only thing that awaited him. Chu Linger knew this, so she wanted Su Yin to leave. "Su Yin, I know you can't bear to part with me, but you have to understand that now is not the time to be impulsive. You and I are too weak," she said calmly. This woman had experienced too much, which was why she had such a state of mind. She was right. He was too weak, and being weak was a sin. In a world like this, being weak was a sin. If Su Yin was strong enough, then he would not have to worry so much and would do whatever he wanted to do. If he wanted to save Lulan, he would have to kill his way to the headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect. If he had the power of the Divine Devil Island Master, he could directly suppress the Divine Devil Island to the headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect. Would the Limitless Demon Sect dare to resist? But he did not. Su Yin had indeed worked very hard, and his improvement was very fast. But so what? This world would never pity you because of your hard work, nor would it make things easy for you because of your improvement. In the end, everything was based on your current strength. Su Yin clenched his teeth. He had always been spurring himself to work hard, to make himself stronger, but when he truly faced it, he realized that he was still so insignificant. He knew that there were many things that couldn't be changed by relying on one's own will. Just like cultivation. In the end, he had cultivated for too short a time. Those powerful figures, such as the Divine Devil Island Master, had lived for God knows how long. To Su Yin, time was his biggest enemy. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only face reality now. And the reality was that the current him was too weak. "Let's go, Su Yin." At this moment, Fu Qinyu had also arrived in the sky. "Let's go. This is the Heartless Island. I admit that you are sincere towards Linger, but if you really care about Linger, then leave this place. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius, but you have to face the reality that you are still too weak right now. Your strength is not enough to break the rules of the Heartless Island. So for the sake of junior sister Chu, you should leave. I don't want to fight with you anymore." At this moment, Su Yin silently lowered his head. He was very clear about all this. That's right, he was still too weak now. Because he was not strong enough, he could only compromise. So what if he loved her deeply? In the end, this world still depended on strength. At this moment, a faint ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. This was the first ray of light that the Heartless Ocean welcomed after the lightning tribulation. Su Yin looked up at the faint ray of light and finally smiled. "Don't worry, Linger, I'm not stupid. I understand." In this short moment, Su Yin was filled with worry, confusion, and annoyance. However, he finally understood that these emotions were futile. Other than making himself more miserable, there was nothing he could do. He could not change reality now. Even if Chu Linger was willing to leave with him, what was the point? The Heartless Island would not allow it, and he could not go against the Heartless Island. "Linger, I will leave immediately, but wait for me. Trust me, I will come back for you. When that time comes, you will be Su Yan's woman. No one in this world will be able to stop us," Su Yan said to Chu Linger. This was Su Yan's promise to the woman he loved. Perhaps promises didn't mean much to begin with. However, as a man, if he did not even have the courage to give his woman, then what was the point of talking about anything else? Su Yan looked at the Heartless Ocean and murmured, "Just wait. One day Su Yan, will come back. The next time I come, it will not be like this." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly rose into the sky. Then, a mysterious force appeared. The moment this power appeared, the originally glimmering sky actually became incomparably bright in an instant. The extremely bright light flickered continuously in the sky. Endless rays of light shone in the sky. Such a bright scene was simply a wonder of the world. Fu Qinyu's eyebrows twitched. She knew that this phenomenon was definitely related to Su Yan, but she did not know what Su Yan wanted or how he did it. At this moment, Su Yan's voice suddenly resounded through the sky. "With the heavens as my witness and the earth as my proof, I, Su Yan, hereby make a great vow. I hope that I, Su Yan, will be free and unfettered. Bless my women and pray that I will have no regrets for the rest of my life." Su Yan was doing this at this moment. A great ambition was to make a vow to the heavens in the unseen world. Of course, such a great vow was not without proof. It required one to burn one's life essence and blood and then pray to the heavens. Such a vow was the witness of the heavens. If one went against the vow, they would probably be punished by the heavens. Of course, this was not the end of it. Making a vow in itself was a great harm to oneself. If one did not pay the price, how could they provoke the heavens to bear witness? Su Yan made a vow at this moment to prove his determination. Finally, he glanced at Chu Linger and then left without looking back. At this moment, he did not dare to look back because he was afraid that once he did, he would not be willing to leave. After leaving this time, he did not know when they would meet again. It might even be forever. Su Yan would be sent back to Pan Province. He was clear in his heart that if he wanted to increase his strength to the point where he could contend against the Heartless Fairy, he was still far from it. However, the matter at hand could not be delayed any longer. That was Lu Lan. The demon plan was about to begin. He had to make preparations for it. Of course, at this time, the allied forces of the three great sects and the limitless demon sect were already engaged in a fierce battle. The disciples of both sides were constantly fighting. The Divine Wind sect, the Raging Flame sect, and the Tying Sword faction had joined forces. This time, the momentum of the attack was particularly fierce. In just half a month's time, 9 cities had already been captured. Chapter 891. Female Literature. Last time, he was tracked by the Hellhound. Su Yan fell into a dangerous situation. Later, he stimulated the Godslayer's sword and made the Godslayer's sword appear, which forced the Hellhound to summon his ancestor's soul. But in the end, the Hellhound fell into the space. Su Yan knew that even after the Hellhound fell into the space tunnel, the powerful sword chi of the Godslayer's sword still followed him. At this time, the Hellhound was definitely not feeling well. Of course, he wouldn't die, but it would be very difficult for him to recover. At least, it would be impossible in a short time. Therefore, Suyin wasn't worried at all. Although he didn't know what other powerful figures the Limitless Demon Sect had, he thought that the Limitless Demon Sect didn't have the intention to deal with him at this time. After all, the Hellhound was really a powerful existence. Although he hadn't completely become a holy beast, his talent and strength gave him an incomparably terrifying power. Even an ordinary Dao master wouldn't have an easy time facing the Hellhound. The reason why the Limitless Demon Sect had invited this Hellhound was because they wanted to kill Ghostface with a single blow. But they didn't expect that after paying such a huge price, their operation still didn't succeed. Instead, the Hellhound was missing. Of course, they were sure that the Hellhound wasn't dead, because he left his life imprint in the Limitless Demon Sect. The Hellhound suppressed this life imprint in a secret place in the Limitless Demon Sect, borrowing the power of that place to make himself stronger. At the same time, this imprint would let the experts of the Limitless Demon Sect know whether he was alive or not. If the Hellhound was really dead, then this life imprint would directly dissipate. But now, this life imprint didn't dissipate, but became very dim. Therefore, they had already speculated that the Hellhound was seriously injured but not dead. However, this was already enough to make them extremely shocked. The powerful Cerberus was actually heavily injured? Was the Ghostface really so powerful? They really couldn't figure out the real situation of the Ghostface. Maybe the Ghostface was just a trap set up by other sections. If it was in normal times, the several Vice Sect leaders of the Limitless Demon Sect wouldn't mind fighting with the Ghostface. But now, they couldn't, because at this time, the attack of the three sects had arrived. The Limitless Demon Sect had been tyrannical for far too long. This time, he actually had the intention of wiping out the Taihang Sword faction. He even put it into action and almost succeeded. Therefore, the Raging Flame Sect and the Divine Wind Sect, which are the closest to the Limitless Demon Sect, felt threatened. If the Limitless Demon Sect could attack the Taihang Sword faction today, what about tomorrow? Would they be able to attack the Wind God Sect or the Raging Flame Sect tomorrow? Even the fourth sword of the Taihang, Swords of the Taihang, 10 swords, had become a lackey of the Limitless Demon Sect. Did that mean that there were also spies of the Limitless Demon Sect in the other sects? After that incident, the Divine Wind Sect and the Raging Flame Sect were persuaded by Zhang Zhe of the Taihang Sword faction. They used thunderous means to clean up the spies in the sect. At the same time, they took the most drastic action, and that was to attack the Limitless Demon Sect. After all, they were all part of the 10 great sects. Although the Limitless Demon Sect was the strongest, when the other 3 sects suddenly attacked at the same time and launched multiple attacks, they immediately felt immense pressure. Moreover, during the previous attack on the Taihang Sword faction, the 7th Vice Sect leader had been seriously injured and lost an arm. The 3rd Vice Sect leader was also in a bad situation. When he fought with Zhang Ze's Taihang Sword Qi had penetrated his body. For a short period of time, he didn't have much combat strength. Therefore, at this time, the Limitless Demon Sect didn't have many experts to deal with Ghostface. However, after the battle with the Cerberus, Ghostface had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, they guessed that Ghostface and the Cerberus had both suffered heavy injuries. At this time, the experts of the Limitless Demon Sect actually accepted this comforting excuse. Su Yin once again stepped into the Heavenly Wolf City. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf City was even more desolate than before. Because of the war at the front line, many experts in the city were called to participate in the war. However, the martial law in the city was even more intense. In the Heavenly Wolf King's palace, the previous Heavenly Wolf King had been killed by Su Yin. Naturally, the one living here was the new Heavenly Wolf King, and this new Heavenly Wolf King was Mo Lang. After receiving the pill from the powerhouse behind it, the demonic wolf finally advanced to become a venerable in a short period of time. At this time, he was really proud of himself. In addition, Ghostface had disappeared for a few days. Therefore, he was in a good mood. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf City was completely under his control. After he had successfully taken control of Celestial Wolf City, the Lord Emissary had personally praised him, which made him feel even better. At this time, he had already begun to comprehend a Venerable One's cultivation technique. After experiencing a series of events, he was very clear that strength was everything. Without strength, even a Venerable One might not be able to live in peace in such a chaotic world. His predecessor was such an example. He had just finished cultivating a section of the cultivation technique. The cultivation of this section of the cultivation technique was very smooth, and it made him feel very happy. A Venerable One was indeed powerful. The power in his body had begun to undergo an essential change. Before becoming a Venerable One, all of his powers were spiritual power, including those in the dragon realm. However, after becoming a Venerable One, all of his powers began to transform into true power. The so-called true power was the true power. It was a power that was above spiritual power. It was also an increase in spiritual power. If one had not become a Venerable One and came into contact with laws, one would not be able to feel this feeling at all. Now, he had begun to feel the change in power. This made him very happy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've already become a Venerable One. Not bad." The voice appeared like a ghost. The moment the voice sounded, his entire body tensed up. Damn it, it's that fella. The moment he heard the voice, he had already guessed who had appeared here at this time. To him, he did not want to hear that fella's voice anymore. Why is Ghostface still here? Didn't they say that even the Cerberus has made a move? But why was he able to appear here unscathed? At this moment, a bold thought appeared in his heart. Kill him. The Devil Wolf's thoughts turned very quickly. Su Yan's appearance had indeed made him very worried, but at the next moment, he thought of a possibility, which was that Ghostface was probably at his peak at this time. This was because he knew about the Cerberus and had seen how terrifying it was. Back then, although he had only seen it from afar, the terrifying scene was still fresh in his mind. Such a powerful Cerberus would not have returned empty-handed. Therefore, he believed that Ghostface must have been injured. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that there was actually a powerhouse behind Ghostface, and that powerhouse had blocked the Cerberus's attack. This was because at that time, he had fought with Ghostface. Although he knew that Ghostface was indeed powerful, he did not feel that he could not resist at all. If there was another powerhouse behind Ghostface, then the deaths of Heavenly Wolf King, Heavenly Eagle King, and the others made sense. No matter which possibility it was, this person had a thought in his mind, which was to kill Grimace. If it was in the past, the Devil Wolf naturally would not have the guts to do so. However, it was different now. His strength had increased, and he was already a Venerable One. Moreover, he was confident that his talent was so outstanding that he was even more powerful than Heavenly Wolf King back then. Of course, this referred to when Heavenly Wolf King was a one-origin venerable. The Devil Wolf was very bold. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately made a move. His powerful aura immediately rose to the extreme at this moment. The Devil Wolf's arrogance rose at this moment. At this moment, the shadow of a wolf even appeared beside him. The moment the shadow of the wolf appeared, it immediately pounced on Su Yan. It was as fast as a bolt of lightning. "Who is it? You're courting death." The Devil Wolf made the first move and then shouted. At this moment, Su Yan smiled and said, "You have a lot of thoughts." At this moment, Su Yan naturally saw through the Devil Wolf's plan. The reason why the Devil Wolf made the first move and then shouted was actually to leave a way out for himself. He believed that it was impossible for the Devil Wolf not to know who he was. It was just that the Devil Wolf wanted to kill him at this moment. Of course, if the Devil Wolf could not kill him, then he would immediately admit his mistake and use the excuse of being too nervous to obtain Su Yan's forgiveness. Facing the terrifying lightning dragon, Su Yan directly opened his palm. In his palm, a thunderbolt flashed, and then the thunderbolt turned into the shape of a dragon. Of course, this lightning dragon was not great. It was just a long snake. Before the two auras met, endless light burst out at this moment, and a terrifying aura immediately spread out. Even if the heavenly wolf palace was protected by a formation and was built with precious materials, it could no longer withstand such power. In a short moment, countless cracks appeared. The devil wolf saw this and immediately felt a heartache. One had to know that the devil wolf palace was his own property. Now that it was destroyed, he would still have to pay for it if it needed to be repaired. Of course, this was not the only thing that truly shocked him. There was also the power. To his surprise, Grimace's power had suppressed his in an instant. This attack was originally intended to kill, so he naturally did not hold back when he attacked. But even so, his power was crushed in an instant. Chapter 892. Female Literature. Sir, please spare my life. At this point, he immediately understood that his previous conjecture was just a delusion. Ghostface was still incredibly powerful. He did not seem to be a venerable one at the moment, but he seemed to have become more powerful than the last time. The demonic wolf's chi force had been directly devoured at this moment. However, the powerful Thunderbolt Dragon's light pillar did not have any intention of stopping, as if it wanted to destroy it in an instant. Therefore, the demonic wolf roared at this moment. Now, he was deeply regretting his decision. He knew that if it were in the past, he would not have provoked Ghostface like this. But now he had done so. Merely because of a single thought of his, he had directly acted. He immediately understood that this was because his strength had greatly improved. Therefore, he was in high spirits and always felt that he should not be inferior to others. However, it was only at this moment that he truly realized that he was nothing in the eyes of this powerful person. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to regret. Just as he was about to give up all hope, the powerful chi suddenly stopped. The demonic wolf could not believe it at first. It was not until 1 or 2 minutes later, when he realized that Su Yin still had no intention of selling it, that he believed that he had escaped a disaster again. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. Thank you for saving my life." At this moment, the demonic wolf kept kneeling and kowtowing to Su Yin. He no longer had the dignity of a venerable one. Su Yin only sneered. "All right, there's no need to act anymore. Do you think I can't see through your thoughts?" Su Yin stared coldly at the demonic wolf, causing the latter to be indescribably frightened. At this time, the demonic wolf was truly afraid. The terrifying Thunderbolt Dragon seemed to still be in front of him. "Sir, I was just confused for a moment. I won't dare to do it again. Sir, if you have any orders, just say it. I'll definitely do it for you, even if I have to sacrifice my life," the demonic wolf said to Su Yin at this moment. It had to be said that this demon wolf was really good at reading people's minds. He immediately saw through Su Yin's thoughts, so he no longer begged for mercy. Instead, he directly asked Su Yin to give the order. He clearly knew that if Su Yin wanted to kill him, he would have already done so. However, he didn't do so and allowed himself to live. Of course, he didn't believe that Su Yin had any *T feelings for him. There was only one possibility, and that was that Su Yin wanted him to survive and do things for him. If he only begged for mercy, it would seem that he was incompetent and hypocritical. At this time, if he directly expressed his determination, he might be able to obtain the other party's forgiveness. At this time, he had already extinguished his thoughts. Of course, he wanted to kill Su Yin directly, but the strength that Su Yin displayed was too terrifying. Even if he had become a venerable one, he was still no match for Ghostface. Moreover, the gap between the two of them seemed to have become even greater. At this moment, he could only accept his fate. You're very smart, so this is the reason why you're still alive. However, you need to understand that although being smart is a good thing, thinking that you're smart is very annoying, and I hate people who think that they're smart the most. Su Yan's words were cold. Every word was like ice that pierced the demonic wolf's heart. The demonic wolf hurriedly said, "Sir, don't worry, I know." At this moment, Su Yin had already retreated. He found a table and sat down. Then he said, "How's the war between the 3 great sects and the limitless demon sect? Tell me in detail." On the way here, Su Yin had heard some things, but they were only rumors. Although some of them were true, most of them were fake news. Su Yin didn't dare to believe it no matter what. If he wanted to know the real news, he had to find the governor of Celestial Wolf City. Sir, the limitless demon sect situation isn't too good. This time, the three great sects seem to have made up their minds. If they don't bite off a piece of meat from the limitless demon sect, they will definitely not give up. Now, 12 of the 36 cities in the outer region have fallen into their hands. In the beginning, there were only 9 cities, but now there are 12 cities. One had to admit that the three great sects' attack was extremely fierce. Seeing that Su Yin didn't respond, the demonic wolf continued. However, although the three great sects' attack is fierce, they should be stopping soon. This time, the 5th Vice Sect Master has personally rushed to the front lines. At the same time, the three great sects have sent many experts. With these people appearing, the three great sects won't have it easy. The demonic wolf's words were full of certainty. In fact, this was not far from Su Yan's estimation. There were several reasons why the three great sects were able to consecutively take down 12 cities in a spurt of energy. The most important one was the surprise attack. Just like the limitless demon sect's surprise attack on the Taiyang Sword faction and caught the Taiyang Sword faction off guard, the three great sects' attack this time could be considered an eye for an eye. However, at that time, there were traitors in the Taiyang Sword faction. Those people from the limitless demon sect broke up and rushed to the foot of the Taiyang Sword faction's mountain. This time, the three great sects attacked one city after another, as if they were going to fight to the death with the limitless demon sect. Since so many cities in the outer region had already been lost, the limitless demon sect would naturally react. After all, the three great sects were only in an alliance. As long as they were in an alliance, they couldn't be monolithic. There were bound to be conflicts between the three great sects. Since the limitless demon sect had already eliminated their experts, the three great sects couldn't attack to the death in order to prevent their casualties from increasing. As a result, a tug-of-war between the three great sects was inevitable. However, for Su Yin, this was already enough. Because the three great sect attack this time had already tied up a lot of the limitless demon sect's experts in energy. As a result, when he did things, it was always a little bit less difficult. Although it was only a little bit, it was still good. In the next half an hour, Su Yin quietly listened to the demonic wolf report some information, including the last battle, the envoy sent by the limitless demon sect, and the movements after that. The 3rd Vice Sect Master was very concerned about the limitless 9 demon seal. Therefore, even at this time, the 3rd Vice Sect Master had no intention of giving up. His subordinates were still patrolling every corner. Of course, the person behind the demonic wolf was also doing the same. However, they never imagined that Su Yin would actually appear in the demonic wolf's palace at this time. My lord, although the previous envoy has already left and the demonic wolf has also disappeared, the person in charge of this place is definitely not an ordinary person. Within the limitless demon sect, he is also an expert in tracking and assassination. This person's name is Zhu Ying. So, my lord, you must be very careful. At this moment, the demonic wolf said fawningly. Su Yin had already expected that the other party wouldn't give up so easily. After all, it was related to the limitless 9 demon seal. The limitless 9 demon seal was a true divine artifact, an existence that could contend against divine artifacts. If he could completely grasp it, then his strength would increase by a lot. As for the 3rd Vice Sect Master, he was even more determined to obtain this treasure. The defeat in the Taiyang Sword faction's battle would always spur him to directly grasp the limitless 9 demon seal. Only when the limitless 9 demon seal and the seal were activated at the same time could the true power of the divine artifact be unleashed. If it weren't for that ancient war, then the limitless 9 demon seal and the seal technique wouldn't have been separated. No one knew what happened back then, but for the other sects, this was undoubtedly a good thing. The limitless demon sect was really too powerful. If the limitless demon sect could combine the seal and the seal technique, then the strength of the limitless demon sect would definitely reach a higher level. At that time, no one in the world of the 9 continents would be able to contend against them. However, the world's affairs were always changing. At this moment, the limitless 9 demon seal had actually fallen into the hands of Su Yin, the inheritor of Buddha's inheritance. Su Yin digested all the information and straightened out a lot of things. At this time, he naturally wouldn't go to the battlefield between the three great sects and the limitless demon sect. In any case, he had created a lot of chaos here, and even alarmed the Cerberus. He had already helped the three great sects a lot, and now, Su Yin wanted to go to the core of the limitless demon sect, the mysterious Saint Devil Mountain. Demon Wolf, listen up. I want to know about the Saint Devil Mountain. Of course, I also want to know about the demon plan. Within 2 days, you have to tell me all the relevant information. The moment Su Yin finished speaking, the demon dog jumped in fright. He never thought that Ghostface would be so bold as to actually want to enter the Saint Devil Mountain. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. At this time, the only thing he could do was to obey orders. He was very clear that this time, Su Yin didn't use the mysterious and terrifying puppet curse. Instead, he used his own roadbed to defeat him directly. This was to tell him that no matter what tricks he used, they were useless in front of Su Yin. If he still had any thoughts of being lucky, only death would await him. Of course, he was very unwilling. However, the previous exchange of blows had already explained everything. His unwillingness was simply meaningless. Just as he was in a daze, Su Yin had already disappeared in front of him. Only the lingering sound of his voice could be heard from an unknown direction. In 2 days, I will come to find you again. I hope that the information you have gathered will satisfy me. The Cerberus stood up. At this moment, even Su Yan's shadow had already disappeared. Damn it! After confirming that Su Yan had left, the Cerberus suppressed his voice and growled. However, he still went to do something in the end. Chapter 893. Female Literature. 2 days of time was actually a very extravagant time for the current situation. According to the information he had obtained, there was less than a month left to carry out the demon plan. In order to be safe, Su Yin had to take action now. It would be best if he could enter the vicinity of the Saint Devil Mountain in a short period of time and familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain. However, he obviously did not have such plans at this time. He had to be extremely cautious about the Saint Devil Mountain. Such a place was filled with endless danger. The slightest carelessness would cause him to fall into a situation of no return. Therefore, he asked Demon Wolf to gather information. Of course, he also activated the puppet spell at this time. As long as Demon Wolf had any evil thoughts, he would know. He was not afraid of this guy playing any tricks. And in these 2 days, Su Yin naturally wouldn't sleep soundly. At this time, he had something to do, and that was to comprehend the limitless Nine Devils seal technique. This time, he had gone through a lot of trouble and finally obtained all 9 City Lord seals. Of course, he had to thank Wang Jingsheng. If not for Wang Jingsheng, it would not have been so easy for him to obtain the limitless Nine Devils seal. If he had stolen from one city after another, he would have been discovered long ago. However, Duanmu Longhu was standing behind Wang Jingsheng. Su Yin would definitely not let his guard down against this ghost-like man. He was a terrifying person who hid in the shadows and acted in the dark. Moreover, his strength had increased at a terrifying rate. Su Yin would never feel any low points for him. At this time, Su Yin was certain that Duanmu Longhu had definitely become a venerable realm expert. Even among venerables, there were differences in strength. For example, Fu Qinyu from the Passionless Island was very powerful. Compared to the Heavenly Eagle King, she was far stronger. Duanmu Longhu's strength was probably even more unimaginable. If he, Su Yin, could cross the border and kill people, then Duanmu Longhu would definitely be able to do the same. He was a terrifying figure, and since it was Wang Jingsheng's idea to steal the City Lord's seal, Duanmu Longhu would definitely covet the Nine Devils seal technique as well. Su Yin had a premonition that he would meet Duanmu Longhu again on this trip to the Saint Devil Mountain. Therefore, Su Yin had to be fully prepared at this moment. Otherwise, he would be tricked by Duanmu Longhu. Su Yin directly took out the 9 seals. Before he obtained the Heavenly Lion seal, he had already studied the other 8 seals. Each of the seals recorded the cultivation method. However, the cultivation method was nothing to Su Yin. It wasn't necessarily that profound. However, at that time, Suyin had already felt that there was a mysterious connection between these seals. Although it was extremely weak, the connection did exist. Unfortunately, without the Heavenly Lion seal, these seals couldn't be connected. But this time, the 9 seals have been gathered, so this mysterious connection could finally be established. In ancient times, the limitless 9 Devil seal was on par with the Stupisek's 4-direction seal. Legend had it that when this seal was suppressed, its power was boundless, as if it could use the power of the heavens. What was even more terrifying was that it gave birth to 9 devils. These 9 devils were all trash, and even an Emperor Realm expert would be buried by these 9 devils. The 4-direction seal was the same. However, the 4 directions divine beasts in the 4-direction seal were stronger than the 9 devils. However, there were more of them, so the 2 seals were actually equal. These could only be regarded as historical secrets. Almost no one who is still alive knew about this period of history. However, the broken 4-direction seal was now in Su Yan's knowledge sea. Through Aya, Su Yan could learn all of this. Su Yan's spiritual power circulated, and the powerful force had already entered. Then, a mysterious aura suddenly appeared. The moment this aura appeared, it immediately caused a group of devils to dance wildly. Terrifying howls sounded one after another, and each sound could go straight to the bottom of one's heart, directly destroying the most fragile part of one's heart. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention cultivating this seal, whether or not they could survive the devil's howls was uncertain. Or if they were lucky enough to survive, but they would be affected by the boundless devil chi and eventually become a walking corpse. However, Su Yan was different. How powerful was Su Yan's knowledge sea? When the devil's howls pierced into his body, they had no effect at all. It was as if a huge rock had fallen directly into the sea. At this moment, the 4-direction seal and soul-suppressing seal burst out with light at the same time. Su Yan, these are the 9 devils. Let me suppress and devour these 9 devils. The Buddha sect and the limitless demon sect were mortal enemies. The 4-direction seal and the limitless 9 devils seal had fought countless times in the past. At this moment, sensing the aura of its old enemy, the 4-direction seal immediately activated. I want to cultivate this 9 devil seal art. It will be a good way to restrain the limitless 9 devil seal and have a backup plan and a trump card. Su Yan directly told his plan. However, at this time, Aya said, I know a lot about the limitless 9 devil seal. Master Su Yan, although your idea is good, it will be very difficult to realize. Back then, the one who activated the limitless 9 devil seal was a peak Emperor Realm Master of the limitless demon sect. He was known as the 9 Devils Emperor. He was very powerful and terrifying. The 9 Devil seal had devoured countless lives in his hands, so it became extremely terrifying. Right now, the 9 Devils origin spirit in front of Master is actually the 9 Devils origin spirit of the limitless 9 Devil seal. The seal is just an empty shell. When you cultivate the limitless 9 Devil seal, you will absorb the 9 Devils origin spirit into your body. At that time, it will be an extremely huge burden on your body. If one day you really combine the resentful spirit and the seal, it will not be a good thing for Master. Instead, it will be a great disaster, because the 9 Devil seal will devour Master. Hearing Aya's words, Su Yan was shocked. He really didn't know about this. If Aya hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about these secrets. Then what do you think I should do? Since Aya had said those words, it was likely that he had already prepared something. It's very simple. Let the 4-direction seal devour the 9 Devils origin spirit. The 9 Devils origin spirit is actually very powerful. Unfortunately, it was directly scattered during the Ancient War. Later, it was collected into 9 seals by the limitless demon sect. If they weren't suppressed separately, the 9 devils would kill endlessly. After all, its master, the 9 Devils Emperor, had died. At that time, the 9 Devils Emperor had fallen, so the limitless 9 Devils seal became an ownerless object. How could the people of the limitless demon sect let it go? Naturally, many people fought over it. However, in the end, they were shocked to find that everyone who came into contact with the limitless Nine-Devil seal had died. Later, a powerful Saint Venerable of the Limitless Demon sect took action and suppressed the Nine-Devil seal. The limitless Nine-Devil seal was the Nine Devils Emperor's reliance to break through to the Saint Venerable realm. He had long refined it with an extremely unique method. After his death, even the Saint Venerable couldn't subdue the seal. As a last resort, the Saint Venerable separated the Nine Devils' origin spirit and sealed them one by one, hoping to find a way to subdue them in the future. Unfortunately, just as he finished all this, the great calamity had already arrived. Even though the Saint Venerable was powerful, he didn't survive the great calamity. No one knew about the 9 seals that he had sealed. After passing through many hands, they became the City Lord's seals. This was truly hard to predict. At this time, Aya's idea was very simple. That was to devour the 9 devils' origin spirit one by one. The strength of the 4-direction seal was definitely not inferior to the 9-devil seal. Unfortunately, in order to obtain victory in the great calamity, the Stupa sect had paid too much. The damage to the 4-direction seal was much more serious than the limitless 9-devil seal. However, this was a good opportunity to repair the 4-direction seal, and that was to devour the 9 devils' origin spirit. At this time, Su Yan was silent. He had to admit that Aya's words were very reasonable. However, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Of course, he didn't say what he was uneasy about. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Su Yan finally agreed with Aya's idea. For the current him, what he lacked the most was time. He didn't have enough time. Just this point alone left him with no other choice. Su Yan didn't know how to cultivate the 9-devil seal, but he knew that no matter how strong his talent was, it was absolutely impossible for him to cultivate this seal in just 2 days. Therefore, since he couldn't achieve it, he could only choose the fastest way now, and that was to let the 4-direction seal devour the 9 devils. Sky Eagle, Sky Wolf, Sky Tiger, Sky Snake, Sky Horse, Sky Dog, Sky Bear, Sky Fox. These were the 9 devils' origin spirit. When the 9 primordial spirits gathered together, an aura began to pervade the air. At first, it was 9 auras. However, in just an instant, these 9 auras had already merged into one. An indescribably powerful force appeared directly at this time. Compared to the previous demonic howl and this aura, it was simply a notch inferior. Vaguely, those 9 shadows transformed and actually directly became an indomitable existence. Such a terrifying appearance was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, Su Yan directly stabilized his mind. He clearly understood that if he couldn't guard his mind at this time, then he would be invaded by this terrifying devil. This was definitely not a fun thing to do. At this time, he couldn't let any accidents happen to himself. Use the soul-suppressing seal to suppress. At this time, Aya's voice came directly. In fact, there was no need for Aya to remind. Su Yan also already knew this. Therefore, at this moment, the golden soul-suppressing seal already appeared. This imprint floated in the air, and a leisurely power gently rotated. Chapter 894. Female Literature. The moment the soul-suppressing seal appeared, Su Yan immediately discovered that the reaction of these 9 devil primordial spirits became more intense than before. An undisguised hostility directly appeared at this time. Although countless years had passed, the memory of the old enemy was still so deep. Under the stimulation of the soul-suppressing seal, the aura of the 9 devil primordial spirits actually more than doubled. At this time, Su Yan's gaze swept. He directly poured his power into the soul-suppressing seal. After the power of the pagoda art was urged, an awe-inspiring aura was directly instilled. At this time, the aura of the soul-suppressing seal began to rise wildly. If not for Su Yan setting up a seal before cultivating, the golden light at this time would probably have already filled the entire sky. At this time, the devil howl sounded again. At this time, the 9 great primordial spirits actually began to unite. Even if they had already been separated when facing the soul-suppressing seal, their instincts actually directly erupted. Such power was incomparably deep. Such a feeling made Su Yin recall when he faced the Hellhound. That kind of incomparably gloomy aura, that kind of feeling that seemed to have everything extinguished, it was simply falling into hell. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The boundless devil howl became more and more intense, and in the end, it actually turned into an extremely terrifying wailing sound. That was the sound of endless souls crying. These souls were all killed by the Nine Devil Seal back then. After they died, their souls could not reincarnate, nor could they dissipate in this world. Instead, they were swallowed by the Nine Devil Seal and became a part of the limitless Nine Devil Seal. That Nine Devil Emperor back then was incomparably powerful. His cultivation base already reached the peak of the Emperor realm. What he walked was the Tao of slaughter. In order to cultivate, he did not hesitate to create boundless sins of slaughter. He was a peerless, vicious person who proved his Tao by killing. At that time, a powerful holy venerable of the Pagoda sect personally took action and beheaded him. Unexpectedly, although the limitless Nine Devil Seal was shattered back then, these souls had already not dissipated, but were also separated and hidden in these 9 great seals. At this time, facing the soul-suppressing seal, those 9 great primordial spirits directly launched this absolutely terrifying method. That was the ghost cry. Millions of evil spirits in the world cry. Life and death, reincarnation all die out. The cries of ghosts and howls of gods were not just simple words. When one truly faced it, one would realize just how terrifying it was. At this moment, Su Yin was completely immersed in this ghostly wail. Even though his sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, it was still affected. There were even illusions in his eyes. Among them, there were young children who were directly slaughtered. There were also powerful cultivators who died unyieldingly. Every cry was a resentment that attacked Su Yan's mind. Such an impact was incomparably terrifying. Even if Su Yan's sea of consciousness was powerful, he could not resist it. At this time, the bright moon phenomenon in Su Yan's sea of consciousness had never been so dim. Although the green lotus was still shining with a green light, it was also constantly swaying. How could the power of 10,000 wailing ghosts be child's play? Buddha's rotation, natural incantation. At this time, Su Yin directly channeled his own strength and began to chant the incantation. When this incantation appeared, a sense of peace immediately flowed in Su Yan's heart. At first, the sound was very weak. It seemed so weak in the face of the 10,000 wailing ghosts. However, as time passed, the sound became louder and louder. The natural incantation was the supreme magic of the Buddha sect. When the incantation sounded, it could ferry the souls of the dead. It was similar to the Buddhism in Su Yan's previous life. This incantation was not chanted by Su Yan because he had never cultivated it. The source of this sound was the soul-subduing seal. This seal held a very special position in the Stupa sect. Unlike the square seal, this soul-subduing seal did not have great power in battle. However, it had a special function, which was to subdue souls. Subduing the souls of the dead made the world clear again. The Buddha sect was also the reincarnation will. When the Buddha sect was at its peak, it was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than the current limitless demon sect. Within the Buddha sect, there were no less than 10 venerable sovereigns and even saint venerables. Such power was simply shocking. In the past, the Buddha sect had a great ambition, which was to establish the reincarnation of heaven and earth so that the dead could be reborn without suffering. Unfortunately, at that time, the evil demon clan invaded. As the leader of the world, the Buddha sect naturally resisted with all their might. As a result, they suffered heavy losses. Later, the limitless demon sect even tried to directly sacrifice the 5 counties to revive the great heavenly demon lord of ancient times. The Buddha sect went to war repeatedly, and its power was greatly damaged. Later on, in a terrible war, the entire Stupa sect had finally disappeared. Even in the long river of history, they had almost disappeared without a trace. In today's world, except for a few powerful figures, how could ordinary people know about this powerful sect that had paid an innumerable price for the 9 regions? Speaking of which, the soul-subduing seal was created for the Buddhist sect's ambition, using the soul-subduing seal to ferry the souls of the dead. At this time, Su Yin used the Buddhist sect's method to activate this seal and finally released the power of the soul-subduing seal. Note after note drifted in the sky. In the end, the incantation had evolved into a piece of music. It was the prelude to soul-subduing seal. The prelude to soul-subduing seal resounded, and the power was constantly reincarnated in the sky. At this moment, the countless ghostly cries actually became much softer. Although there was still all kinds of resentment, as long as they touched the note, then these resentment dissipated directly. Even the original spirits of the 9 demons were suppressed at this time. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. Absorb! He directly struck out with his palm and began to attack the heavenly lion. As if it had felt a terrible and powerful majesty, a terrible roar directly sounded, and it actually wanted to launch a counterattack against Su Yan. However, at this time, Su Yan would not give it a chance. Then, his heavenly demon finger bone immediately erupted. It's not a real original spirit, yet it still wants to resist at this time. It's simply courting death. In order to be able to subdue this original spirit in the shortest time possible, Su Yan did not have any intention of being lenient. The power of the heavenly demon finger bone erupted, immediately forming a terrifying demonic power. There was no way to verify how the 9 great original spirits came, but one thing was certain. In the limitless demon sect, there was almost no existence that could contend with the great heavenly demon master. The great heavenly demon master had established the limitless demon sect, and he was already the faith of the limitless demon sect. Not to mention that this original spirit was now a tiger that had fallen from the sky. Even if it was at its peak, it would not have the ability to resist against the heavenly demon fingerbone. In the midst of infinite anger and unwillingness, the heavenly lion original spirit was finally directly absorbed by Su Yan. At this time, the 4-direction seal appeared, and a 2-person tall black hole appeared. Su Yan waved his hand, and the heavenly lion original spirit went into the black hole. After entering the black hole, the heavenly lion original spirit still wanted to resist, but at this time, the power of the 4-direction seal had already started to operate. The 4-direction seal and Su Yan cooperated, erupting with an incomparably powerful aura. This aura operated in circles, and after a full hour, the heavenly lion original spirit finally did not have any movement. And it was also at this time that the 4-directions seal's aura suddenly skyrocketed. That powerful might had increased by more than 3 times compared to before. Big Brother Su Yan, this is great. The power of the 4-direction seal has become even stronger, and the void world inside has also become even larger. Big Brother Su Yan, continue in a spurt of energy, don't stop. Aya's excited voice came over. Su Yan also had no intention of stopping. After feeling the great increase in the power of the 4-direction seal, he was also incomparably excited because the power of the 4-direction seal was his own power. Within the heavenly lion original spirit was the heavenly eagle original spirit. Su Yan followed the same pattern and directly suppressed with the heavenly demon fingerbone. After the 4-directions seal devoured the original spirits, its power became even stronger. When it reached the last 3 original spirits, Su Yan simply threw them directly into the 4-direction seal. Finally, after a day and a night, the 4-direction seal had already refined the 9 original spirits directly. The power of the 4-direction seal had increased greatly. For the current Su Yan, the power of the 4-direction seal had given him an additional trump card. In the past, the 4-direction seal had actually been somewhat useless. Although its intrinsic quality was very strong, it had not been able to unleash its true power when facing a true powerhouse. However, Now that the four-direction seal had devoured the 9 original spirits, its power had become extremely powerful and terrifying in a short period of time. At the very least, Su Yin could use it as a trump card when facing a 3-origin or even a 4-origin venerate. Of course, the benefits of devouring the 9 original demon seal weren't limited to this. The 9 original spirits seemed to have activated some extremely crucial core of the 4-direction seal. From this day on, the power of the 4-direction seal would continue to increase. As long as there was enough time, the 4-direction seal might even be able to return to its peak one day. Moreover, this sacrificial refining was not only beneficial to the 4-direction seal, but also to Su Yin himself. After this round of cultivation, his power had increased even more, and his strength had become even more terrifying. He was at the Tin Dragon's realm, a realm that almost no one could reach. No one had directly rushed into the sea of tribulation lightning like Su Yin, and no one had been like him, directly devouring the lightning into their body and even nurturing a lightning seed. The Tin Dragon's realm was filled with endless mysteries, and it was definitely not just a theoretical powerhouse. For this world, Su Yin was an anomaly. He was constantly breaking the rules of this world. Just like now, when Su Yin had placed the original spirits into the 4-direction seal, there had been a powerful confrontation between him and the 9 original spirits. During the confrontation, he had actually refined a part of the 9 original spirits' power. The power that he had refined had directly become a part of his body. His accumulation had become even more robust. Yesterday, when the demonic wolf had tried to kill Su Yin had defeated it directly. Chapter 895. Female literature. Now his strength had improved. Even if Demon Wolf's strength doubled, it would still be defeated by Su Yin in one move. Dragon Realm Level 10 was extremely terrifying. Su Yin's body was already much stronger than that powerful dragon. His aura was also filled with an indescribably terrifying aura. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that his spirit was stronger and more resolute. At this moment, his spirit suddenly sensed something. Demon Wolf had made a move. Oh, that Lord Emissary actually appeared again? The puppet technique's control over people was actually extremely terrifying. Demon Wolf didn't know that his every move was being monitored by Su Yin. As long as Su Yin was willing, Demon Wolf could even become a living puppet. However, if he did that, the person behind Demon Wolf would definitely be able to find out. Therefore, Su Yin didn't do that. In the Heavenly Wolf Palace, Demon Wolf was prostrating on the ground. Even though he had already become a supremacy, he was still extremely respectful towards the Lord Messenger. Demon Wolf, not bad. You've already become a supremacy. You didn't let Lord Messenger down. At this moment, the Lord Messenger spoke directly. Demon Wolf was delighted to hear praise. Of course, he didn't dare to show off too much. He only said respectfully, "It's all thanks to Lord Messenger's appreciation of me." Strictly speaking, that wasn't true. If it wasn't for this Lord, he wouldn't have obtained the true spirit pill. It would probably take some time for him to become a supremacy. However, Demon Wolf couldn't understand why the Lord Messenger would summon him at this time. At this moment, the Lord Messenger suddenly asked, "I heard that you're looking for information about Saint Devil Mountain?" The Lord Messenger asked casually. But at this time, the Demon Wolf was terrified. He knew that he was extremely secretive when doing things, and it had only been a day since he started to gather information. But this Lord Emissary already knew about it. At this moment, although M.O. Lang's expression did not change, his heart was already filled with incomparable shock. He knew clearly what this meant. The Lord Messenger's control over him was deeper than he had imagined. Demon Wolf felt ashamed in his heart, so at this time, he was very surprised. However, he also knew that he absolutely couldn't show any shock at this time. Otherwise, he would have a guilty conscience. He tried his best to say, "My lord, it is indeed so." He crawled, trembled, and answered, "Tell me, what is your purpose?" The voice of this lord was still very calm, but the demonic wolf knew that if its answer couldn't satisfy this lord, its head would be separated from its body immediately. Of course, he did not want to die, so he could not tell Grimace about him. Finally, he calmed himself down and said, "My lord, this lowly one deserves to die. I'm just curious." When Demon Wolf said this, the Lord Emissary said, "Curious? What are you curious about? Why don't you tell me about it and see if I can help you?" His smile was so calm that it put a lot of pressure on the Demon Wolf. At this moment, Demon Wolf took a deep breath and finally said, "This lowly one is curious about your identity." He was not saying this for nothing. He was indeed very curious about this lord's identity. He really wanted to know what kind of background this lord had. Since they dared to go against the third vice sect master, it was obvious that the great figure behind the scenes was also a vice sect master. However, he couldn't help but feel uneasy when he didn't even know the other party's identity. Therefore, in the past, he also wanted to investigate. However, he was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He clearly understood that since the other party did not want him to know, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, he had always suppressed this thought at the bottom of his heart. However, today was the perfect time for him to say something. Humph! Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure descended. The strong pressure was so strong that it felt as if it was pressing down on his body. At this moment, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he had become a venerable one, he could not resist such pressure at all. Don't you think that your curiosity is too strong? I think you should know that if a person's curiosity is too strong, they will lose their life. This cold voice continuously destroyed Demon Wolf's nerves. Of course, he would not believe Demon Wolf's words so easily. At this moment, he was verifying that this terrifying pressure was not only to make Demon Wolf feel afraid, but also to directly intimidate his soul. Under such pressure, Demon Wolf would be defenseless. This way, he would be able to find out his answer. This was an extremely terrifying mind-questioning technique. Demon Wolf clearly knew this move. At this moment, he was already covered in cold sweat. Oh no! He knew that he could not resist this move. If that was the case, he would not be able to keep the secret in his heart. If his secret was known, his life would have come to an end. This Lord Emissary would not let him go. The Boundless Demon Sect would not tolerate traitors at all. Even if he survived, Ghostface would definitely kill him. Since he had been exposed, he had lost his value to Ghostface. That Ghostface would definitely kill him. The cold aura spread throughout his body. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared strangely. The moment this thought appeared, he suddenly realized that all the fear in his heart had disappeared without a trace. That powerful thought seemed to have fallen directly into an abyss, and it did not affect him at all. What's going on? Demon Wolf was a little shocked. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. You know how to answer. It was Ghostface's voice. Demon Wolf immediately knew that it was Ghostface who had made a move. That guy, he could actually dissolve his powerful pressure like this. It was clear that he had great control over himself. If Demon Wolf had the slightest thought of betraying him, he would probably end up dead. Thinking of this, he felt a little more fortunate. Fortunately, he did not say anything about Ghostface. Otherwise, he would not have helped him dissolve the pressure. Instead, he would have turned him into a puppet. Just the thought of becoming a walking corpse filled him with boundless fear. No matter what, he could not let himself become a monster like that. Without the pressure of that pressure, the demonic wolf immediately relaxed. However, at this moment, he would not reveal his emotions. Instead, he continued, "Sir, this lowly one was wrong. This lowly one does not dare to have any curiosity anymore. This lowly one does not dare to." At this moment, he was constantly begging for mercy. A few minutes later, the powerful pressure finally receded like the tide. At this time, the demon wolf was still alive. Clearly, the messenger had believed the demon wolf's words. His gaze was so cold. He looked at Demon Wolf and said, "Demon Wolf, you must understand one thing. You are only a servant who works for Sir. The only thing you need to do is to do what Sir has instructed you to do. Apart from that, you can enjoy your life as a city lord. You can also pursue a higher realm. However, if you have any disloyalty towards Sir, then death will be your end." This person spoke calmly, but it had already scared Demon Wolf to the point that he could not breathe. Demon Wolf repeatedly said, "This lowly one understands." At this moment, the messenger asked, "Then, Demon Wolf, do you have any news about Ghostface these days?" Demon Wolf said, "My lord, after His Majesty Hellhound made his move, Ghostface disappeared without a trace. This lowly one has already mobilized a large amount of manpower to track him down, but there has been no movement. Could he really have been killed by His Majesty Hellhound?" The messenger said, "Killed? How could it be so simple? The Hell Dog still hasn't returned. This matter isn't that simple. Forget it. Since he can deal with the Demon Wolf, whether it's him or the people behind him, he's not someone you can afford to offend. Let's just forget about this matter. I believe that as long as that guy is alive, he will be exposed sooner or later. As for you, calm down for a while. If Xing Tian has gone crazy, you must not let him get a hold of your weakness. Also, be careful of the experts of the 3 major sections. The 3 major sects were blocked outside the 13th city. However, there were many experts in the 3 major sects. If these people sneaked in and caused trouble in the backyard of the Limitless Demon Sect, it would be a huge blow to the Limitless Demon Sect. After all, this was the time when the big shots of the Limitless Demon Sect were preparing for the Demon Plan. The ancient Limitless Demon Sect wanted to awaken the great heavenly Demon Lord. But now, the Limitless Demon Sect wanted to create a powerful Demon Lord. They wanted to borrow the power of the Demon Lord to reach an extremely high level. Then, they would use it to dominate the world. Ordinary people would not know what the Demon Plan was. Unless they were the core members of the Limitless Demon Sect, they would not know. At this time, if there were experts who barged in, as long as they were not in the cities near the Saint Devil Mountain, the experts of the Saint Devil Mountain of the Limitless Demon Sect would not be bothered to take action. Demon Wolf nodded repeatedly. He did not dare to let those experts barge in. After all, he knew his own strength. A one-origin venerable was not the strongest in this battlefield. If he encountered the experts of the 3 major sects, he would probably be killed by them. Chapter 896. Female Literature. Just like that, the crisis this time was averted without any surprises or dangers. However, only he himself knew what kind of risk he had taken this time. This time, if it wasn't for Su Yan's sudden help, then in front of such a big shot, he would have been able to hide everything from his cultivation. As long as his secret of doing things for Ghostface was discovered, what awaited him would be death. Thinking of this, he was filled with fear. Although the position of City Lord was good, it was nothing compared to his life. At this moment, his heart was slowly filled with fear. It was at this moment that Su Yan quietly appeared. "What? Are you still afraid?" Su Yan's appearance was still without a trace, which gave him a fright. However, Demon Wolf clearly knew what to say at what time. He directly said, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. If not for Su Yan, he would have died just now." However, Su Yan did not take his words seriously. He only said, "Thank me? Hee. I'm afraid you hate me to the extreme. After all, if not for my appearance, why would you be so worried and afraid at this time?" Su Yan's gaze was like a long needle, directly piercing into Demon Wolf's heart. After being seen through by Su Yan, Demon Wolf did not dare to raise his head. However, Su Yan was not interested in bickering with him about this matter. He only said, "I don't care what you think in your heart. If you have the ability to kill me, then you are powerful. I have already told you this before, but at this time, I hope you will be more honest with me. By the way, where is the information I want?" Demon Wolf exhaled and said, "It's all here, sir, including the topographic map of the outer region of the Holy Devil Mountain, as well as the general information about the distribution of forces inside. However, my position is still too weak, so the information I have is limited." Su Yan took the information and nodded. Through the puppet spell, he could feel that Demon Wolf had no intention of deceiving him. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Well, this matter is not bad. Now, as the emissary said, be a good city lord. However, I have to remind you of one thing. Everything depends on your own strength. Although your current strength is not bad, you have to understand that it doesn't seem to be a big deal. A one-origin venerable is still not enough. If you can become a 2 origin venerable, you will naturally be more valued, and your chances of survival will be greater. Remember my words, goodbye. This time, Su Yan's destination was Golden Horse City. Golden Horse City had a spatial teleportation array that led to the Holy Devil Mountain. In this teleportation array, there was a witch called Qingwei guarding the space crystal. This witch's strength was not ordinary. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been caught by the Cerberus. Moreover, Qingyu seemed to have the aura of the great devil heaven lord. Therefore, when he saw her, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, this time was different from the last time. This time, he had survived a great disaster and his strength had increased rapidly. Although he had not become a venerable, he had reached the 10-dragon realm. At the same time, he cultivated the limitless 9-devil seal. Although he did not condense the 9-deviled original spirits, but put them into the square seal, it was precisely because of this that he had obtained some unique abilities, including the terrifying detection power of the Sky Eagle. Su Yan believed that he could easily defeat Qingyu this time. Unlike the last time, Su Yan seemed to be much more relaxed this time. Although it had only been a few days, the fierce attack of the 3 sects had shifted the attention of many people in the limitless demon sect to the battlefield ahead. At this time, almost no one had the mood to pay attention to this place. Moreover, the last time Su Yan came, he was in a state of panic and many people were chasing after him. However, this time, after the Hell Dog made a move, the limitless demon sect relaxed their pursuit. Perhaps many people believed that both sides had suffered losses. Of course, such a statement was extremely stupid. However, it gave Su Yan a new opportunity. He entered Golden Horse City again. At this time, the City Lord of Golden Horse City had returned. The City Lord of Golden Horse City was not very strong. He was only a 1 origin venerable. The last time he was called over, he was trembling with fear. Fortunately, he returned safely. After witnessing such a great battle, the City Lord of Golden Horse City no longer had any thoughts of being too radical. His only thought now was to be able to do well in his position. In such a world, it was good enough to be able to survive. As for the idea of making a contribution or even dominating the world, he did not dare to have such thoughts. He was very clear about his own strength. However, he did not know that sometimes, even if you did not want to cause trouble, trouble would still come knocking on your door. At this time, the Maleficent Star had quietly arrived at his city. Perhaps it was because Su Yan had broken into this place last time, or because it was martial law at this time. In order to prevent the people of the 3 major sects from breaking in, the defense of Golden Horse City was much stricter than before. However, these defenses were just for show for Su Yan. In the past, he was not afraid of such defenses, let alone now. He did not stop at all and went straight ahead. This time, he did not climb over the wall. He just restrained his aura, then disguised himself as a pedestrian and finally entered the city. With the previous experience, Su Yan naturally knew the location of the teleportation formation. Therefore, there was only one problem left at this time, and that was the spatial teleportation crystal. Last time, he had already obtained this spatial teleportation crystal. Unfortunately, the appearance of the Hell Dog interrupted Su Yan before he could activate it. At the same time, he lost the spatial teleportation crystal that had fallen into his hands. Therefore, what he needed the most now was to determine the location of the spatial teleportation crystal. Of course, there was another problem that he had to face at this time, and that was the defense. Last time, Qingwei was the only real powerhouse guarding this place. What about this time? Was there a new power in the city? If that was the case, it would be troublesome for Su Yan. Of course, it was only troublesome. At that time, Su Yan was only in the 8 dragons boundary. Even if he did not activate the power of the 3 great hearts to activate Ghostface, he could easily deal with these powerhouses. Now that he was in the 10 dragons boundary, the increase in his power was definitely not as simple as doubling. At this moment, he could directly face a venerable one without activating the power of the 3 great hearts. As for what level he could reach if he directly activated Ghostface's power, Su Yan did not know. It was not night yet, but Su-yin had already begun to wander around. The security here was very tight, and the patrolling guards did not dare to slack off at all. However, Su-yin continued to walk around this place. When he passed by those people, they all turned a blind eye to Su-yin. It was as if Su-yin was nothing more than a ghost. At this moment, Su-yin's body was filled with an aura. It was the power of laws. Of course, strictly speaking, it was not a real law, because Su-yin was not a venerable one at the moment. Even though he was not a venerable one, he was a 10 Dragons boundary powerhouse. The 10 Dragons boundary was an existence that had broken the limit of heaven. This boundary was mysterious and unfathomable. So even Su-yin, who was in this boundary, could not fathom it thoroughly. Of course, he had grasped a bit of the wonderful use of it. For example, he released the aura of laws and allowed himself to fuse with his surroundings. The patrolling guards could see him, but they treated Su-yin as one of their own. If Su-yin did not take the next step to break this phenomenon, they would not notice Su-yin. In other words, in their eyes, Su-yin at this moment was like a weed by the wall. He would always exist in this place. What Su-yin did was very simple, which was to sense the spatial crystal's location. Of course, since he already knew that Qingyu also carried the great heavenly demon Lord's inheritance, he naturally had to be more careful. After all, the two of them had a mysterious connection. If he accidentally leaked his aura, he was certain that Qingyu would be able to sense it. Su-yin carefully spread his divine sense bit by bit. Not long after, he immediately discovered the spatial crystal's location. As expected, the item was still in the hands of the woman called Qingyu. However, there were a few more tyrannical auras near her. Based on their cultivation bases, they were clearly two essences venerables. In that case, including Qingyu, there would be 5 venerables here. Furthermore, they were all 2 essences venerables. In addition, there was also a city lord nearby. 6 venerables was already a grand lineup. An ordinary sect would not be able to have so many venerables even if they used all their resources. Even a powerful sect like the Taihang Sword faction only had 20 venerables. Furthermore, many of them were 1 essence's venerables. Su-yin frowned. It was obviously not a good choice to barge in at this time. However, he already had an idea in mind. He would use Wang Jingqing's Phantom Incarnation. Wang Jingqing's Phantom Incarnation played a huge role in being able to steal 8 imprints with his Dragon Realm cultivation base. When he used this move, he directly turned into a ghost-like existence. Even venerables would not be able to sense his aura. Chapter 897. Female Literature. The Spectre movement technique was one of the most mysterious abilities. It wasn't as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to learn, but it wasn't easy either. But for Su-yin, it wasn't too big of a problem. His realm was profound, and he had the help of the Supreme Force. The Supreme Force was incomparably mysterious. It could conceal one's aura and even temporarily turn it into nothingness, just like the shadow creatures. Therefore, Su-yin could also use such a method. Another night arrived peacefully. For these patrolling people, every night wasn't beautiful because night often represented danger. In the past few days, there had been many unexpected incidents. Not counting Su-yin, the experts of the 3 major sects had also appeared in the past few days. The last time, it was an elder of the Divine Wind sect. This elder transformed into a hurricane and came and went without a trace. If he wasn't discovered by Miss Qingyu in the end, he might have really reached his goal. He might even have taken the opportunity to kill a lot of people. Time passed little by little, but at this time, Su-yin wasn't in a hurry to make a move. As a good hunter, he had to learn to wait for the right opportunity. Perhaps it was the help of the heavens, but just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly discovered an aura approaching. The speed of this aura was extremely fast. Although it was not as strange as the spectral body technique, as if it did not exist in this world, it was extremely weak and almost impossible to detect. Su-yin didn't know the identity of the other party, but since the other party appeared at this time, he obviously wasn't from the Limitless Demon sect. Since that was the case, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this person's appearance just happened to help him. That gust of wind swept downwards. At this time, Su Yan finally discovered that it was actually a middle-aged man. His realm was also very profound. From his aura, he was at least a 2-essence venerable, and might even be a 3-essence venerable. Such strength was already very strong. At this time, Su Yan saw through his purpose. He was here to kill. His target was the outermost of the 4 venerables. That venerable had already fully opened his attention, but the breeze in the night sky was too difficult to detect. The middle-aged man approached the 2 essences' supremacy and was ready to attack. However, it was at this moment that a clear voice suddenly exploded. "He Chong, and you really have guts. You actually dare to come." He had clearly disappeared without a trace, but Blue Moon had actually exposed him at this moment. Almost at the same time, the outermost venerable made his move. He couldn't tell where He Chong and was, but when he heard Qing Yue's shout, he knew that the mysterious expert was already near him. Since he didn't know where He Chong and was, he would fight in all directions. His true power suddenly erupted at this moment, and the powerful force was like the boiling lava of a volcano, directly boiling at this moment. That terrifying aura had also reached its peak at this moment. He Chong and had originally planned to quietly kill this supremacy. After all, he was a 2 essences supremacy. As long as he could kill one, he would have profited greatly. However, at this point, he only had one choice, and that was to fight head-on with his opponent. Damned woman. The last time he failed was also because of Blue Moon, and this time was the same, so he was very angry with her. Storm Divine Sword. However, the most important thing now was to deal with the crisis in front of him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to slash out with his sword. This He Chong in strength was indeed extraordinary. When this sword appeared, even though that supremacy had already reacted, he was still killed by this sword. The powerful sword chi brought about a series of cyclones that constantly revolved. After suffering such a blow, that man's expression was uncertain, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. If it wasn't for Blue Moon's warning in advance, which allowed him to be on guard before He Chong and made his move, he would have been beheaded by now. When he thought about how he had almost died for no reason, he was burning with anger. At this moment, although he was already injured, he still forcibly urged his spiritual power again. He Chong and die. A dazzling light shot out and directly enveloped He Chong, and this attack contained his full strength and wasn't weak. Of course, he didn't think that he could kill He Chong, and with this move. If this fellow could be killed so easily, then why would they need to mobilize such a large force? His goal was simple, and that was to delay. As long as he didn't let He Chong and use that strange movement technique again and leave calmly, today's victory would belong to them. Moreover, it was obvious that his method was successful. At this moment, He Chong and had no choice but to cancel out this power. It was also at this moment that a few experts, including Blue Moon, came to besiege this place. Divine Wind Sex, He Chong, and today will be the day you fall. One of the supremacies shouted sternly. The last time He Chong came, he had killed a 1 origin supremacy. That was his younger brother. It was because of this that he had come this time. At this moment, 5-2 origin supremacies had joined forces to besiege him. He wanted to see how this guy could leave this place alive. At this moment, He Chong and's expression turned ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would attach so much importance to him and send so many experts to this place. At this moment, his gaze was gloomy. In the end, he had acted too rashly. It seemed that the nail in his sect had been discovered. That was why the other party could beat him at his own game and set up such a trap to wait for him to come. You think too highly of me. Since he couldn't escape at this moment, he simply gave up on this thought. As someone who had experienced hundreds of battles, he clearly understood one principle. The more one wanted to live, the more one had to be willing to die. This was the principle of living in the face of death. At this moment, he had already set his sights on his previous target. Among the 5 people, this person was obviously the breakthrough point. He had been ambushed earlier. Although he had reacted at the last moment, he was already injured. An injured person was naturally the weakest among them. He Chang's goal was simple, and that was to give it his all and kill this person. Of course, he also knew that his chances weren't very good at this moment. However, it was better than being captured without a fight. He Chang and was a very decisive person, so before the other party could make a move, he actually launched an attack. At this moment, the speed of the Divine Wind sect was vividly reflected at this moment. A horizontal whirlwind swept across. In just a blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the other party. At this moment, his power directly emerged and fiercely suppressed the other party. Such a violent power was already incomparably fierce. The terrifying aura was like a mountain pressing down on the person. The aura that he Chang and instantly erupted had actually reached the level of 3 origin. Such an attack was already incomparably fierce. If the other party was only one person at this time, then he wouldn't be able to defend himself no matter what. At this moment, this venerable's eyes were even filled with horror. Obviously, the majesty of this attack had touched his heart. But at this moment, a light immediately appeared. It was a green light. That was Qing Yu moving. This woman was really powerful. He Chang and was so fast, but she was still able to reach him first. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for death? Attack! Her green light couldn't completely dissolve He Chang's power, but it had already slowed down his speed. At this time, He Chang's greatest reliance was his speed. But at this moment, this greatest advantage was actually dissolved like this. This was definitely not good news for him. At this time, the other venerables had also directly attacked. Powerful true power attacks directly swept towards him, and had already sealed off all directions. He Chang'an couldn't escape. Most importantly, he couldn't break through at this time. Under Qing Yu's power, he couldn't kill this venerable in an instant. So his time of death had come. In the end, He Chang and was unwilling in his heart. So, even if he was already in a situation where he would definitely die, he still had to stake it all on one throw to kill this guy. Exchanging his own life for the life of a 2-origin venerable was obviously a huge loss, but it was better than not earning a single one. But at this moment, the head of the venerable in front of him, who was preparing to block him, suddenly flew high into the sky. A pillar of blood spurted out, looking very dazzling. Dead. This guy actually died, but his power clearly wasn't at the point where he could kill him in an instant. How'd he die just like that? But no matter what, this guy was already dead, which was a good thing for him. Therefore, at this moment, he couldn't care less. He immediately activated his strength with all his might to increase his speed by 1 step. This was the best opportunity to escape. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he would never be able to leave. After all, he could already feel that the terrifying power was chasing after him. Go quickly. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a powerful force directly attacked the few venerables behind him. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and the force of the venerable's attack was actually reduced by more than half. Even He Chang and was dumbstruck. He couldn't figure out what kind of person could actually do this. But in the next moment, he knew the answer. Ghostface, it was actually Ghostface. That strange tricolor mask was so dazzling at this time. Chapter 898. Female Literature. Chapter 895. Fighting Blue Moon Ghostface. A few days ago, Su Yin had caused a huge commotion in these few big cities. Even the Hellhound had come out. The people of the 3 great sects had their own spies here, so there were some things that they would know. However, He Chang and did not expect that he would actually encounter Ghostface. Many people did not know Ghostface's identity. At least he was sure that Ghostface was definitely not from his Divine Wind sect. However, since Ghostface had saved him today, he owed Ghostface a life. I can't thank you enough. At this moment, He Chang and had escaped from the encirclement, but he did not leave immediately. Since Ghostface had saved him, he naturally could not leave Ghostface alone. Brother Ghostface, I'm He Chang'an. He said so to express his goodwill and befriend Ghostface. At this moment, Su Yin nodded and said, Sovereign He, this place is dangerous. Why don't we leave as soon as possible? Brother Ghostface, you don't have to worry about me. Previously, I was careless and fell into their encirclement. Now, it won't be so easy for them to catch me again. He chonged and said directly. In fact, he was indeed qualified to say such words. His wild wind technique could be said to come and go without a trace. If it was not for Blue Moon's existence, even if the other party was on guard, he could at least kill one of them and leave calmly. Brother Ghostface, I wonder why you're here? Ghostface had saved him earlier, so he had to return the favor now. Ghostface was obviously not here to enjoy the scenery. Suyin did not hold back and said directly, Space Crystal. He chonged and's gaze fell on the beautiful figure in the middle of the 5 people. It's in that woman's hands. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. He chonged and never liked to owe people favors. Suyin nodded and said, okay. Facing 5 sovereigns, although Suyin was confident that he could use the ghost body technique to get close to Blue Moon, it was still troublesome. At this moment, with He Chong and an expert restraining them, he could save a lot of effort. At this moment, his figure flickered repeatedly. In just an instant, he'd arrived before Qingyu. His specter Dharma body was actually this terrifying. The Venerables still hadn't come back to their senses. Even He Chong was shocked. He had always been extremely confident in his movement technique. But at this time, seeing Su Yan's mysterious means, he was also very surprised. He had never thought that someone could be so fast. No wonder Su Yan was able to kill a venerable one so silently. Amazing. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Only now did he believe that Ghostface, who had stirred up quite a storm, lived up to his reputation. At this moment, the other 3 supremacies saw Su Yan approaching Blue Moon and immediately attacked. Their orders were to protect Blue Moon at all costs. But at this time, He Chang'an would not let them pass so easily. Hee, you bastards of the limitless demon sect, your opponent is me. He slashed out with his gale sword again. The sword chi turned into an incomparable gale, blocking their path. The supremacies were helpless. At this time, they could only kill He Chang'an. Before that, they could only hope that Blue Moon was strong enough. At this moment, Blue Moon looked at Su Yan, but she was incomparably calm. She said with a smile, I knew you would come. She had seen everything in the battle back then. She could be considered the only person who had witnessed that battle. Su Yan's strength deeply shocked her heart. Of course, she also knew that it was definitely not Su Yan's own strength. Otherwise, Su Yan would not have to pay such a huge price. However, she was not interested in that. What really interested her was the aura of the great Devil Heaven Lord on Su Yan. She did not wait for Su Yan's response. She smiled and said, I know you want the space crystal. Come with me. With that, she leaped into the distance. Su Yan glanced at her. He did not know what she meant, but the spatial teleportation crystal was in her hands. Therefore, Su Yan naturally would not give up. He was not afraid of Blue Moon's ambush. At this moment, Su Yan was bold. As long as he did not meet a super abnormal existence like the Hellhound, he would not be afraid even if he met Zuo-Lei-Tao. Zuo-Lei-Tao was a 4 essences supremacy, while Su Yan was in the Tendragon realm. His battle strength had increased by an unknown amount compared to before. It was definitely not just 1 or 2 times. If Ghostface's strength was fully activated, his battle strength would reach an unprecedented level. If he was not in a hurry to go to the Saint Devil Mountain, he would very much like to challenge Zuo-Lei-Tao. Moreover, he already knew that Zuo-Lei-Tao had already left this place and headed to the battlefield ahead. Blue Moon continued on its way, finally stopping in an extremely remote valley. Su Yan arrived there at almost the same time. Tell me, why did you bring me here? Su Yan's voice was a little low. Naturally, it was not his own voice. Every time he summoned Grimace, his voice would change accordingly. Blue Moon turned to look at Su Yan and said, Ghostface, I've already told you before. I'm very curious about what kind of face is under this mask. If you let me see it, this space crystal is yours. Blue Moon's voice was very gentle and charming. It had a different kind of charm that was very attractive to men. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to all of this. At this moment, his mind was so resolute that it was as immovable as a mountain. If he could not even resist this little bit of charm, he would not have survived until now. He said directly, All right, let's cut the crap. Tell me your purpose. I think you should know that whether you're willing or not, I have the ability to take the spatial teleportation crystal from you. Su Yan had already taken the spatial teleportation crystal the last time, let alone now. If it were not for the unique aura of the great devil god lord on her, Su Yan would not even bother to come with her. What an unromantic man. However, I like men like you very much. Blue Moon continued to smile. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately felt Su Yan's aura pressing down on her. The last time she fought Su Yan was not so powerful. However, at this moment, she actually felt suffocated. Of course, she knew what this meant. This meant that Su Yan was much stronger than before. I don't have much patience. I only came here to talk nonsense with you on account of the great devil god lord. However, I hope you won't waste my patience. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Su Yan's tone was as cold as ice. No matter how beautiful the beauty before him was, he did not have the slightest bit of interest. All right, I actually want to know how you obtained the great devil god lord's power. Did you also obtain the great devil god lord's inheritance? Blue Moon asked. This was the question she was concerned about. Su Yan sneered. There is no need for me to tell you this. If you're done with your nonsense, then I'm going to make my move. Su Yan was indeed running out of patience. Although he did not dislike this woman because of the great devil god lord, he needed time at this critical juncture. If the people of the Limitless Demon Sect knew that Ghostface had appeared again, they would definitely send people over. At the very least, the 3rd Deputy Sect Master's faction would definitely not give up. Now that he had appeared here, the news would definitely spread. Therefore, he did not have much time left. He could not keep wasting time here with this woman. Blue Moon said, I can make your power even stronger. Her voice was still trembling at this moment. Su Yan's power was so strong that she could not resist it at all. This was something she had never thought, that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. She had originally thought that she could still contend with Su Yan, but now it seemed like it was just a fool's dream. Ghostface was definitely not an ordinary person, since he could create such a huge commotion at the hands of the Hellhound. Therefore, she immediately discarded all her thoughts. Su Yan's power stopped at this moment. It was like a wall had stopped in the air. Go on. Blue Moon let out a sigh. She looked extremely cute when she exhaled. She said with a smile, I believe you already know that I'm the successor of the great devil god lord's faction. Our faction used to be the orthodox faction of the Limitless Demon Sect. But now, the Demon Sect is plotting against the demons and ignoring the great cause of resurrecting the great devil god lord. Our faction has been suppressed like never before. I can feel a great majesty from you. I think you must be favored by the great devil god lord. However, your current strength is still a little lacking. We can make you stronger and even directly break through to the Down Master Realm in a short time. Blue Moon's words were already extremely shocking. Asking Su Yan to directly break through to the Down Master Realm in a short time was a little too arrogant. It even seemed like she was bragging without a draft. Blue Moon was afraid that Su Yan would not believe her, so she immediately said, Please believe us. After all, we have the weapon that once belonged to the great devil god lord. As long as you can awaken this weapon, you will definitely obtain the powerful inheritance of the great devil god lord. Then, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds in an instant. Chapter 899. Female Literature. The great Devil Heaven Lord was an extremely powerful existence. Even if one looked at the entire history of the human race, there were definitely no more than 5 people who could contend with him. If he could obtain the inheritance of such a great figure, his strength would definitely rise to a new level. A Tao sovereign was indeed very far away for others. However, it was nothing to his successor. One had to know that according to the legends, this person was a super expert who surpassed the Saint Venerable level. How terrifying was such a person's strength? Under the infusion of his power, what was impossible for an Emperor Realm expert, let alone a Tao sovereign? One had to admit that the temptation was very great. Su Yan had to admit that he was tempted at this time. If he could obtain the inheritance of the great Devil Heaven Lord, it could be said that he had ascended to the heavens in a single bound. However, after a short moment, he had already dismissed the thought in his heart. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Although he had only fought with this woman once, Su Yin had already clearly grasped her character. She was definitely not a fanatic who existed for the sake of faith. Therefore, she must have her own plans for doing this. This plan was definitely not small. Of course, perhaps he would indeed obtain great benefits, but at the same time, there were risks involved. How could the power of the great devil heaven Lord be so easy to bear? Therefore, Su Yan's choice was to refuse. I don't have time to talk so much nonsense with you. Since you're unwilling to hand over that thing, I'll do it myself. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan had already made his move. Almost at the same time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly emerged from Qin Yu's body. This aura was exactly the same as that of Su Yan's left hand. It was the power of the heavenly demon. May the demon Lord bless me and bestow upon me supreme power. Prayer. This was the heavenly demon prayer incantation. It was a powerful technique that used one's mind to request supreme power from the demon lord. Blue Moon's strength wasn't weak to begin with, and the moment she used the prayer technique, her aura surged wildly, directly reaching the level of a three essences supremacy. Ghostface, do you see this? This is the great power of our master. As long as you agree, you can get the inheritance. This power is more than 100 times stronger than it is now. Moreover, my heavenly demon horde is at your disposal. Are you not tempted? Blue Moon's question resounded in Su Yan's mind. At this moment, Su Yan sneered, You've even resorted to mind bewitchment? Seems like you really want me to inherit the power of the heavenly demon. However, since this power is so strong, why don't you inherit it yourself? Why don't the rest of your heavenly demon horde inherit it? Su Yan asked directly. The power of mind bewitchment had long since lost its meaning to him. Su Yan had experienced a life and death calamity, and such mind bewitchment was still too far away. Moreover, he hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. Just like now, the power of the heavenly demon lord was so strong, and there were so many people in the heavenly demon horde. How could no one inherit it? If one didn't have to pay any price to obtain the power of the heavenly demon horde would have fought tooth and nail to obtain it. They wouldn't have needed him to inherit it in the present situation. Of course, there might be some special conditions to inherit the power of the heavenly demon, but he didn't believe that there wasn't a single person in the heavenly demon horde. While they were talking, Su Yan had already exchanged a palm strike with the woman. After using the heavenly demon prayer curse, the woman's strength had indeed increased by a lot. Su Yan couldn't gain the slightest advantage from her palm strike. At this moment, Blue Moon said, Ghostface, you've miscalculated something. I'm not as weak as you think. Last time, I wanted to let you go, which was why I gave you the spatial transfer crystal. But now, I suddenly don't want to give it to you anymore. Blue Moon smiled faintly, and her charm immediately filled the air. She was a natural enchantress, and her every frown and smile could affect one's mind. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to all of this. Su Yan didn't have any intention of stopping after his attack failed. Interesting, but this is good. At this moment, Su Yan had already struck again with another palm strike. At this moment, the dragon aura in his body roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded continuously. That terrifying sound was constantly reverberating, and the majesty of a giant dragon was directly reflected at this moment. That majesty was the real dragon's majesty, powerful and domineering. Su Yan had already reached the Ten Dragon realm, and his body had the blood of the great demonic dragon, so his dragon's majesty was extremely powerful. And that wasn't all. One had to know that Su Yan had seen a real dragon king, and his body had even fought with a few extremely powerful dragon kings. Although the Godslayer sword was in charge at that time, the powerful dragon's majesty had been engraved into Su Yan's soul. It was precisely because of this that when Su Yan displayed it, the dragon's might was so strong that it was simply unprecedented. At this moment, there was actually a dragon's shadow lingering as his palm struck. Demonic moon in the sky, heavenly demon release. In the face of such a strike, Blue Moon didn't dare to underestimate it at all. She immediately channeled her power and pushed her aura to the peak. At the same time, a demonic moon had quietly appeared in front of her. That demonic moon was no different from the bright moon in the sky, but the faint purple light it emitted was extremely terrifying. That powerful force was constantly changing at this time. Everything between the heaven and earth had begun to sublimate at this time. At this moment, it was as if a demon had possessed her. It was also at this moment that Blue Moon transformed into a true demoness. Ghostface, I'll let you know how terrifying my master's majesty is. Unless you use the means you used to deal with the Hellhound, you're no match for me. Blue Moon still had a fresh memory of the battle between Su Yin and the Hellhound. In that battle, the power that Su Yin displayed was really powerful. That kind of domineering majesty seemed to stab her in the head, even when she thought about it. However, she also knew that Su Yin had to pay a huge price to use such a powerful force. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be used so easily. However, for safety's sake, she still said this to provoke Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin snorted and said, "You have good intentions, but don't worry. But don't worry, I don't need to do this to deal with you." At this moment, Su Yan's aura changed again. The dragon aura around his body suddenly converged towards Su Yin. The power of 10 dragons, lightless heaven and earth, rising dragon fist. This move was a fist technique that he comprehended at this moment. He condensed all the dragon aura into his body and then released it at the most critical moment. When his power rushed out at full force, it was like the roar of a rising dragon. It was indestructible and indestructible. So what if it's the power of the demonic moon? I'll break it with one punch. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had really reached the peak. His aura and will had completely fused. Such power was undoubtedly incomparably powerful. In just a moment, the two forces collided. Meeting on a narrow path was always a fight between the brave. The power of the demonic moon that Blue Moon displayed wasn't weak. In fact, it was an extremely powerful attack. However, the moment it came into contact with a rising dragon fist, the endless roars of the 5 dragons shook the demonic moon. At this moment, the demonic moon was constantly fluctuating like rippling water. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Of course, what Blue Moon couldn't bear the most was the terrifying battle intent. Su Yin had experienced life and death. In his body, there are the arrangements of many powerful existences. Countless reincarnations of life and death had already given him an incomparably powerful aura. And this aura complemented the rising dragon fist that he had just comprehended. Such power was even more terrifying. Although Blue Moon was a genius and used such a powerful power of the Demon Lord's inheritance, unfortunately, she had an irreparable weakness compared to Su Yin. That was her aura. She had killed before, and she had killed quite a few people. Her strength was naturally strong enough. Her realm was already not bad. In addition to the power of the demonic wishing curse, her combat strength had increased countless times. But this was still not enough. That was her aura. After all, she lacked the madness and courage to fight to the death like Su Yin. Fighting to the death with a madman was always an irrational choice. Su Yin was a madman. It wasn't that he wanted to be crazy, but this world forced him to be so. This was fate. From a moment he became Su Yin of this world, this was already destined. It couldn't be changed because there was no choice. Either bow down or fight to the death. Because of this, Su Yin fought with his life on the line every time. It wasn't natural to say that he was a gambler, because gamblers always had a wishful thinking. However, Su Yin staked everything on a single throw. He didn't care about the consequences and charged forward bravely. At this moment, Blue Moon was defeated by such a magnificent aura. The demonic moon was finally shattered by Su Yan's rising dragon fist. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful face was already pale. "You've lost. Then hand over the spatial teleportation crystal to me." Su Yin walked to her side. Blue Moon stared straight at Su Yan's ghost face. Finally, she sighed and handed over the spatial teleportation crystal. It wasn't that she was willing, but she knew that if she didn't hand it over now, she would probably lose her life. Su Yan definitely wasn't someone who would show mercy to women. She clearly knew that if it weren't for the demonic chi, Su Yan might have already killed her. She didn't want to die, so the best choice was to hand over the spatial teleportation crystal. Su Yan kept the crystal and left without looking back. At this moment, He Chang'an was being besieged by 3-2 Essence's venerables. Su Yan saved his life, so he returned the favor by helping Su Yan delay the 3 venerables. He was indeed powerful to be able to fight against the 3 venerables for so long. Chapter 900. Female Literature. Unfortunately, he was only one person. Although he was powerful, he was not a true 3 Essences supremacy. The supremacies sent by the limitless demon sect were definitely not weak. At this point, He Chang'an was already exhausted and could not hold on any longer. Forget it, I've already done my best. If I continue to delay like this, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. He Chang'an sighed in his heart. Although he helped Su Yan, he would not joke about his life. He had already helped Ghostface delay for so long and had done his best. At this point, he had already made up his mind to leave this place. However, at this moment, a supremacy from the limitless demon sect suddenly said, "This person wants to leave. Don't let him use his movement technique." After all, they were all supremacies. Although He Chang'an was powerful, he was not at the point where he could crush them. These supremacies were all astute and immediately saw through the crux of the matter. At this moment, he directly unleashed his strength, and the 3 supremacies pressured him at the same time. Previously, He Chang'an was already exhausted. At this moment, the 3 supremacies had clearly made up their minds to take his life. Naturally, they would use all their trump cards. At this moment, He Chang'an realized that the situation seemed to be out of his control. His movement technique was indeed powerful, but it was not at the point where he could do as he pleased. At this moment, the 3 supremacies were directly pressuring him. It was extremely difficult for him to escape. Damn it, I'm going to lose my life. At this moment, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He had never expected that things would turn out this way. Forget it, he saved my life in the first place. I'll just treat it as returning it to him. It had to be said that He Chang'an was also an interesting person. Even at this time, he still had the mood to think about this. However, he was also ruthless in his heart. If they wanted to take He Chang'an's life, they would have to pay the price. He had already made up his mind to kill one of them. "Bastards, if you want to kill me, then you'll have to pay the price too." He roared angrily. At this moment, the hurricane sword was activated again. An extremely terrifying aura condensed directly at this moment. Such power was not earth-shattering, but it was extremely terrifying. But at this time, the person opposite him actually laughed mockingly. "Oomph. Even at death's door, you still want to drag me down with you? Impossible, Zong Mo Sha." At this time, he directly used a secret technique, also appearing in one move. Zong Mo Sha. Using the demonical to stimulate one's own body, allowing one's strength to surpass one's own realm in an instant, and then complete the heaven-defying killing. There would naturally be consequences for using this move. However, if he could kill He Chang'an, it would be a great merit. At that time, the limitless demon sect would naturally reward him. Then, everything he had done would be worth it. At this time, he struck out with a palm and actually broke He Chang'an's wild wind sword. He laughed sinisterly. "You're going to die at my hands in the end." At that moment, He Chang'an realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late for him to do anything. His Gale sword was directly shattered, and it seemed that at this time, only death was left for him. However, right at that moment, a dragon's roar sounded. "Who do you think you can kill?" When this disdainful voice appeared, the person who used the vile devil Buddhist immediately knew that things weren't good. It was Ghostface. Ghostface had actually turned back at this time. They all knew about Qing Yue's strength, but if Ghostface appeared now, didn't that mean that Qing Yue wouldn't be able to stop him? While he was still thinking about this, Su Yan's large hand had already patted his back. This person had been trying to attack with all his strength, so he hadn't expected that Su Yan would make a move at this time. At this moment, He wanted to turn back and resist this attack, but it was already too late. Su Yan's palm had already landed. Against the demon sect powerhouse, Su Yan had no intention of showing any mercy. When his palm landed, a terrifying aura directly impacted the powerhouse's body. That aura wreaked havoc, and in just a short moment, it had already shattered all of his bones. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. A powerful venerable had fallen just like that. Brother He, let's join hands and kill the remaining two. At this moment, Su Yan's killing intent was aroused. He didn't have the slightest intention of holding back. After killing one person, he immediately turned back and attacked the other person. At this moment, He Chang'an also knew that he had escaped death once again. After seeing Su Yan's actions, he couldn't help but lament, "Damn it, Ghostface is really a ferocious person." However, at this moment, he also felt heroic and shouted, "All right." Qingwei wasn't around, and two of the original 5-2 origin venerables had already died at the hands of Su Yan. After looking at each other, the remaining two immediately realized that they weren't a match for He Chang and in Ghostface. They didn't have any intention of attacking and actually turn around to leave. Sky Demon Sword. Unfortunately, if they had fought with all their strength, they would have been able to put up a fight. However, they chose to flee. After all, Su Yan was best at speed, and wasn't He Chang the same? By doing so, they were simply presenting their backs to the enemy to be beheaded. Following two blood-curdling screams, the two men were beheaded at this moment. Ha ha! How refreshing, how refreshing. Originally, I only wanted to launch a sneak attack here and make a small fuss. I didn't expect to kill 4-2 origin venerables in one go. This time, the boundless demon sect is going to be heartbroken. He Chang'an laughed loudly. Just as he said, he originally came here to see if there was a chance to steal the spatial teleportation crystal. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to destroy the teleportation array. It was one of the fastest shortcuts for the boundless demon sect to come here from the Saint Devil Mountain. The experts of the Saint Devil Mountain could directly send experts here through the teleportation array and then head to the front line. However, if the teleportation array was destroyed, the experts of the Saint Devil Mountain would have to spend more time to send reinforcements. As a result, the pressure on the boundless demon sect would be greatly reduced. However, it wasn't that easy to return to the teleportation array. Therefore, He Chang and came here to scout for information. He only dared to come here because of his fast movement technique. Although he didn't obtain any information the last time he came, he still killed a Dragon Realm expert. In the eyes of venerables, Dragon Realm experts might not be much. However, on the battlefield, Dragon Realm experts were the top fighting force. Being able to kill a Dragon Realm expert could be considered a small merit. In fact, he shouldn't have come here today. His senior brother had already warned him that his operation yesterday had failed. The boundless demon sect weren't fools and would definitely have a backup plan. However, He Chang and was still confident. Furthermore, he felt that his failure yesterday had made him lose face. Therefore, he secretly came here today. However, he didn't expect the boundless demon sect to have already set up an ambush today. If not for Ghostface's appearance, he would have died here today. However, it was because of Ghostface that he not only escaped from death, but also killed 4 venerables. That was a great contribution. Brother Ghostface, I really have to thank you this time. If not for you, He Chang, would have been decapitated. He Chang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Yan shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I also received help from Brother He this time. If not for He Chang, and it wouldn't have been so easy for Su Yan to obtain the spatial teleportation crystal. After all, the crystal was in the hands of Qingwei and a few 2 essence venerables. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he would have to spend a lot of effort and might even have to use power that he didn't want to use. The price would be huge. It was because he was entangled with these people that he was able to defeat Qingwei one-on-one and obtain the spatial teleportation crystal. At this time, He Chang asked, "I wonder what Brother Ghostface's purpose for obtaining the spatial teleportation crystal is." In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. However, he was still unwilling to believe it. After all, it was a little too shocking. At this time, Su Yin said, "You guessed right. The place I'm going is the Saint Devil Mountain." Until he heard Su Yan's words, he chong and was still a little surprised. "Brother Ghostface, the Saint Devil Mountain is full of danger. Do you really want to go?" Su Yan said, "Of course." "Well, Brother I'm very honored to be able to cooperate with you this time. However, I don't have much time." At this time, Su Yan had already stepped into the spatial teleportation array. At this time, the spatial teleportation array's radiance had already started to shine. The specks of radiance were so dazzling that a powerful force was constantly rising. It was the radiance of space. As the radiance flickered, the spatial fluctuations directly overflowed. He-chan wanted to stop him. After all, the Saint Devil Mountain was really too dangerous. Although many experts of the Limitless Demon Sect had gone out because of the war, it was still the most dangerous place in the entire 9 continents. Even the Divine Wind Sect's sect master didn't dare to go there. Although Ghostface's strength wasn't bad, He-chan didn't think that he could come back alive after going there. However, Su Yan's decision was very firm. Since he had already made such a decision, he would do it directly. No one could stop him. At this time, the spatial teleportation array had already started. At this time, He-chan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The radiance of space swallowed Su Yin little by little. In the end, Su Yin finally disappeared. The power of space had already completely swallowed Su Yin. Finally, Su Yan's voice came. "Brother you should leave early. With such a big movement here, the people of the Limitless Demon Sect will know about it. At that time, it will be difficult to leave." Hearing Su Yan's voice, he chong and didn't care about it anymore and directly left. Chapter 901. Female Literature. Space was constantly fluctuating at this time. Space was like flowing water, wandering leisurely. Such a scene was naturally incomparably magnificent and fascinating. However, at this time, Su Yin did not dare to touch it at all, because he knew clearly that this was not the sea. This was the space corridor. The reason why the teleportation formation was important was that it could fix the point of 2 spaces and then achieve directional teleportation. Without this passage, if one accidentally stepped into the space corridor, the unlucky ones would be crushed by the huge power and die completely. Even if one was lucky and did not encounter a space storm, they would be exiled to the void and would not even be able to find their own place. Therefore, Su Yin did not dare to. At this time, he could only stay here and wait for the teleportation to end. Of course, he did not do nothing. On the contrary, he began to comprehend the power of space at this time. After becoming a venerable one could have a preliminary understanding of the secrets of space. Although he might not be able to use the power of space immediately, he could already comprehend it. At this time, although Su Yin was not a venerable one, he was in the 10 Dragons realm. That was a powerful realm that surpassed the 9 dragons. Although he was not a venerable one, Su Yin felt that this realm was definitely not worse than a venerable one. Since a venerable one could comprehend space and even cultivate the power of space, the 10 Dragons realm should be able to do so as well. Moreover, Su Yin was not unfamiliar with the power of space. He had had several opportunities to come into contact with the power of space. At this time, it was a good opportunity for Su Yin to comprehend the power of space. Su Yan's situation was not good, so he needed to seize all the opportunities to become stronger. The law of space was one of the most mysterious and powerful laws in this world. Just like when the Godslayer's sword fought with the Dragon King, it directly used the power of space and then burst out with other abilities to kill the Fire Dragon King in an instant. This was because the Godslayer's sword at that time had lost its original power. If it was in the past when his strength was still at its peak, then with a slash of the sword, space would be destroyed. As long as the place was covered by the sword light, everything would collapse. With such strength, who would be able to withstand it? If Su Yin had such ability, why would he need to be so afraid of the Limitless Demon Sect? Of course, it was impossible for the current Su Yin to possess such powerful strength. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Su Yin could learn. Maybe he would need a lot of time to learn, or maybe he would never be able to learn, but everything needed to start. If a person didn't even dare to start, then how could there be a chance of success? The space crystal was emitting a gentle light. It was this light that was protecting Su Yin and stabilizing the space tunnel. At this time, Su Yin calmed his mind. Almost at this time, a powerful force suddenly rushed out from Su Yan's body. When Su Yin felt this power, he was immediately shocked. This was the God-Slayer's sword. At that moment, the God-Slayer's sword began to devour the power of space. The God-Slayer's sword had become extremely weak after the last battle. Therefore, he fell into silence. However, when Su Yin rushed into the heavenly tribulation last time, the God-Slayer's sword had already awakened. At that time, it began to devour the power of lightning. Therefore, Su Yin knew that the God-Slayer's sword needed a lot of energy. However, although Su Yin knew this, he couldn't satisfy it. Firstly, he couldn't provide such a huge amount of energy for the God-Slayer's sword. Secondly, even if he could provide it, Su Yin wouldn't dare. At this time, the God-Slayer's sword had fallen into silence. Therefore, Su Yan's scabbard had become free. However, if the God-Slayer's sword woke up again, who knew if it would go crazy? If it ran to Dragon Island for revenge again, then whether or not he could survive this time was another matter. However, Su Yin never expected that the God-Slayer's sword would choose to devour the power of space. This was definitely not a good thing for Su Yin, because this was the spatial passage. If he devoured the power of space here, then it would definitely affect the stability of space. When that happened, space would collapse. What would happen to Su Yin then? No matter how powerful he was, he definitely wasn't at the point where he could cross space with his own body. Perhaps he would be directly killed by the powerful and terrifying power of space in the next moment. However, Su Yin didn't have any good ideas at this time. The God-Slayer's sword was completely out of his control. Damn it, he's really a master from head to toe. At this time, Su Yin could only curse because he didn't know what to do at this time. Just as Su Yin expected, when the power of space continued to gather, the spatial passage really began to become unstable. Su Yin could already feel the obvious violent vibrations. If this continued, then the worst thing that Su Yin expected would happen. No, I must stop it. Su Yin immediately began to activate the Regal Sword Codex. At this time, the only way that Su Yin could think of to stop this guy seemed to be the Regal Sword Codex. At this time, the Regal Sword Codex was activated. The Regal Sword Soul immediately sensed it and then rushed towards the God-Slayer's sword. Su Yin didn't expect to be able to suppress the God-Slayer's sword with power. However, even if he couldn't suppress it, being able to block the God-Slayer's sword's sensing power would be enough. When this power was activated, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with an inexplicable light. Stop it for me. Su Yin directly transmitted his thoughts into it. However, when his thoughts were transmitted, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The God-Slayer sword didn't care at all. Instead, it seemed to have felt the influence of the Regal Sword Soul and became even stronger. At this time, the God-Slayer sword actually began to devour the power of the spatial transmission crystal. The spatial transmission crystal was the fundamental guarantee of this transmission. Not only could it help Su Yin maintain the passage unobstructed, but it also had the function of positioning. If the spatial transmission crystal disappeared at this time, then Su Yin really wouldn't have the slightest bit of hope. At this time, Su Yin suddenly realized that the space in front of him seemed to have calmed down a little. It's the exit. The exit of the spatial transmission array is about to arrive. Su Yin guessed this and immediately revealed a look of surprise. If that was the case, then that would be great. If he could leave smoothly, then it would be better than anything else. The only thing that worried him now was whether the spatial transmission crystal could last until the end. At this moment, the God-Slayer's sword suddenly shone brightly. This light wasn't fierce, but it had a powerful force. Even the Regal Sword Soul was repelled. The God-Slayer's sword suddenly moved, and the devouring power became even stronger. Almost instantly, the entire space began to surge with huge waves. At this time, the light of the God-Slayer's sword had penetrated his body. If it weren't for the power of the God-Slayer's sword at this time, Su Yin would have been torn to pieces by the power of space. Damn it, am I going to crash here? outside the Saint Devil Mountain, beside the teleportation array. This teleportation array was connected to Golden Horse City. It was one of the main passages for the experts of the Saint Devil Mountain to go to the outside world. Except for super experts like the Cerberus, ordinary disciples of the Saint Devil Mountain relied on this teleportation array to go in and out. Therefore, this teleportation array was naturally heavily guarded. What's more, a few days ago, there was news that the people of the three great sects seemed to be interested in this teleportation array. Although they didn't think that the people of the three great sects could attack here, they still had to be prepared. At this time, the disciple on duty suddenly found that the teleportation array was shining. What's going on? Why is this teleportation array emitting light? What's going on? Generally speaking, if someone was teleporting here, they would definitely send a message here. But this time there was no news at all. The spatial ripples were already shining brightly. Not good. It might be an enemy attack. Everyone, be alert. The captain on duty was also alert. Since there was no message from the other side, it was very likely that it wasn't a disciple of the limitless demon sect. Thinking that the people of the three great sects have been interested in the teleportation array these days, it was very likely that the teleportation array in Golden Horse City had been lost, so the people of the three great sects could teleport here. Those people who could attack the teleportation array in Golden Horse City were definitely not ordinary people, and they dared to kill their way into the Saint Demon Mountain of the limitless demon sect. Therefore, at this time, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately ordered martial law, and at the same time, began to prepare to send a signal to inform the higher-ups. But at this time, the light of the teleportation array gushed out crazily. This light was much stronger than usual. The disciples who were sucked into the light dissipated in the next moment. Of course, they weren't invisible, but they were sucked into the space fluctuation. The space fluctuation was so powerful that even venerables didn't dare to try it, let alone the few of them. Therefore, those people were doomed to die. In just an instant, the space had become violent. This area was distorted and swept away by the power of space. None of the guards managed to escape. All of them were sucked into space. On the other side, Suyin finally left the spatial passage. However, at this time, he had completely deviated from the direction. The place where he appeared was not the other side of the teleportation array at all. At this time, there was no one at the place where the teleportation array was originally located. The higher-ups of the Saint Demon Mountain immediately discovered this matter. A Tao master directly appeared, and his powerful force descended to suppress the space. Chapter 902. Female Literature. The person who came was Yin Xiao. If Su Yin was here, he would definitely recognize the person in front of him. But at this time, Su Yin wasn't here. It had to be said that this was Su Yan's luck. Although the Godslayer's sword's sudden madness did indeed put him in a great danger. But if it wasn't for the Godslayer's sword, Su Yin would have definitely encountered the disciples guarding the teleportation array. Of course, the disciples guarding the teleportation array weren't much. Their strength wasn't bad, but Su Yin didn't put them in his eyes. But the problem was that as long as he was discovered, the experts of the limitless demon sect would come. Not to mention Yin Xiao. Even if other venerables came, Su Yin would suffer. Not being strong enough was after all the biggest sin. Fortunately, Su Yin made a mistake this time. Because of the spatial explosion, Su Yin managed to avoid a disaster. However, what Su Yin didn't know was that while he was causing chaos in this place, in a remote corner of the Saint Devil Mountain, two people had quietly appeared at this moment. One of them was tall and handsome. He was really an elegant and distinguished person. The other was incomparably gloomy. The aura flowing from his body was frightening. He was a real poisonous snake. This person was none other than Hydralisk. Needless to say, the tall and handsome person was naturally Duamu Longhu. I'm finally back. The air of the Saint Devil Mountain is so nostalgic. I really miss the old days. Behind him, Hydralisk didn't say a word. Although Hydralisk was a member of the limitless demon sect, he was just an assassin. Although he had some skills, he was only in the Dragon Realm at that time. Moreover, he was only a low-level Dragon Realm cultivator. Naturally, he didn't have the qualifications to enter this place. Therefore, he didn't have any nostalgia for this place. But the reason why he fought so hard and killed so many people was because he wanted to enter this place and become a core disciple. However, this goal was not achieved, and he entered this place in another way. Sure, Wu Xin, Gui, Shan Xiao, you two old geezers are still alive. Ha! I really want to see you again, Duanmu Longhu muttered to himself. However, if the two names he mentioned were to be known by others, they would definitely be extremely shocked, because Shi Wuxin was the name of the current sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. Ghost God Cultivator was the first elder of the Ghost God Palace, and also the first vice-sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. As Duanmu Longhu spoke, he revealed an incomparable hatred for these two. Young master, what should we do now? Hydralisk softly asked. Duanmu Longhu stretched and said, what do you think? What else could he do? At this time, he naturally wanted to walk around. He hadn't been home for a long time, so he naturally wanted to take a good look at this place. Looking at the time, their demon plan is about to begin. Duanmu Longhu appeared in the Saint Devil Mountain. Of course, this time, he didn't come here to settle the grudges between Shi Wuxin and Gui Xinxiu, because he clearly knew that he didn't have the qualifications to do so. Duanmu Longhu's background was very big. He was the Limitless Demon Sect's crown prince 1,000 years ago. The crown prince was the most promising person to inherit the Limitless Demon Sect. 1,000 years ago, Gui Xinxiu, Shi Wuxin, and Duanmu Longhu were the three demon sons of the Limitless Demon Sect. Among them, Duanmu Longhu was the strongest. Unfortunately, this powerful Duanmu Longhu disappeared without trace. His disappearance was so sudden that the outside world didn't know that a powerful genius had appeared in the Limitless Demon Sect, Duanmu Longhu. As for what happened in the past, outsiders had no idea. Apart from Duanmu Longhu, perhaps only Shi Wuxin and Gui Xinxiu knew. But these two people's identities were too terrifying. They were old ghosts that had lived for 1,000 years. Su Yin finally got used to the current situation. The space exploded, and he directly escaped from it. Fortunately, he had the protection of the God-Slayer's sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, he really couldn't bring himself to thank the God-Slaying sword. After all, this was caused by the God-Slayer's sword. He shook his head, dispelling the dizziness, and then began to look around. This was a mountainous area filled with dense forests. The towering ancient trees were the best interpretation of this place. Su Yin looked around. Every ancient tree was so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. As for their height, they were almost 300 meters tall. Su Yin began to search for information in his mind. The Saint Devil Mountain wasn't just a mountain, but an endless mountain range. The mountain range was vast, and it was much larger than the Taihang Sword faction. And the Limitless Demon Sect's headquarters was built in this huge mountain range. Of course, unlike the Taihang Sword faction, the Saint Devil Mountain, where the Limitless Demon Sect was located, was actually very dangerous. Apart from the places that were already occupied, many other places were dangerous. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful sect like the Limitless Demon Sect was located in a place filled with danger. But this was indeed the case. These dangerous places were the training grounds of many experts. Some of them were even personally set up by the great Demon Heaven's Lord. Not only was it the Limitless Demon Sect's holy land, it was also the most dangerous place. It was said that the most dangerous place was the 9 Netherworld Peak. Even the sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect, Shi Wuxin, rarely went there. Of course, this was only a rumor. At this time, Su Yin was nowhere to be found. Of course, staying here wasn't a solution, so he could only choose to move forward. And at this time, the Limitless Demon Sect was already bustling with activity. The Demon Project was about to begin. This was a huge matter for the Limitless Demon Sect. A long time ago, the Limitless Demon Sect didn't have a Demon Project. At that time, they needed to sacrifice in hopes of reviving the great Demon Heaven's Lord. But as time passed, the resurrection plan was gradually abandoned. For the sake of the resurrection plan, the Limitless Demon Sect had sacrificed too much. Back then, The limitless demon sect was so crazy that they wanted to kill everyone in the 5 prefectures. Then, they obtained the powerful sacrificial power to awaken the great demon heaven's lord. Because of this, the limitless demon sect had a final battle with the Buddha II sect. Although the Buddha II sect had been destroyed, the limitless demon sect had also suffered a heavy blow. The entire limitless demon sect had fallen into a trough. If the limitless demon sect hadn't been blessed by the will of the heavens and had continuously produced several terrifying characters, perhaps the limitless demon sect wouldn't have become so powerful at this time. For example, 3,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wu Hui, Fong Wu Hui, the current sect master Shi Wuxin, and the first vice-sect master Gui Shinxiu. The Demon Project was another plan of the limitless demon sect after the resurrection of the great demon heaven's lord. It could be said that this plan was to create a god. It was to capture someone with a powerful demonic bloodline, infuse their bloodline with the power of the most powerful demonic son. Then, they would become the strongest existence in the world. Since the great heavenly demon lord couldn't be resurrected, they would create an expert who could contend against the great heavenly demon lord or even surpass him. The Demon Project had always been kept secret. Even the 10 great sects didn't know about it. But this time, it seemed that the 10 great sects already knew about it. The people of the 3 great sects took advantage of this time to launch an attack on the limitless demon sect. How powerful was the limitless demon sect? Naturally, they weren't willing to be attacked like this. But at this time, they didn't have any better ideas. Sect Master Shi Wuxin didn't have any intention of giving up on this plan. Moreover, the first vice-sect Master Gui Shinxiu didn't either. At this time, outside the heavenly demon great hall of the limitless demon sect, a huge altar was very eye-catching. It was a pitch-black cauldron. This cauldron was called the Heavenly Demon Cauldron. He wasn't very famous because he wasn't a treasure that could be used to attack. But in fact, it was an extremely precious treasure of the limitless demon sect. The Heavenly Demon Cauldron was a sacrificial treasure. According to the tradition of the limitless demon sect, the day the great demon heaven's lord became a true demon was the day they celebrated. Of course, a long time ago, the limitless demon sect held a sacrificial ceremony to welcome the return of the great demon heaven pillar. But now, everything was in the past. Apart from the heavenly demon horde, no one in the limitless demon sect went to worship the great demon heaven's lord. And this day naturally wasn't the day of the great demon heaven's lord's sacrificial ceremony. Instead, it was the beginning of the Demon Project. Although the day hadn't arrived yet, the people of the limitless demon sect were already very busy. The attack of the 3 great sects was naturally a problem. No matter how strong the limitless demon sect was, the other party was still one of the 10 great sections. They also had a deep foundation. Not to mention, the 3 great sects had joined forces this time. Now, the limitless demon sect was already resisting the pressure. The 3 great sects had seized the right time. At this critical juncture, the Demon Project was about to start. The sect master attached great importance to the Demon Project this time, even more so than any other time in the past. Even if a large number of cities fell, the sect master didn't put in his eyes. The 7 great deputy sect masters, the first, second, and third deputy sect masters were indifferent. Just like that, the 6th and 5th deputy sect masters rushed to the front line. As for the 7th deputy sect master, he was seriously injured this time, so he was recuperating in the Saint Devil Mountain. As for the 4th deputy sect master, he was always elusive. Almost no one knew where he was. This time, the teleportation array suddenly exploded. Yan Xiao directly took action to suppress the spatial fluctuations. If he didn't take action, the spatial fluctuations would inevitably appear. Although there were many experts in the limitless demon sect, there were even more disciples who weren't experts. If they were affected by the spatial fluctuations, they would immediately die, just like those disciples who were guarding the teleportation array. At this time, the construction of the sacrificial altar had reached an extremely important time. At this time, Su Yan was wandering in the huge forest. Chapter 903. Female Literature. When Su Yin was looking at the forest, he already knew that it was definitely not an ordinary forest. He had read the information given to him by Demon Wolf. There was a description of the forest in the information. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and it was dangerous and strange. It was a terrible and dangerous place in the Saint Devil Mountain. Once, a powerful existence at the level of Tao Master had fallen here. When night came, the terrible and dangerous roars of demons could often be heard here. And this was the legendary Devil's Forest. This was one of the places Su Yin did not want to come to. After all, even a Tao Master had fallen here. Su Yin did not think that he was stronger than a Tao Master. Even if he used all his skills, he was afraid that he would not be a match for a Tao Master. This was a dangerous place for a Tao Master, and even more so for him. However, he did not have any good choice at this time. He had no better choice but to continue moving forward. At this time, he could only rely on his instinct to start moving forward. If you don't know where you are, then you will start to walk in the direction you don't know. This was what Su Yin had always believed. As Su Yin walked, the forest seemed to become darker. How sharp was his perception? Naturally, he was able to detect this. This change did not make Su Yin feel very good. He had a bad feeling, as if something was watching him at this time. However, he could not find that existence. With his current strength, he could only perceive it, but could not find it. It must be an extremely powerful thing. At this time, Su Yin slowed down. Originally, according to the mentality of a normal person, they should leave this place as soon as possible. Only in this way could they ensure their safety. However, Su Yin did not do that. He knew that in such an unknown place, if he walked too fast, it was very likely that he would give the unknown guy a chance. At that time, when he suddenly attacked, he might not even have time to react. Gradually, a shadow flashed in front of his eyes. The speed of this shadow was extremely fast. Even with Su Yin's eyesight, he could not see it clearly. If he had attacked Su Yin directly, then it was very likely that Su Yin would have been hit directly. Perhaps he couldn't kill Su Yin, but severely injuring Su Yin wouldn't be a problem. However, the crux of the problem was that he did not do so. It was as if his appearance was just to tease Su Yin. Su Yin took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he continued forward. The shadows appeared one after another. Streaks of power continued to linger at this moment. The shadow had appeared at least 7 times, and the distance between him and Su Yin was getting closer and closer. It was as if this thing was trying to figure out Su Yin's actual strength. After these 7 times, Su Yin did not make a move, nor did he change his speed. It was as if they did not notice him at all. At this time, this thing finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The 8th time it appeared, it directly slammed into Su Yan's chest. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered with radiance. Naturally, he was not really looking at this thing indifferently. This shadow kept appearing, and Su Yan's eye of truth was also constantly analyzing and observing this guy. After these few times, Su Yin could already clearly grasp this guy's movements. When he approached again, Su Yin finally made his move. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yin directly summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. The scarlet flame had already enveloped Su Yan's entire body in an instant. Since receiving the guidance of the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor, Su Yan's control of this Scarlet Spirit Fire became more and more skillful and sharp. In this short moment, the flame had already turned into an armor. When the armor appeared, the shadow hit the armor almost at the same time. An extremely mournful sound directly rang out. Although it was not loud, it was very sharp, as if it could forcibly tear off one's eardrums. That shadow seemed to be a soul of the dead. This was the result of Su Yan's eye of truth, so he did not hesitate to summon the Scarlet Spirit Fire. This Scarlet Spirit Fire was the most powerful weapon to deal with souls of the dead. After being touched by the Scarlet Spirit Fire, the shadow finally stopped. At this time, Su Yin finally saw this thing clearly. It was actually a small, ghostly fox. If one only looked at it, it even felt a little cute. Although its whole body was pitch black, its cute fox face seemed to be able to arouse the pity of the human heart. But for such an existence, Su Yin would not give any pity. He clearly knew that the little thing in front of him had the ability to threaten his life. Its speed was too fast. Under normal circumstances, even he would not be able to keep up. If it had not been for the Scarlet Spirit Fire's obstruction at this time, it might have hurt him. All ghosts were natural enemies to humans. Ghosts were the emissaries of hell. Hell had always been a legend. If it had not been for the existence of the Hellhound, perhaps no one would have believed that hell really existed in this world. Even with the Hellhound, many people might think that the so-called hell was just another world and not the so-called hometown of the dead. After all, although the Hellhound claimed to be the emissaries of hell, they all existed in physical form. But at this time, Su Yin personally saw a ghost. A ghostly fox. This was a very cunning and dangerous creature that was best at devouring people's souls. If Su Yin did not have the Scarlet Spirit Fire, this ghostly fox could even directly enter Su Yan's body. Of course, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness was incomparably powerful. Even if the ghostly fox entered, it would find that it was a place of no return. However, not everyone in this world was like Su Yin, having such a powerful sea of consciousness. One had to know that even an ordinary Venerable One's Sea of Consciousness could not be more powerful than Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. At this time, the ghostly fox was frozen by Su Yan's power. It began to cry out "Yin." Unlike the sharp roar from before, this voice sounded very gentle and lovely. Interesting. You can't kill me, but now you're pretending to be pitiful? Su Yin would not show any sympathy to a ghost. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. This was something that everyone knew. Su Yin would definitely not put himself in danger because of this. At this time, the Scarlet Spirit Fire became even hotter, and the strong light directly devoured the ghostly fox. Under the burning of the Scarlet Spirit Fire, the ghostly fox became even more painful. In just a short while, an extremely terrifying intent burst out at this time. That terrifying intent was like the roar of a demon. At this time, the ghostly fox's body also directly expanded at this time. Everything before was indeed a disguise. You still want to turn the tables at this time? How is that possible? Kill. Su Yin directly took out the Scorching Sun Sword. At this time, he was using the Godslayer's sword Shi. The Godslayer's soul was destroyed. This was the sword technique that the Godslayer's sword had taught him. This sword technique was extremely terrifying. In terms of strength and lethality, all of the sword techniques that Su Yin had comprehended so far could not be compared to it. After all, this was a terrifying sword that had killed a god. There was no need to talk about the power of this sword. After dealing with the ghostly fox, Su Yan's heart did not relax at all. His perception of danger was very sharp. He clearly knew that the feeling of danger from before was definitely not because of this ghostly fox. The danger in the darkness had not come at this time. He had to be more cautious. After traveling for another 2 hours, Su Yin came to a stop once more. It was not because he was tired and wanted to rest or anything. At this time, it was because he realized that he had been doing something useless. In other words, from the beginning until now, he had been walking in the same place. This was because he clearly remembered that when he killed the ghostly fox, his Scarlet Spirit Fire also burned a big tree at the same time. At this time, the pitch-black area was right beside him. After walking for 2 hours, he actually made a detour to this place again. At this time, Su Yan's expression had become extremely ugly. He had walked for so long, but he had actually been walking in circles. That's not right. I clearly remember that I kept walking forward, but why is it like this? It's almost like I'm walking in circles. Did I miss something? At this time, Su Yin began to ponder. At this time, he was not in a hurry to leave, because Su Yin knew that if he walked rashly, he might not be able to leave this damn place, even if he walked to his death. The best thing to do now was to find the key to the problem and then break through. Could it be the legendary ghostly wall? At this time, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. He had heard about the story of the ghostly wall in his previous world. That was a trap used by evil spirits to capture people. Anyone who fell into the trap would be fooled by the trap and would not be able to find a way forward. In the end, they would gradually lose themselves in the confusion, and evil spirits would start to hunt at that time. The situation seems to be very similar. After Su Yin calmed down, he felt that this was very similar to the legend. At this time, he had the Godslayer sword in his hand. At the same time, he began to activate the power of the three hearts. As the hearts beat, Ghostface appeared. At this moment, his aura immediately increased explosively. Ghostly wall, break it for me. According to Su Yan's understanding, this ghostly wall was probably an extremely powerful illusion array. It was so powerful that even his eye of truth could not see through it.